newfound transparency movement with the government, obviously regarding the Epstein files. You've been fighting for transparency in a lot of different facets, specifically around Arctic frost, kind of trying to get all of the information out from what the Biden administration was doing when they were in power to yourself, the Trump officials. What does that look like going forward? And do you think this, again, newfound fervor for transparency in other facets will move on to all of the things that we'd like to see overall?
But what I can say is Trump's appointees, his secretaries, other people of his that he's nominated and have been confirmed, they are absolutely dedicated to full transparency. Mm-hmm. The problem we have is you still have deep state partisan actors burrowed in, doing everything they can to sabotage those efforts. And they can sabotage it 16 ways on Sunday. First of all, they just don't cooperate. They probably know where documents are, but they're not telling anybody. I mean, the fact that we found some pretty relevant documents, or we didn't find, but they found documents in burn bags in a skiff that nobody even knew about, that's a concern. So I don't know how many documents have been destroyed. My guess is quite a few have. I'd say the good news is, again, Trump's appointees, people like Bobby Kennedy, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, they want this exposed. They want to get this information out. They want to find these documents, turn them over to Congress, as well as use them in potential criminal prosecutions. So that's the good news. But you still got the deep state that looks at any administration as this too shall pass. But the problem we have as Republicans is most of these are partisan leftists. They'll cooperate with, for example, the Biden administration. They don't cooperate very well with the Trump administration.
Now, what are and feel free to enlighten me because I actually don't know. Are there any mechanics that can compel folks to do certain things, and are those at the disposal of senators? Is that the administration? How could that work from a compelling standpoint?
Well, as chairman of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigation, I have unilateral subpoena authority, so I can issue subpoenas. I have. It's very difficult to enforce those subpoenas, though. Generally, it's very difficult for us to get those things passed through the Senate, to go to court, to have the courts compel the testimony, as opposed to the FBI. They're using the judicial system, and they can use the courts to compel testimony right away from their subpoena. So it's different. We generally use those subpoenas. Nobody really wants a subpoena from Congress, so we kind of use that ability to hopefully get more voluntary cooperation. But the other good news about, for example, destruction of documents, you can destroy paper documents. In today's world, though, it's very difficult to destroy all the electronic copies and trail of those things. So, what, for example, these agencies need is they need computer scientists, people familiar with forensic analysis and audits. They also need a team of lawyers, which they're having a hard time staffing up because of all the lawfare engaged in by the weaponization of the Biden and Obama administration. It doesn't take a dictator, very many people to hang in the public square before the population kind of falls in line. And that's, in effect, what the Democrats have done with their lawfare against other lawyers who've been disbarred or blackballed, or, for example, Judge Troops in Wisconsin, they're trying to destroy the man. It's really sick what Democrats are doing to him.
Well, and I guess that kind of leads into the other thing I'm curious about, just kind of gauging the political culture and the climate. Say, pretty damning things were to actually come out with the compliant media. Do you think the populace would actually believe any of it? Do you think it would make much of a difference? And sorry to be cynical here, but that's, my take on the political climate that we're currently in.
Well, have you seen the Washington Post return their Pulitzer Prize for the Russian collusion hoax? Have you seen them out, people that served them up all the false information? So, no, I mean, the legacy of the corporate media, I mean, they're not reformed. They're still committed leftists and pretty much the communication wing of the Democrat Party. The good news is we do have alternate media. We have podcasts like this and other sources. So let's face it, the media is losing the trust of the American people in record numbers, quite honestly, and people are getting their news from alternate sources. Now, the problem you have with AI, with deepfakes, that kind of stuff, it is becoming very difficult to discern what is true and what is not true. We all have our biases. confirmation biases, that type of thing. So, we will readily hop on something that we believe is true when it may not be. So it's really getting difficult in today's society to figure out, okay, what truly is the truth.
Yeah, it's we hope that the trust in the mainstream media goes faster than we could ever expect, but unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure how quick it actually can go. To transition, not my gender, just the topic. You've been an outspoken critic of Obamacare for obviously a number of years now. It got passed, so we found out what's in it, and what's in it turns out to be terrible. And the Affordable Health Care Act is ironically named because it made healthcare increasingly unaffordable. You've been a staunch critic of it. What are the kind of the next steps as we're starting to see the Affordable Care Act unravel in front of our eyes and really effectively help no one?
What I've always said, and this dates back to 2017 when everybody else was saying repeal and replace. Unfortunately, we didn't have a good replace.
Yeah.
I've always been saying, no, operative statement should be, let's repair the damage done by Obamacare and transition to a system that actually works. The reason I use that, first of all, when you say repair the damage, people go, well, what damage? Let me show you the ways. And I held a hearing last week assessing the damage done by Obamacare to, just the consolidation of these industries, making them less competitive, which drives up costs, the harm to disabled children with Medicaid Advantage adults, crowding them out of coverage, for example. And then, of course, just the skyrocketing premiums on the individual market, which they pretty well destroyed. They got rid of high-risk pools that could have been modified to take care of people with pre-existing conditions. But they forced that small percentage, about 7% of Americans, to bear the full cost of covering people with pre-existing conditions, one of the many reasons why premiums are skyrocketing, which they are hiding with the subsidies. So the people on the exchanges, they only know what their net premium is, which in general is, I think, overall about 10% of the gross premium. So American taxpayers picking up 90% of the Obamacare premiums. So people are seeing just a fraction of what those things cost. That's why Democrats are digging their heels in and insisting that we continue the enhanced premiums, which just cover that up even more and for more people.
Obviously the big kind of slogan was repeal and replace. Repeal and replace. You kind of hit on it a little bit earlier. Being a free market extremist, was why not just repeal? Do you think there is any political will to just repeal, or does there have to be something on the back end to effectively replace what's being lost, which is subsidies by the taxpayers?
People do want to see Americans get health coverage, right? They want them to get health care. They want people with pre-existing conditions to be covered. Now, sometimes you can set conditions on that, like you have to try and maintain insurance coverage. You can't sit there all your life not have insurance, then come in when you finally get sick. So, you need some protections that way. But, that's something you have to provide, I think, just politically, but I think morally as well. But there are ways of doing it. And that's why I say you utilize high-risk pools. That's where everybody that is insured pays a small percentage in to cover those people in the high-risk pools. People can move in and out of those. But again, the overall root cause is the third-party payer system. Nobody knows what anything costs. They know what their insurance premiums are or their taxes are. But we've taken all the benefit of a free market system out of healthcare. We've also done the same thing in education. Two areas of our economy that we, by and large, don't like the results. Yeah, well, no kidding, because the free market guarantees three things: the best possible quality, the best possible level of customer service, and the lowest possible price and cost. Now, it's not perfect, but it's far better than anything controlled by government, which has been a disaster under Obamacare. So it's about returning consumerism into healthcare. That's things like health savings accounts. It's, you actually could bill reform on Obamacare, because Obamacare insurance is literally the catastrophic plans that insurance ought to be. But before Obamacare, those things were dirt cheap. Now those premiums are, they're literally selling insurance that really is insurance because people can't even afford to pay for the deductible before they get into the insurance coverage. So again, Obamacare has been a complete disaster. The problem we have is the folks on the other side of the aisle, Democrats, are in a complete state of denial. I held my hearing assessing the damage of Obamacare. My ranking member, Blumenthal, said, where are the millions of people harmed by Obamacare? I don't see any in the hearing room. Then he went on to say, I don't know anybody harmed by Obamacare, to which I could point. Your own witness, this mom from Madison, is a victim. She lost her employer coverage care in 2016, went to a silver plan, $1,000 a month, couldn't afford it, had to go to a bronze plan, $14,000 deductible. They had health care issues, had to take out an $18,000 home equity line of credit. I mean, their own witness was a victim of Obamacare, and he's sitting there going, wow. I don't know anybody harmed by Obamacare. So they're in a complete state of denial. It's up to us to really point out, again, the damage done, and then focus on those free market reforms, really all revolving around consumerism, putting the patient in charge, making the patient demand for price transparency. Don't pass a law. You got to be transparent. No, make people pay for the first dollar coverages and have insurance be for the catastrophic instances.
Wow, that is actually a great explanation of what's going on. I really appreciate that. Senator Johnson, I asked this somewhat, I'm actually mostly serious about this, although I recognize it's somewhat of a funny question. The government was shut down for 44 days. 12% of my year, I did not have my beloved government. How can I go about getting a discount, a probated rebate for that period of time where I unfortunately did not have government?
Well, first of all, unless you were traveling by air, did you even notice?
I was going to say, I honest to God had no idea.
You got the same benefit from government when it was shut down versus when it was open. And I love the fact that Linda McMahon, the Secretary of Education, is pointing that out. So did you notice when you were shut down? Did you see any impact on education? Of course you didn't. What we hopefully can see, if we can start limiting the cost of government, how about maybe reduce deficits, less spending, not mortgaging our children's future to the extent that we are. So no, I mean, I think that's the danger Democrats really had in terms of pushing this shutdown. First of all, they stepped in it in terms of Obamacare. They've given us the opportunity to highlight what a miserable failure it's been, but also the impact, because the shutdown was run by a Republican president who wanted to minimize the pain. When Democrats are in charge of the administration, they're of course always going to blame Republicans for the shutdown, and so they're going to make it as painful as possible. Yeah, you shut down the things that people actually value, like parks, the Trump administration tried to make it as painless as possible. That's why I think most people didn't even, they had no impact from the shutdown until it got to the air traffic controllers and air travel. And then let's face it, that's when government opened back up.
Well, yeah, and that's when Democrats had to capitulate, which is exactly what I think was intended. So as far as my 12% income tax rebate, I'll take that as a maybe, but it probably not.
We're 38 trillion debt. Sorry, we got to keep that.
Don't remind me. That just it makes me cry a little bit inside. Senator Ron Johnson, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. Super interesting talking to Senator Ron Johnson. Again, I'm holding out hope that I'm going to get my 12% rebate for the government that I did not get for 44 days this year. Not crossing my fingers, though. We got a lot to catch you up on of the news of the day. Chef Andrew Gruel joins us next segment to discuss whether or not Disney is redeemable, which has been an ongoing discussion on this show. Also, California is spending an exorbitant amount of money on a thing that they probably don't need, but I repeat myself because it's California. TBT@tpusa.com is the email. Also go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just type in JOBOB across any of the social media platforms. You'll get all of the Turning Point Tonight exclusive content specifically on the internet, because we don't fit everything we can on this particular show, even though we'd like to, so we have to go to the internet. Turning Point Tonight's YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, Instagram, X account, all of those, find us there. We will be right back after the break with Chef Andrew Gruel. Don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I You're a runt, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. TPT at tpusa.com is the email address if you'd like to send your thoughts, comments, concerns, even criticisms. It's okay to be wrong as long as you send it to our inbox at tpt at tpusa.com. You can also comment on any of our social media platforms. Just type in JOBOB. You'll be able to find pretty much all of the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel, Rumble channel, Instagram, Facebook, all of the social medias, where there is an exclusive clip that we do every single day, except for Fridays, that airs only there because we don't have enough time to fit in all the things we want to talk about here on Real America's Voice. Joining me now is a fan favorite, a chef, commentator, comedian, a bunch of different things. Chef Andrew Gruel joins us. Thanks so much for taking the time, man.
It's an honor to be back. Thank you so much.
So you and I, both unfortunately, and producer Glenn and several people related to this show, live behind enemy lines in the deep blue state of California, in which there's a lot of interesting things going on, to say the least, specifically in this regard, and particularly the new Capitol Annex. Now, Chef Gruel, I know that you know that renovating buildings is fascism, as we've seen with the White House. Any renovation at all is fascism. So clearly fascism is going on at the state capitol. There's a big new annex that was originally budgeted for $543 million. The current budget puts it closer to around 1.5 billion, and analysts suggest that they predict it to balloon up to $4 to $5 billion. What do you think about the state of fascist spending in the state capital of California? One, is this new budget increase surprising at all? Two, will all of that money be spent effectively and efficiently? And three, do they need to build a $5 billion addition to the California state capitol?
Well, I think before I pontificate on those points, we should lay the foundation here, because this was passed during COVID when no one was allowed to even leave their house. But yet the lawmakers got to Sacramento and they pushed this through while no other legislation that was supposed to help us citizens or prisoners in California was able to push through. They put this low price tag on there because that's what they do, right? That is the algorithm, the modus operandum, the way in which they slip this by the voters, just like the high-speed bullet train and every other project in California. They put a small price tag on there, and then they funnel the funds into the general fund, and then they say we need another $5 billion to finish this project. So that's how it's culminated to this point today. I should mention as well, you're going to love this. So in California, one of the reasons everyone says, how come there's no housing? And, Newsom gets mad at everybody. When they introduced CEQA, which is the Forced Environmental Review, it's the Environmental Quality, Act, the Review Act, Environmental Review, where every single development that gets built, house, whatever it is, has to be reviewed by all these different agencies in California. And that's what layers hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars on so many of these projects. And they're used to slow down the development. That was the goal of CEQA. Well, guess what? This is exempt from CEQA. So CEQA, CEQA is great when you want to stop all these other bad guys that perhaps aren't donating to your campaign. But when it comes to us building our own empire in Sacramento, don't worry about CEQA. This reminds me of Diocletian. I don't know if you remember that story in the kind of Roman Empire. I think it was 200 or 300 AD, right before the fall of Rome. He built this massive fortress along the coast of what's today Croatia. And then ultimately that was kind of the sign of bad things to come. It was the peak. And then after that, it fell apart. That's what's happening here. He's building his empire, fortifying it with stupidity and all of our tax dollars, and not giving us any insight into this project, because actually the media has filed public records requests to get all the details on this, and they've rejected them.
Yeah, they have NDAs with the contractors basically saying, hey, you cannot talk to the media about this, which, look, Andrew, if I were king of the world, which I'm running for, by the way, I'm running for king of the world. Please vote for me 2028. I would the clear and obvious thing is, hey, my good friend Andrew is a contractor and he deserves this contract to build this building. And people would be like, oh, does he have any experience building massive structures? And I would say, well, you don't need to worry about that. By the way, Andrew, you're not allowed to talk to any of the media about this contract because, well, that's just the way that California government works. It's ridiculous on its face. To your CEQA comment too, people don't know what CEQA is. Yeah, it is effectively an environmental blockage to everything. Now the libs will say, well, it was passed under Reagan, and yeah, it was. But 2 years later, he said, holy cow, this is being used in ways that I would never anticipated it. I just want to get the smog out of Los Angeles. What are you doing? And that is still the standard to this day that is stopping people from building stuff. And I'm sure you see it. Do you see the effects of CEQA in you're a city councilman in Huntington Beach, California. Do you see the effects of this in real life on the ground?
Yep. And I'll tell you what's really funny. So the conservatives realized, oh, well, we're going to use the Democrats' bludgeon as our own tool in our toolbox. So actually, conservatives started using CEQA to try and block high density, affordable housing projects that were being jammed down on cities. So guess what? Suddenly, the governor came out and said, all the high density projects in California are exempt from CEQA.
Great. Yeah. And I think that was one of the big updates that happened earlier this year. It was like, hey, we're making moves on CEQA. And yeah, lo and behold, it doesn't actually benefit anybody except for the contractors that are going to get those big affordable housing subsidies. Enough badgering on California. This has actually been a topic of conversation across many multitudes of weeks here at Turning Point tonight. And it's the discussion of whether or not Disney as an entity is redeemable. Interestingly enough, the 10K filings, which is SEC filings, you gotta do that sort of stuff when you're a massive conglomerate. In 2023, in their 10K filings, diversity was mentioned 18 times, inclusion was mentioned 14 times, and equity was mentioned 3 times. In 2022, the year prior, it was mentioned 22 times. Diversity was mentioned 22 times. Inclusion was mentioned 17 times. In the latest 10K filings of Disney, 0 mentions of diversity, 0 mentions of inclusion, 0 mentions of equity, 0 mentions of DEI, and 0 mentions of inclusion and belonging. In your opinion, I've been kind of on the fence. I can be argued either way. Can Disney be redeemed? Are they turning a corner, especially with the 250-year anniversary of the country? They're saying, hey, we're going to be super pro-America themed. Are they redeemable, or is this just a play recognizing the direction of the country and trying to make sure they get that ever valuable dollar?
They're certainly redeemable. Look, people thought X was never redeemable, or Twitter at the time, and then Elon Musk came in. They're going to need new leadership. And I'm not saying we need hyper-partisan leadership. I think leadership that just says, hey, let's wash this all out and go back to what Disney was known for, the legacy brand, Americana, right? So let's take all these buzzwords and maybe we won't kill them. We'll put them on a nice farm in upstate New York and we'll forget about it for a while. Disney wizardry. But the question is that at 12 o'clock, instead of turning into a pumpkin, do all the Disney minions come out and say, well, we might not be using the words in our reports, but they're still stitched into our DNA. And that's what we need to figure out here. Is the simple washing, or as they like to say, reimagining of this report going to produce change, or is it strictly a farce or a veneer to say, hey, guys, we're good to go?
Okay, well, so that's the question. What's your prediction? Where do you think it actually goes 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road?
I think the latter. Unfortunately, I think that once the communists get in there and the Bolsheviks get in there, they are like a disease, a cancer that spreads, and you cannot get rid of them because they metastasize so quickly. And that's what's happened in our school boards. That's what's happened in local city governments. And now we're looking down on it from above and saying, oh my gosh, how did this happen? But it also happened in corporate America through a lot of these entry-level positions, the unionization of this thought process, and you can't get rid of it now. So yeah, maybe you can do a little copy and paste on your end of the year report, but it's there. So I'm going to take the bearish approach on this and say we're screwed.
You are in line with many of the guests. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's my sunny, optimistic view of the world, but I really want Disney to come around and be the Disney of the 90s that had all of these really influential movies that they made. But unfortunately, I seem to be the minority in that case, thinking that there's a possibility, there's a glimmer of hope. I also very much see your side of the argument that, once the communists get in, they ruin everything. And so you got to tear it down to the studs. So there's that. Chef Gruel, any last thoughts?
No, I'll just tell you what, you want a really good turkey recipe for Thanksgiving? Buy yourself a tri-tip roast.
I have it in my notes to ask you about Thanksgiving because I felt like, I got a chef on, I might as well. Yep. Okay, are you anti-turkey? I took a ton of flack for going on unnamed cable news show and saying, hey, turkey's overrated. It was because they were super plentiful in the region where Thanksgiving started. But guess what? We have beef now, so let's eat that instead.
Yeah, see, I agree with you. I don't think that turkey's horrible, but I think the traditional way in which it's cooked is horrible. If you're going to cook a turkey, do the leg meat, braise it, separate the breast meat, brine that, do a nice hard rub on there, and treat them as two separate items. And then you can get a nice kind of mole-style braised turkey leg, dark meat braised in there. You can do something fun with the breast. But if you're doing just that cliched center of the table, big old round bird, just go ahead and have a roast.
I was going to say, sounds like tri-tip to me is the only appropriate option for a self-loving American patriot. Anything else is being a traitor to this nation. I don't actually think that, but I'm not going to put those words in your mouth. But I appreciate the Thanksgiving recommendation. Thanksgiving next week, so go out and get yourself a nice and hearty tri-tip instead. Chef Gruel, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having me. It's always fun.
Thank you. TBT@TBUSA.com is the email. Also go subscribe to our YouTube channel. We will be right back after the break to discuss SLOTUS, which is a term that I'm uncomfortable saying, but that's what the Second Lady of the United States is called. And among many other things, after the break, don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best.
back to Turning Point tonight. We're together. We're charting the course of America's cultural comeback. TPT@tpsa.com is the email if you'd like to send along your thoughts, comments, concerns, even criticisms. It's okay to be wrong. Just send it to our inbox, tpt@tpusa.com. You can also go leave a comment or subscribe to our Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel. Just type in JOBOB, pretty much any social media platform. You'll be able to find all of the content, especially that is exclusive to our online audience, because we just don't have enough time to talk about everything that needs to be talked about here on Real America's Voice. But what we do have time for, thankfully, is checking in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page. Monica, how you doing, first of all? Sadly, didn't make it into the dinner, as you mentioned last night, but I do want to ask you a couple questions about that. First, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks so much for having me, Joe Bob. Yeah, I didn't get into the dinner, unfortunately. I knew that if I did, I'd probably be a bit of a menace because Cristiano Ronaldo was there. And I mean, I've never watched him play soccer, but I do enjoy watching him in general.
Wow. Okay. That's great. So before we get into that, Flotus and Slotus, which I'm uncomfortable with the name Slotus. It's kind of an odd thing to say, but are out and about supporting the movement. What have they got on the docket today before we talk about Cristiano Ronaldo?
Well, that's exactly right, Joe Bob. I mean, it's kind of rare to see the First Lady and the Second Lady travel together to do, these kinds of trips. But this was a trip that was meant to kind of honor the military troops and the families as well as we head into the holiday season, especially, we kick off the holiday season next week with Thanksgiving, and then we've got Christmas, New Year. So she took the time with the Second Lady to visit these kids and visit those families. They were specifically at Camp Lejeune and the Marine Corps Air Station in New River, North Carolina. They were both extremely excited to be there. You can tell by the looks on both of their faces. And honestly, they were greeted with a huge round of applause when they stepped into the gym on that campus. Extremely warm welcome, loud applause. Everyone was pretty excited to see them. And they honored the Marine Corps for 250 years of service, expressing gratitude, like I just mentioned, to the Marines, those military families, and wanted to highlight specifically the essential role that these families do play in supporting our armed forces. And then we did see some clips circulating online of the First Lady, Melania, and of course, Usha Vance sitting in on student presentations. Students gave these kind of remarks involving the evolution of technology, knowing that the First Lady is super passionate about technology and artificial intelligence. So they put on this presentation for both of them. And we did also see Melania interacting with some of those young kids in preschool and kindergarten classes. Really, really cute stuff. So it's a nice act of, just to show that we respect our military, we respect the families, and they deserve, the highest regard, especially during the holiday season. Totally. It's great to see, again, Flotus and Slotus, even though I'm uncomfortable saying that, out there doing what they can to honor our troops. So an entire transition, Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, I couch this in the context that a bunch of the libs are saying the international community hates us. This is terrible. Cristiano Ronaldo, among many of the international community that were at the dinner last night. And I specifically bring him up because he is all over the White House's social media accounts. And also posted a picture of himself, and I believe his wife, fiance, girlfriend, I'm not entirely sure what their relationship is, with the president on his own Instagram account, which has like 660 something million followers. What is kind of the, I guess the sense that the White House is getting of like what the international community actually thinks, as opposed to the libs saying everybody around the world hates us, this is all terrible? Clearly not, at least in this particular case. It's kind of funny to see the dynamic, especially when you see these big name celebrities, soccer stars, or just sports stars, and just in general, music stars, actors coming to the White House specifically to see the President of the United States and honor all the hard work that he's been doing. It's interesting to see kind of how the reporters and just the mood on the ground of how, we didn't really expect these people to be here. What did you expect them to be taking to social media and posting other black square or posting, some other identity politics against President Trump? So it takes a sense of bravery for somebody like Cristiano and his significant other to be at the White House, to be in the Oval Office, to take a tour of the White House. It really shows something that maybe there is a shift changing in our culture. I don't know if has already started. I don't know if it's already been there specifically with him, Cristiano, but to see people like him coming out and showing support. We just saw music artist Nicki Minaj as well at the United Nations with Ambassador Mike Waltz, really taking a big leap of faith when it comes to her fan base, and especially his fan base, Cristiano's fan base as well. You know, it takes a sense of bravery to thank the President of the United States when you have a whole section of, you know, the world, of your fan base, of the country that really hates President Trump. So, you really have to, see what's happening at the White House and be like, wow, something is changing. And hopefully these people can influence these younger generations, change some minds, change some hearts. But it's really exciting to see people, especially, ones you just don't expect, to be so involved in what's going on in our culture today.
Well, I thought it was really interesting, too, because he, again, posted a picture of him and Trump on his Instagram account. And I clicked into the comments expecting to see, how dare you, scrolled through continuously all positive comments. I did come across one that had the vomit emojis, and lo and behold, freaking Andy Cohen is the only negative comment I saw on that, of all people. It's like, all right, Andy, sick, dude. Cool, thanks. But really, really interesting to see how much positive reaction there was to, again, an international superstar, to say the least, in Cristiano Ronaldo. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciated the chat.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. A lot of great discussion today with Senator Johnson, Andrew Gruel, and also, obviously, Monica Page, who is fantastic at what she does. We're going to get into some spicy videos, interesting video content that, well, you're just going to want to see and you're not going to want to miss. tpt@tpusa.com is the email address. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is growing by leaps and bounds, and you don't want to be the only person in your friend group that doesn't subscribe and therefore doesn't get the final segment of the show that it's just too much to talk about, so we can't fit it in here. We got to post it on the internet. Turning Point Tonight's YouTube channel, also Rumble, X, Facebook, Instagram, all the social media accounts. Just type in JOBOB. You'll be able to find all of it. We will be right back after the break with too much Leslie Jones to handle. Don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAM.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best.
I'm sick of men telling me, oh, well, you know, you hardcore. Yes, I am.
Can you handle it?
Oh, well, what you bringing to the table? I am the table. Understand why you wouldn't want a woman like me. I am successful, I'm rich, I can fight.
Okay. That's an old clip circulating around the internet now of comedian Leslie Jones, and I probably should have used air quotes around comedian, but it's amazing that lib women can't find a decent man nowadays. I wonder why that is. Okay, Leslie, thank you. Actually, more important things to get to, which I think are interesting and topical and must be talked about. California is effectively planning to, I know we've hit California quite a bit already on today's show, but guess what? They're going to come in for another kicking for this ridiculous ballot measure that Californians are trying to get on the November 2026 ballot, which effectively is a penalty for being rich. There is a ballot measure that could be put on the ballot in 2026 that says, hey, we are going to tax billionaires a one-time 5% tax on their net worth. In other words, hey, we are going to steal some of the money from you that is your net worth. Now, there's so many different caveats here, so many reasons why this is very, very stupid. But at the forefront of it is this idea that people have their net worth in cash. I'm not entirely sure if the proponents of this ballot measure know this, but Mark Zuckerberg is worth however many $1 billion. Actually, it lists it in here. $251 billion. His net worth is. He doesn't have $251 billion in cash, but what this would effectively do is say, hey, you got to pay $12.5 billion in tax just this year. By the way, this is just in 2026. If the ballot measure passes in the state of California, he will be obligated to pay 5% of his net worth, which I guarantee you he does not have in cash, to the state, but it's just going to be a one-time thing, and it's just for the ultra rich. Of course, that is what they're going to say. Mission creep is a thing, as we discussed with Chef Gruel earlier. Well, the building is only going to cost $500 million. Oh no, it turned into $5 billion. But we're only going to tax this one-time fee for the billionaires. Also, we're going to do it the following year, and it's now going to be to 100 millionaires. And the following year, we're also going to do the same thing. It's just going to be millionaires that are going to have to. It's just millionaires, which, if you own a property in California, chances are you are a millionaire by default. So are you going to have to pay 5% of that, which you don't have in cash? It's strictly held in assets. Probably speaking, you probably will. Nobody believes that this is going to be a one-time thing. I understand it. People are like, stick it to the rich. But where do you think this goes from here? Do you think possibly in a legislative body that is California, where there have been numerous times where they go, oh, we're just going to do it to these people, and now all of a sudden they do it to Social Security, by the way, is perfect example of something that was only going to specifically benefit the bottom 10%, and lo and behold, now it dominates the entirety of the population. That's going to happen in California. I feel like I just wanted to put that on your radar. If it happens in California, California will continue its tradition of being a laboratory of democracy, which other states can point to go to, don't be that. That's probably a bad thing to be. In an entirely different transition, but I thought this was actually interesting, especially considering the media coverage on both sides of the spectrum here. Pope Leo didn't really give an interview. He just kind of was walking and was asked a question about immigration, in which he said, well, a lot of things, which I'll play you the very brief minute-long clip of him talking. But interestingly enough, both sides have said, yes, Pope Leo is on our side. Which side is actually correct? We'll talk about it after this clip plays. I believe it's cut 5.
What is it that?
The U.S. bishops have made a very strong statement about the deportation and detention of migrants. What do you think of it? And how, they kind of said that you've got their back. Were you behind that?
Well, I've made some statements about that already. I appreciate very much what the bishops have said. I think it's a very important statement. I would invite, especially all Catholics, but people of goodwill, to listen carefully to what they said. I think we have to look for ways of treating people humanely, treating people with the dignity that they have. If people are in the United States illegally, there are ways to treat that. There are courts. There's a system of justice. I think there are a lot of problems in the system. No one has said that the United States should have open borders. I think every country has a right to determine who and how and when people enter. But when people are living good lives, and many of them for 10, 15, 20 years, to treat them in a way that is extremely disrespectful, to say the least, and there's been some violence, unfortunately. I think that the bishops have been very clear in what they said, and I think that I would just invite all people in the United States to listen to them. Thank you.
Oh, he's good. And you look, this is not like I support the Pope, I love the Pope, I hate the Pope. This is not any of that. That was a very politician-esque response in which he didn't really say much definitively, which is kind of the point, because the libs are saying, look, Pope Leo says that, well, you have to be able to treat people with dignity and respect. You watch it back, he actually didn't say that. He said, you have to have a system which, if people are here illegally, there's got to be some amount of dignity, which is why you should listen to what the cardinal said. He didn't actually make a definitive statement there. But what he did say definitively is that every country has the obligation, has the right to decide who enters their country, why they enter the country, and when they enter the country, which I think is the conservative argument, obviously. So when you have people take what he said and start trying to play both sides of it, you got to figure out which side is right. When it comes to the humanity of deportations, he mentions, well, there's court systems, there's legal justification, and all of that needs to be sorted out, which is correct. I don't know how the libs looked at that and went, look, Pope Leo is standing up for our side, which says anybody in the country gets to say, anybody can come in the country, and we don't care about any of the illegal criminals in the country. We don't want to enforce the law. Because that's clearly not what he said. And again, I recognize that he's giving somewhat of a politician answer, but the only thing he definitively says outside of, go listen to the bishops. He doesn't say take their advice wholeheartedly. He says just, hear them out, which is totally fine, which, by the way, I don't want to bury the lead here. Some bishops came out and made some strong statements. Pope Leo's basically saying, yeah, go ahead and listen to them if you want. Come to your own conclusions. But what he definitively said is that countries have the right to enforce border policy. Nobody thinks that there should be an open borders. And even though both sides are claiming a win here, I think it's a win on the conservative side of the aisle, especially when you have cases like this. This one was floating around the internet that I thought was really interesting. Glenn, go ahead and pull up graphic 1. This is a photo of a tweet of some guy named Eric Lee. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea who this guy is. Eric Lee, Atty. Sounds like an attorney. Great. He says, this is Roman, impronounceable name. I'm not even gonna attempt it. He's lived here since he was 5. Tomorrow, he'll be taken from his U.S. citizen wife and 2 young daughters, deported to Ukraine, where he'll be conscripted into the army. Please share this CNN article. Now, the tears might be flowing for some of the bleeding heart libs out there who think this is very, very terrible. And I can hold some sympathy for his wife and 2 daughters. That is a tough situation to handle. But what CNN didn't point out is what our friends at Libs of TikTok pointed out. According to them, this guy has also had a long criminal history, including assault with a deadly weapon, multiple counts of burglary, multiple counts of carjacking with a firearm, trespassing on private property, multiple counts of taking a vehicle without the owner's consent, possession of hypodermic needle/syringe, and receiving stolen property, multiple counts of conspiracy to commit a crime. Interesting how they didn't point that out in the very sob story piece there they had on CNN, and that attorney, a guy who I've never heard of, also retweeted. But for some reason, conveniently, all that stuff seems to get left out. Now, again, like I said, I probably, with Pope Leo, can hold some sympathy for his family. That's a very tough situation. And very difficult to make the case for somebody who has this long of a rap sheet. No, they should totally stay in the country. That's a totally fine. We shouldn't even look into it any further. What is being done on the immigration front seems to be very incoherent with the law, with the system, with the courts, with all of the appropriate steps that need to be taken to get criminal illegals out of the country. Yes, there are going to be sob stories, and it is up to the American people to recognize that there are nuance to many of these conversations, specifically around many of these individuals, and eventually the rule of law will win the day. We can all hope. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we got a really interesting clip from a math teacher in California, as well as Joy Reid. It is not often that I agree with Joy Reid, but she said something that is just plainly true. What did she say? Coming up next after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself.
Welcome back to Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. TPT@tpusa.com is the email address if you'd like to send your thoughts, comments, concerns, even criticisms. I know, I welcome the criticisms. Go ahead, TPT@tpusa.com. You should also go subscribe to our YouTube channel, where we do an extra segment of the show each and every day, because we can't fit everything we want to talk about into this confined period of time we have together here on Real America's Voice. So go to Turning Point tonight on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, Instagram, X, all of the social media platforms. You'll be able to find that internet exclusive clip that you're not going to want to miss. Speaking of the internet never disappoints. And by that, I don't mean necessarily in a positive way. It's somewhat concerning what goes on the internet, but I don't need to tell you. You obviously know that. But one of the things floating around on said internet today is this clip from a California math teacher, which is concerning to say the least. Now, just some context, this is an influencer math teacher that has made a name for they, themself, because they, them is dating a he, him, who is a she, her, which, just watch this clip. we'll discuss.
Does everybody agree with the gender they were assigned? No. Some of us maybe. Some of us might go, yeah, that's definitely me. But some of us might be looking at that paper and going, I'm not a boy, I'm not a girl. And that's exactly how trans people feel. This week is Trans Visibility Week. What does it mean to be visible? Yes, to be seen. Whether or not you agree with transness, trans people do exist. You might not see them every day. You might not even realize it's a trans person at all. That's because they're regular people living regular lives. Do you have to be trans? No, no one is forcing you to be trans. I'm not forcing you to be trans. Do you have to love trans people? No. It'd be cool if you did, but no, you don't have to.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go ahead and tell you right there. You don't have to accept and be tolerant of people who are lying to themselves and the world. Producer Glenn's rolling his eyes. We cannot post this on YouTube, so it'll only be seen here in Real America's Voice, despite my urge to have you go to the YouTube channel. Trans Day, it is Trans Visibility Week. Trust me, dude, we see them. Believe me, I spot an Adam's apple from a mile away and go, there's one of them right over there, walking over there. See it? I'm not blind. They're visible. Believe me. This guy also climbed to internet fame because, like I said, he, him is dating a he, him who's a he, her, or she, her, and that's gay. I'm sorry. That's just, we're already thrown off of YouTube. Might as well trigger everybody else. That's how that goes. And I'm not going to spoil anything for you, but yes, that is a topic of conversation that will come up later on in Turning Point Tonight episodes. But interestingly enough, someone else who agrees with that sentiment is one Joy Reid, former talk show host. Now, I don't even know what she's just kind of in her garage or extra bedroom talking to people. But even a broken DEI hire, or clock, sorry, is right twice a day. Joy Reid said something along the trans lines, which is unbelievably agreeable. Watch this.
I would be disturbed. I'm telling you, I would be alarmed. I'm alarmed enough when I see a woman with her dangling boobies. Yeah. If I saw a penis in the ladies' locker room, I would freak out too. This is nothing against trans anybody. What it's saying is, I turn around and I see a penis in front of me inside of the room. Yeah. I would probably go to management and say, wait a minute, why is there a naked man in this room? Because just the world we live in, just from a safety standpoint, and just from a privacy standpoint, so I can see why she would have gone and reported to management. There's a man naked in the bed.
Amen, Joy Reid. Email us, tbt@tbosa.com. I want you to go outside your house right now or go to a window. Check and see if pigs are flying. Or if, you'd like to perform a seance, let me know if hell has frozen over or any of the other things that would need to happen for me to say amen to something that Joy Reid said. But yeah, if you're a woman in a woman's locker room and you see a dingle dong hanging around there, that's going to disturb you. And I know she said, I'm not talking about trans people, but yeah, that is exactly what she's doing. Anyways, that's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Really appreciate tuning in. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. tpt@tbsa.com is the email address. If you would like to confirm or deny whether hell is frozen over or pigs are flying, shoot us an email there. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Big protest out in Charlotte where Charlotte's Web is unfolding.
Well, what would you say to those people out on the street threatening ICE officers all wound up at night?
If you cross the line, you're going to be prosecuted. You slash a tire, you're going to be prosecuted. You impede ICE, you're going to be prosecuted. Pam Bondi's doing a great job. President Trump told me personally months ago, zero tolerance. You break the law, you impede us, you will be prosecuted by the federal government.
After they were apprehended, what do they tell you about that open border?
They're actually furious that Trump is in office right now. They were fully expecting Harris to get in and to continue their operations like normal. They had flooded the border and set up infrastructure using our taxpayer dollars to direct the flow of children to where they wanted them to go. Sponsors that were unvetted, many of them traffickers, many of them predators and pedophiles, and criminal rap sheets a mile long. They were not expecting the Trump administration to get in, seal the border immediately, and start going after these bad actors and hammering down on deportations.
Every time they do this, they achieve more officers are sent to do these operations, more arrests are made, and we flood the zone with more officers. The results of all this foolishness, more arrests, more safety on the street, more ICE officers, they're not going to stop us from doing this. We're going to be there tonight. We're going to be there tomorrow. We're going to be there every day because President Trump made a promise to the American people that we're going to have the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. By the end of the week, we'll be over 600,000 deportation, historic record. And that's just since President Trump's been in office. We're not even counting the first 4 months of the Biden administration during the fiscal year.
We know that the intentional attacks that are coming from the Trump administration and the extreme right in this country has very much been what I call it's an attempt to relitigate the Civil War, right? They have not accepted the results that the North actually won, right? Because if you look at all of the attacks, it's not just black cities. He's going after education, housing, transportation, good paying jobs, and healthcare. Those are literally the 5 demands of descendants of slaves post-Civil War. So it's evident that they are not, committed to actually realizing the full dream of what this country can offer.
Hey, Jonathan Cho here at London's Heathrow Airport for Frontline's Turning Point USA. I just got off the airplane with Ryan Williams, also known as Korean Bacon Guy.
I am proud to be an Islamophobe. There's only one culture that makes women cover their faces so other men don't rape them. Leave the goats alone.
Right as we went through customs, authorities were waiting and they apprehended him.
Ryan, what's going on? What's going on here?
He's now in custody. They wouldn't say exactly why.
Because there's a chance you get arrested for posting stuff like that. Precisely why I want to go back to face arrest voluntarily. I'm going to fight it to the end to get free speech.
He was a staunch critic. Okay. Okay. As you saw, authorities got me as well. I'm being let go. They're now booting me from London's Heathrow Airport. They're not letting me do any type of reports. Ryan Williams, a staunch critic of Islam and mass migration here into the UK, has been taken into custody. He knew this would happen, told his followers on Instagram and social media. I'm going to be reaching out to his attorney. We'll see what happens. We'll see how long he's held. But right now, this is a complicated situation that is still developing as we speak.
My family were in the UK for generations, and we felt abandoned by our government. We felt as if they were protecting the asylum seekers and the migrants over the citizens, the natural-born citizens of the United Kingdom. And as Muslim immigration, Islamic immigration has increased in Europe and the UK, so has the crime rates, so has rapes, murders, molestation of children. It's very dangerous, and unfortunately, their cultures are vastly different to ours. We need to be extremely careful how we tread and integrate Islam into the West, if at all.
And for those of you that are involved in this political fight, I could tell you things might get difficult. You might be called names. There might be protesters. I could tell you that in the midst of all of that, having strong family and friends and having a relationship with God is the most important way to sustain a movement like this.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, and I am joined by Blake Neff, the producer here, our not-so-secret weapon. We actually, before this, had a interview with Megyn Kelly. I encourage you guys to check that out. Both Blake and I did. That was good fun.
Yeah.
It was great.
No, it was good.
It was an honor to be there. I mean, I sat very many early, so our shows are at similar times, right? And so you have to pre-record on certain days, and you have to wait for that schedule to align. But I remember multiple times, setting Charlie up with the interview with Megyn, and very early mornings, so it was an honor to be with Megyn. And then, of course, Megyn and Erica are going to be doing the tour stop in Glendale, Arizona on Saturday. And as a matter of fact, I think Jack's doing it in Bakersfield with Megyn on Thursday.
Nice.
I believe. So today's opening story is going to be Islam versus America. There's a lot of these stories that are kind of coming together all at one time, coalescing. And I thought it was really apropos because, Blake, there's a lot of talk right now online about the fracturing of the right, or that different groups are chipping at each other, and there's just a lot of fracture.
We like to argue always, frankly, but just especially, we'll admit it. The elections in Virginia, New Jersey were challenging. They weren't results we were hoping for, and always after that ends up with some sniping, some blaming, and then there's other stuff that's been going on. We don't even want to name names and dive into it.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stuff Charlie fought so hard against. Charlie, all he's cared about, looking forward, building the coalition, finding the common ground where there was disagreement.
Absolutely.
And we were talking just before this show, what would Charlie be wanting to do right now? And he wouldn't be wallowing in disagreements. He would be thinking, what can unite us? And one of those things he cared so much about uniting us on before his death was, hey guys, one of the problems facing America is this rising tide of Islam.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so what we saw, and I think it's a really important, cultural event, but I think it's a precursor of things that we are probably going to see more of, unfortunately. And that was in Dearborn, Michigan, where you had, let's say, hundreds. I've heard as many as 1,000. I'm not sure on the total numbers. We couldn't verify it. But protesters that came out, they announced that they were going to do this protest on November 10th. And then they said, we're going to do it on November 18th. So they only had like 8 days or so between the announcement and the protest. They went to Dearborn, and there was clashes in the streets yesterday. Apparently there was a J6 prisoner, Jake Lang, who was involved in I think it got more heated as soon as he got involved. But they were just trying to say, hey, listen, this is America. Dearborn is kind of ground zero for It's probably a terrible expression to use when we're talking about the Islamification of America, but it's ground zero for this mass migration that's happening within the West, largely, especially in the UK. You and Charlie visited the UK, and that was one of your largest observations. But now it's happening in Dearborn. And we've got Mamdani as the new mayor in New York. A lot of things are coming together. And then yesterday, Blake, Governor Greg Abbott went on Twitter and said, "Today I designate the Muslim Brotherhood and Council on America-Islamic Relations, CAIR, as foreign terrorist and transnational criminal organizations. This bans them from buying or acquiring land in Texas and authorizes the Attorney General to sue to shut them down." Big moment.
For sure. And, CAIR, it gets brought up. So it is an Islamic advocacy arm in the United States, but it's long had friction where you inevitably get involved with some shady stuff. And so something that actually was just reported yesterday in the New York Post, the California chapter of CAIR, they were cutting $1,000 checks through something called the Champions of Justice Fund. And what those $1,000 checks were going to, among others, were agitators on U.S. college campuses, the ones who were shutting down entire campuses, harassing other students, taking over buildings as part of their anti-Israel protests, which in early 24, which, we'll be frank, frequently spiraled into just outright violent, anti-Semitic, disruptive behavior. And they were getting funded by CAIR. And that gets at the heart of what we've talked about also with Antifa, which is there are these left-wing nonprofit arms whose purpose is to provide ideological cover and financial support for barely legal or just aggressively illegal behavior by their more rank and file individuals. And you have to break these networks up. You can't just have financial subsidies endlessly going to people who are terrorists, terrorist sympathizers, rioters, disruptors, the people who actually aren't winning at the ballot box. And so they impose what they want through the streets and through the courts rather than ever winning an election.
Yeah, well, I mean, CAIR, for, what it's worth, they call themselves a social justice or a civil rights advocacy.
We're a civil rights organization.
Which is, by the way, it's just par for the course. They're going to launder radical Islamic values, ideas, and frankly, people, because they're very in favor of mass migration from Islamic countries to the West. They're going to launder those ideas in left-coded language, right? So they're going to wrap themselves in the ideas and language of the left in order to destabilize the countries. But CAIR has alleged ties to Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood, including funding terror-designated groups. They oppose President Trump's travel restrictions and travel bans in Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0, calling it religious-based discrimination. They had the CAIR's executive director, Nihad Awad, in 2023 expressed joy over the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel. "I was happy to see Palestinians break the siege," was what he said. They promote Sharia-aligned policies in public institutions. So, for example, because we're talking about Texas, look what CAIR has done in Texas. CAIR has advocated for accommodations like halal meals in schools. They've advocated to adjust exam schedules for Islamic holidays, allowing imams to perform marriages.
They do that I think they already do that in New York. I think they get Eid off. That's kind of related to Ramadan.
Yeah, well, yes, exactly. So blue districts, you would assume this, but what Governor Abbott has done in Texas, they're going to get sued. CAIR's going to sue them. Other people are going to sue them. But he has done in Texas, it should be codified by the state legislature. There should be as strong of a political foot forward as you could make, right? Because, governors, executive orders from the president, they're all less firm than when you pass them through legislation, right? They're less reliable, stable. But this is the other thing. Look at CAIR has even modified jail procedures to align with Islamic practices. So the CAIR is a group that Charlie used to say this: Islam is incompatible with the West. And you have to take this from a macro to a micro. On the micro level, you are going to meet nice Muslims, okay? That is not the argument that Charlie made. That is not the argument that we will make on the show. You will sometimes, obviously, meet people that are wonderful people of all backgrounds and walks of life. However, on the macro, Islam is not compatible with the West. And we have clips of Charlie saying these things, by the way, if we want to throw to one of
let's do one of those before the break. Let's do Let's do 190.
The spiritual battle is coming to the West, and the enemies are wokeism or Marxism combining with Islamism to go after what we call the American way of life. And the American way of life is very simple. I want to be able to get married, buy a home, have kids, allow them to ride their bike till the sun goes down, send them to a good school, have a low-crime neighborhood, not to have my kid be taught the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school, while also not having them have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. That's important. We want the American way of life, which is, by the way, Christendom.
Amen.
I never quite got him to leave the T out of Christendom, but such is life, such is life. But that we'll have more on this. But the Muslim call to prayer, once you start hearing it, it's at 4 a.m. and they play it very loudly because they view that as an assertive play to show we are taking over this place. We are terraforming America to resemble the Middle East.
There's
or an
a
Islamic
lot of
country.
videos of them, telegraphing their next moves. So we're going to play those as well. I want to tell you really quickly about our friends over at TikTok. There are things that build communities. That as connection, open dialogue. Charlie and TikTok, they shared in that pursuit, and they did it well. TikTok was one of Charlie's most active platforms. We had billions of views on TikTok. That's why TikTok has built a space where that kind of listening actually happens. People don't just post, they respond, they build on each other's ideas. You'll see a teacher simplifying a tough lesson so it finally clicks, or a gardener sharing a trick that saved their crop. But what matters most isn't the video, it's what comes next. Someone asking a question, someone else answering with a story of their own, and suddenly people who've never met become a community built on curiosity. That is what listening does. It reminds us all that we're not as different as we may think, and that's what makes TikTok so powerful. It's a place where every post can turn into a conversation, and every conversation can make a difference. That's what Charlie believed, and he did it successfully on TikTok. We will be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen. Jesus is alive. He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAB.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're talking about the Islamification of the West and America specifically. So if you have ideas, thoughts, anything about that, please email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, freedom@charliekirk.com. We want to read them to you guys on air. If you send them, do you support the Muslim ban or travel ban? Do you support more aggressive measures to deal with this? So freedom@charliekirk.com. Send us those emails. We are going to read them. But first, I want to tell you guys about YRefi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion, and about $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't even touch. And they're going to work with you in your own financial situation to get you a solution that fits your monthly budget. So they don't care about what your credit is. They don't care about all that history. You can deal with the debt that's piling up on your, statements piling up on your kitchen table. They can help you with it. They're good people, good patriots. They support this show. They support Turning Point USA. So you want to check them out. May not be available in all 50 states, but if it is in your state, you're going to want to check it out. Go to 888, give them a call, 888-YRefi34, 888-YRefi34, or log on to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. So if you are a parent out there and you have your co-borrow on your student's loan, they can help you out. I'm going to welcome back radio. All right, so we mentioned this Dearborn thing. I want to play a couple of these scenes really quick because this was a collision of Christians, right? You can debate whether they were being good Christians or bad, but they culturally represent themselves as Christians versus Muslims in the streets. And it was a collision, there's no doubt. And here's one that was really disturbing to me, obviously, given this is the Charlie Kirk Show. This is a Muslim calls for Christians protesting that they're going to get Charlie Kirked. Play cut 221.
Hey, what's that? He said he hopes Jake gets Charlie Kirk. You hope I get Charlie Kirk? Yeah. You hope he gets killed because you don't like him? What? That's Jake. Yeah, you hope he gets killed because you don't like him? Yeah.
I suppose we'll be hearing that one for a long time, won't we?
Yeah.
Which,
sadly,
you know what? Like, I hate it, but at the same time, there's something satisfying or useful when the mask comes off, when they just admit what they want.
Yeah.
Hopefully people notice.
And you see just, how depraved they are. I totally agree. Here's Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamoud to a resident. You do not belong in this city, Islamophobe. Get out, 225.
Hezbollah, bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel it's quite inappropriate.
You are an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know, as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
Jeez. Good people. And this is what they do. This is what I want to make very clear. Their whole goal is to infiltrate mayor by mayor, elected office by elected office, and then they're going to, essentially their plan is to outbreed. They're going to immigrate and they're going to outbreed Americans and Westerners more broadly. And I want to play this clip, actually. I believe, this is Bridget Gabriel. She's been on the show before with Charlie, and she talks about how successful Muslims were in these past elections. Play cut 220.
42 Muslim candidates won elected office. 42. 76 ran and 42 got elected. So while all eyes were on Mamdani in New York, the Muslims were able to sweep such victories for the first time in American history across at least 9 states, occupying positions.
And last clip I'm going to play in this segment, but this is an Islamic imam explaining how they plan to take over America, and it ties into that last clip. Play cut 222.
Let's work towards a Muslim mayor. Next election that comes in, nominate people for the school board of education. Next election that comes here, nominate people for the local township. Begin the demographics change. People converted. There's a huge conversion going on in this country.
So that's demographic change, mayor by mayor. I mean, this is their plan. It is a conquering. Maybe, Blake, that's the question. Explain why Islam is more than a religion. It's actually a political ideology.
Well, it is. The thing about Islam is, in contrast to Christianity, if you read the Gospels, if you read the early Christians, there can be places that are very Christian, but Jesus doesn't actually talk a lot about how you're supposed to organize a state, how you're supposed to organize a government. It is mostly about individuals or faith communities. Mm-hmm. Islam from the start is political. Muhammad is the political leader of the first Muslims. They have the concept of a caliph who is a political leader of all Muslims. Islam has, from the very beginning, specific rules. How should an Islamic state be organized? And what this means is you have far more explicit rules of this is what you should endeavor to do in your country. That is what Sharia is. Sharia means Islamic, like law according to Islamic principles. Islam, if you are a devout Muslim, you are explicitly required to pursue those laws. And so if you're a good Muslim, you are going to be saying we should pursue Sharia. They might disagree about exactly what it is, but there's no tension like there would be with Christianity. Like with Christianity, we would have a lot of reasons to say, oh, you can't compel certain things on everybody, or there's just no obvious way you're supposed to set up a Christian state. But with Islam, no such tension exists. You are in fact supposed to set up an Islamic government. You're supposed to impose special taxes on people who are not Muslims. I think they're even supposed to like dress differently. And there's all of these things. And so there's this vast history for Muslims to view, I am part of, and also it was a conquest thing from the beginning, that the faith was created and rapidly conquered the area around it to spread Islam. So they have an entire history of, we can expand, we can take over an area, and then we can impose Islamic law, Islamic norms on that place. In the past, they did it with actual warfare. We are now in the 21st century, and they are very aware it can be done demographically. You'll have Islamic thinkers in their own private, sermons and podcasts, they will say, we are going to conquer the West with our wombs. That's the wording they'll use.
Mm-hmm. And they say that West is a woman to be mounted. This is very much their intention, and we better wake up to it. Stop being distracted by all the infighting or all the shiny little stories that run by. This is the main story. We'll be right back with Sager and Jetty.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
And you see what's happening out there. They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front.
It is the one time of year that Birch Gold gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right, for Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, the Birch Gold Group will send free gold to your home for every $20,000 you purchase. Gold started this year off around $2,600 an ounce. By October, it was well over $4,000 an ounce. Why, you ask? Well, you can blame global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars, and central banks have been pulling away from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency. Military tension also continues to build. Gold tends to thrive in times of uncertainty like what we're dealing with now. If you're looking to diversify your savings, the Birch Gold Group can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, get free gold with a qualifying purchase. In order to start the process, just text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your eligibility plus a free information kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with purchases ends on November 30th. So don't wait. Instead, grab your phone now and text the word America to the number 989898 for full details. Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump has been busy over the last couple of days entertaining Saudi guests. He, of course, hosted Saudi Arabia's crown prince at the White House yesterday, and today he spoke with Saudi investors.
Tariffs have been, frankly, the best thing that's ever happened to our country. They've always been used against us, and we never had people that were smart enough to use them in the opposite direction. But now you do, and we have taken in trillions of dollars, and it's been absolutely amazing. We're going to be doing a dividend to the people, low and middle income, moderate income people, of at least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt very substantially. It's the kind of money we're taking in. And really, countries that took advantage of us are no longer taking advantage of us.
Saudi Arabia, by the way, has committed to invest about $1 trillion in the U.S. economy.
Working radio show in the business, The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, I'm going to tell you about TikTok here. Connection and open dialogue. These are the things that build communities. Charlie and TikTok always shared in that belief. That's why TikTok has built a space where that kind of listening actually happens. People don't just post, they respond. They build on each other's ideas. You'll see a teacher simplifying a tough lesson so it finally clicks, or a gardener sharing a trick that saved their crop. But what matters most isn't the video, it's what comes next. And that's somebody posts. They post their own thought. They go back and forth with people. And suddenly people who've never met become a community built on curiosity. When people listen and understand, a shift happens. Walls come down, ideas travel further, and connection takes their place. So check out TikTok. That's where connections are happening. It's very powerful. Charlie did billions and billions of views there, made lots of connections, built a real community. I'm excited about our next guest. We actually tried to do this yesterday and ran into weather disruptions and power outages here in Phoenix. And that's Sagar Enjeti, host of Breaking Points, a really popular show. And Sagar is a really you're welcome. Welcome to the show, Sagar.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
You are a contrarian thinker on a lot of topics, I think, and you always make it interesting, whether that's daylight savings time or, in this case, property taxes. And you and Blake, I think, are of the same mind here. What is your take on this push in Florida to eliminate property taxes?
Yeah, first of all, just thank you guys for having me. My first time joining the program since Charlie's passing. I just want to commend you both for the job that you guys are doing. And I'm very, very sorry that Charlie and I never got to have the fight about daylight savings time that we were once promised. So RIP Charlie, we will one day be able to have that. But on property tax in general, there's been a new push by Governor DeSantis. This is picking up on quite a few red states, Governor Abbott and others in Texas, pushing explicitly to either abolish property tax or, in a more objectionable case, in my opinion, specifically carve out property tax exemptions for older homeowners. And something that I'm really passionate about is defending the very idea of property tax very specifically, while also being able to critique individual school districts, because I believe that it's very important to preserve the local connection of the taxpayer to the community. And one of my more recent objections right now specifically is that it actually centralizes control of education, of police, public services, and others at the state and the federal level. And if you really think back to the founding of our republic, property tax is in many ways the most American tax that exists. 14 out of the 15 colonies had property taxes by 1796. Thomas Jefferson actually believed that property tax was the most righteous tax that could exist here in the United States. And so I'm concerned more specifically at a very high level that this is largely a giveaway to the wealthy landowner class, which, yes, also disproportionately happens to be much older, and that it is not one that prioritizes younger families, turnover, and other healthy elements of a housing market, which remains, as you guys know, as Charlie knew as well, one of the central pain points for the burgeoning American family. And if we care about families, caring about housing, housing policy, school district funding is something that we all really need to think very deeply about. And I just think this goes in the wrong direction.
Yeah, so I just want to say, we always invite response from our listeners, freedom@charliekirk.com. And I will say, the discussions we've had on this topic have been volcanic. We've gotten a ton of emails about it, and I'll be frank, they are mostly hostile to you and me, Sager. That a lot of people, and we got a lot of very authentic stories. People talking about how they had to work and save their entire lives to be able to their homes, or how they are there are seniors who are economically struggling right now and they feel singled out, and it's really bad. And I don't want to downplay any of those things. And I want to emphasize, we are not engaging in generational warfare on the old. I am not advocating dispossess the old. We're not saying the old are villains, but what we have to recognize is, if we're going to change our tax system to make American life more affordable, that's the goal of this. The goal is fighting for affordability. We have to think who benefits most, and also who is actually hurting the most in America. And what Sagar, is Charlie talked about this all the time. The people who are in the most dire situation in America are the young. They feel like they have no path forward to what their parents and grandparents had access to. And as a result, they're becoming very radical on the left and on the right in many cases. And so I think it would be disastrous for us to pursue a tax policy of just abolishing property tax when it is almost certain that this will mean raising the tax burden that is paid by young working families, because the offset to this is almost inevitably going to be higher income taxes or higher sales taxes. It's like a balloon. You squeeze the balloon somewhere and it will expand elsewhere. And so we have to think, where is that balloon going to expand?
Right. And let me just back up. Let's talk about Florida specifically, right? So the Florida Policy Institute, estimates there's some 1.5 million Floridians who live in school districts where actually 50% of their funding, over 50% of that funding, comes specifically from the homestead property tax. That's about 5% of the Floridian population, but you have some $18.5 billion in shortfall that an exemption of homestead property tax would happen. Now, as Blake said, inevitably, especially in a state like Florida, where you have no income tax, the money is going to have to be made up from somewhere else. So that could impose like a tourist tax. If you guys have ever stayed in Florida, different rates for hotel rooms if you're a Florida resident. If you're not, and of course, it's not like the Disney vacation for a family member is already not exorbitantly expensive. But secondary to that is it will almost certainly have to be made up in some other form. Sales tax is usually the way that this goes about. And, one of the reasons I'm really passionate about this is I grew up in the home state of Texas, and I think it's really important to say that one of the things I'm proud of is that so many Americans who live in unaffordable hellholes like where I am here in the DMV, where childcare is $150,000 a year on average, actually literally where I live, where the median home values are well over $1 million. I think that's disastrous. I think it's the most anti-family place in the world. The median home buyer around here is some 40 or 50 years old. I'm very proud people are moving to my home state of Texas to raise families for affordable housing. But what recently happened is what we took is that family dream, and instead we basically pass off the societal compact. We're all in this together. The silent generation paid property taxes for boomers whenever their children were going to school, and now by abdicating that responsibility and explicitly trying to take school taxes out of seniors, and I understand, about the cost of living increase, et cetera, for Social Security not necessarily keeping up, but it is important to note that this idea about so-called fixed income is one that actually does apply across the entire income spectrum. Blake, I thought you made a really excellent point on the show earlier, where when a young person who lives anywhere and sees a 30 to 40% increase in their rental income, the median conservative argument to that is, well, I'm sorry, the free market has consequences and you're simply going to have to move. And, the point about the societal compact is when we also start to talk about Medicare and Social Security and the entitlement funding, which currently is being outflowed, being paid for by the younger generation. I just think it's important for that compact that we all explicitly pay into and support the system. And I don't think there's anything more important than supporting younger families right now who, as Blake said, ultimately tax policy is a zero-sum game. Like, the funding does need to come from somewhere. And largely, the vast majority of Americans live in states right now where they have they have exemptions for older homeowners, and increasingly pass the buck to the younger homeowner, the younger family who is having a lot of difficulty making ends meet right now. And that is my singular mission, if there is one, is to try and to advocate for policy which will actually make it easier for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is, I think everybody's heart is in the right place. We want more families. We want more marriages. We want to restore the social compact for Gen Z. My one pushback here is, and I want to, I was not aware that Thomas Jefferson said it was the most righteous of all the taxes. One of
the most righteous. Yeah.
One of them. Please explain why, if you know, why he said that, what his rationale was for that.
Sure.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, at the time of the colonies, it's very important to remember, and you guys discussed this as well, the idea of a general income tax or a capital gains tax or any of these other taxes was anathema. Really, a lot of it was alcohol taxes, like a Pigouvian sin tax. It was tariffs, and it was property tax. Property owners were the only ones who could vote at that time. But very importantly, it was seen as a way, as the property owner themselves is benefiting from the social benefit of what it would pay for, let's say from the mail system to eventually evolved into cops, into schools. And that's why 14 out of the 15 colonies by 1796 had a property tax on the books. In fact, there used to be something called a general property tax, which we don't even have anymore. And so I really do understand how difficult it can be, when you look at your mortgage, and especially with the so-called reassessments of home values. And more importantly, people saying, I don't feel like I'm getting enough for my property tax. But my real message to you is you have the ability to change that on a level more than any other. I mean, if you live in the state of Florida, there's millions of people who live in the state of Florida. Realistically, your ability to campaign and to change policy at the state level is very low. And, issues that you guys have talked about here on the show, one reason why parents felt so much courage to come and speak up, let's say against critical race theory or transgenderism, was because, as taxpayers, we pay into this. We're directly funding it, and we have that access. And by removing that, you actually really do remove the social compact between the parent and the locality and the ability to influence turnover and ultimately to govern our own destiny, which is what local government really is all about. From our police force, from electing sheriff, so much of this is actually baked deeply into the American spirit. And so, long way to answer your question is it was about localism, and it was fundamentally about community, and it was seen as both a way to raise revenue, but also to turn people into good citizens and to recognize the ability for us to influence where those policies can, which direction they could go.
Well, I want to flag this only because we did get an email recently pointing this out from Heather in Florida, who says there are proposals where it would eliminate the ad valorem property tax except for school funding, which might be, I think it'd probably be a superior way, other than the fact that, obviously our public school funding is one of the most wasteful things we have.
But I have another historical question for you, Sagar. I'm curious because, we're talking about, the landed gentry were the only ones that could vote back at America's founding. Was it just a property tax on like working farms and productive pieces of land that made a revenue, or was it actually a property tax on, if you owned a home in a township somewhere?
So it was colony by colony, and it was also what Blake is saying is about the general property tax. So it wasn't just necessarily on that; it was also on the amount of stuff that you actually owned, and its overall assessed value. But it was variable and different a little bit. And from some of the reading that I have done, I do think it's important though to address that point and to where we're talking about, today, which is one of the reasons why I think this is really important is because the home ownership class largely is, on the older side of the spectrum. And one of the things that I think all of us on this show are trying to get into is how can we make it so that younger families can afford homes. And so ultimately, when we have so many policy proposals, which largely are going to benefit some of the older Americans, which are, rapidly appreciated their own housing stock, which, if you look at their stock portfolios or overall wealth generation, we should also be looking perhaps at inverse proposals. Let's say, if we're going to, let's say, give exemptions or others, then we need to look at where does it encourage, let's say, a first-time home buyer and others. And I think, unfortunately, like I said, in my home state of Texas, we're going in the opposite direction.
No, I think this is a really important conversation. We're going to keep having it on the other side of the break here because, my heart does go out for fixed income seniors that have seen their property values go through the roof and especially since COVID, and their properties are getting reassessed and the bill keeps piling up. But Blake has counters to that. I know that. First, I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. There's a lot of choices for your cell phone wireless providers. Well, I'm going to keep doing this one. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main networks. Or you could do what I do, and I have I have a dual SIM, so I have two networks on my phone. I never am without service, it seems. So don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in minutes. Keep your phone, keep your number, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take your call. 972-PATRIOT, 972-PATRIOT, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own person.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I love this tweet from you, Sager. You go, property tax is the only issue aside from weed that I have received as much hate for. This is absolute confirmation I am over the target. I think that's been your experience too, Blake?
I mean, I want to be as charitable as possible because I know we have 350 million people in this country. Plenty of people have a lot of challenges, and we should always avoid any hateful warfare that stereotypes everyone as, all the same. And so it's easy to say like, oh, rich boomers living it up and wanting to go on cruises. I know a lot of people are not doing that. We're getting emails from them where they talk about how hard it is. But we have to avoid generational warfare the other way. And I always want to emphasize, if you're going to just abolish or radically cut property taxes or make special carve-outs, if you're not actually attacking government spending directly, that bill is going to be paid another way, and someone's going to pay that price. And that's attacking them just as much.
Yeah, well, and Sager, I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that, because I'm actually in favor of maybe some ideas where when somebody retires, and maybe it's means tested, maybe we freeze it at a certain rate or something like that. And we'll discuss on the other side when we welcome back National Radio in 2 seconds. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have Sager and Jetty, the host of Breaking Points. Follow on X. It's a good follow, I have to say. I often check in. I want to see the contrarian thought. It's really good, thought-provoking stuff. It's a really good follow. I want to throw a graphic up here just to kind of underscore the point that you guys are making. And this is from Fortune Magazine, 159. It's the age distribution of home buyers and sellers by generation. So you see that weighted really high up at the old boomer, young boomer, and old Xer. Those are the three biggest. Meanwhile, millennials and Gen Zers are lagging far behind. And then there's also this. It's a visual, another one, 163. It shows that boomers make up 50% of the wealth in the country. And then you see those small little slivers of pies for millennials, and frankly, Gen Xers are lagging pretty far behind. Now, I understand boomers are a larger generation, but these are kind of the thoughts that we're exploring, and we're saying, hey, listen, let's give some for Gen Z, or we're going to have a dramatic political revolution in this country, and you're going to get Mamdaniism all over the place. So we got to find a solution. We got to find a solution. So how about this as a middle ground? If you retire at 65 and you're on fixed income, and it's based on your ability, your income level or whatever, your wealth level, you could freeze it at a certain level, because we are seeing dramatic spikes, maybe not currently this year, but especially after COVID, we saw property values shoot up. We saw reassessments shoot up the amount of property tax elderly on fixed income had to pay. Why can't we find some middle ground there? Or is that the wrong approach?
It's just a little tough, Andrew, because the presumption behind that is that the younger family can also simply just absorb that in there, where, when we're talking about who actually does get automatic inflation adjusted income, if just to speak quite frankly, it's people who are on Social Security. People on Social Security get the automatic cost of living adjustment, including, by the way, they just got from the One Big Beautiful Bill, 88% of Social Security recipients will now also get it tax free. So in terms of the amount of money, specifically state directed money, what you're getting at is that those people actually have much better ability, because of their automatic inflation adjusted tax-free income, to absorb some of the shock that comes, while a younger family, technically can go out there and make more money. But of course, it's very, very difficult in today's job market as well, especially if we look at the wages that track overall inflation, even including CPI inflation. In general, I'm not really for some stuff like that, because we've seen the way that it's played out, let's say, in the state of California, one of the most unaffordable housing markets on the planet, which of course has those frozen property tax rates from the time that people buy, which leads to highly variable problems in the amount that people are paying, very different neighborhoods depending on when you bought, and has explicitly been proven statistically to actually lock a lot of people in housing stock. And I know that can sound a little bit dystopian, but the thing is what Blake and I are trying to say is, look, nobody is advocating for anybody being kicked out of a house, but we are accepting market realities where, yes, with large assessment has also, frankly, quite largely increased your own personal wealth. And if we we look at the history of the United States of America and really at the family unit all across the world, downsizing is just simply one of the facts of life. In many societies across the world, it actually would be viewed at, extremely strange. This idea of, living in large, not palatial home, but even a 3 or a 4 bedroom multi-generational housing is viewed much more, as practical and a solution for avoiding having to put people in elderly homes. And that's simply, part of an American characteristic. But more importantly, what I am trying to do beyond even the specifics that you're trying to lay out is let's not go far in the point of the way that we did with entitlements, which has led to a lot of the way that we are right here. If we abolish property tax, well, we're not going to get rid of schools. We're not going to get rid of police. There has to be other funding vehicles. And especially in states like Florida and Texas, which pride themselves as pro-family states, that's going to have to probably come in the form of a highly regressive sales tax or some other tax which is almost certain to hit the worker and the younger family member, as well as not increasing the amount of housing stock. And so we have to accept certain market realities and others that currently exist in the way that our housing market works and the way that all of these things are funded. And we have to design it so that all of us together can prosper. And you're right, Zoran Mamdani, rent control in a lot of ways is the inverse of rent control, and rent price fixing specifically is the inverse of property tax abolishment, something I'm going to borrow there from Blake. And I think people who are conservative can rightfully ridicule that while not recognizing their own impetus to want that same thing when it benefits themselves.
All right, 20 seconds. Give us your coordinates. How do people follow you, track you, listen to your show, all the things?
Breaking Points on YouTube, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, eSauger on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, wherever you can find me on social media. Thank you guys for having me. Really appreciate it.
I want to emphasize, because it created such a passionate reaction, we are not pursuing generational warfare. We're not attacking anyone who owns a home, anyone who's retired. We are reminding people we are all in a country and we have people who have the biggest problems, which are young people, and this would ignite generational warfare to pursue this. And I think we shouldn't do that, and I think Charlie would tell us not to do that.
More debate on this soon. Hour 2 coming up.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
I know, see what's happening out there. They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front.
It is the one time of year that Birch Gold gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right, for Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, the Birch Gold Group will send free gold to your home for every $20,000 you purchase. Gold started this year off around $2,600 an ounce. By October, it was well over $4,000 an ounce. Why, you ask? Well, you can blame global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars, and central banks have been pulling away from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency. Military tension also continues to build. Gold tends to thrive in times of uncertainty like what we're dealing with now. If you're looking to diversify your savings, the Birch Gold Group can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, get free gold with a qualifying purchase. In order to start the process, just text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your eligibility plus a free information kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with purchases ends on November 30th. So don't wait. Instead, grab your phone now and text the word America to the number 989898 for full details. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks for being here with us. President Trump continuing to make headlines this morning after securing $1 trillion in investments from Saudi Arabia. He met with the Saudi Crown Prince at the White House on Tuesday. He followed that meeting up this morning by meeting with Saudi investors.
9 months ago, our country was dead. But now America is the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country. I don't care what country you're with. America is the hottest country considered. And we did this in a period of 9 months. We're a little longer than that, but it took me about 2 weeks to get started. We're rewarding those who build and create, invent, and invest in the USA. And you know, our big, I call it the great, big, beautiful bill. It's the biggest bill ever passed in the history of Congress. And Scott and I and all of us, we sat down and we said, let's do it, along with the Speaker and John Thune and everybody, said, let's do it all in one bill. And a lot of people were they said, you'll never get it approved. And we didn't have a huge majority. We had a huge presidential win. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But the one thing, we won one, it's called districts. The country has districts, and we won in terms of districts 2,750 to 550. And that's the most, that's why when you see the map of the election, it's the whole country, it's all red. And it's pretty amazing. 2 little blue streaks on the right and on the left, and they're very little and getting smaller. But it's been, it's been pretty amazing. But in 4 long years, Joe Biden secured less than $1 trillion. In 9 short months, I've secured $18 trillion to rebuild our factories, create hundreds of thousands of jobs, and bring back those beautiful words, made in America. So think of that.
Also happening today, President Trump expected to sign a bill forcing the Department of Justice to release all of the Jeffrey Epstein case files. The measure passed in the U.S. House with just one lawmaker, voting against it. The Senate almost immediately decided to send that petition to President Trump's desk to be signed and enacted. For years, survivors of Epstein's abuse have been pushing for accountability. Many now hope the release of the documents will be another step towards outing Epstein's high-profile associates who were involved in the abuse and potentially even bringing some of them to justice. However, under the legislation, personally identifying information likely will be redacted, but everything else should be released. New Orleans is scheduled to become the next city to see an immigration crackdown. About 250 Border Patrol agents are set to descend on the city in the coming weeks as part of Operation Swamp Sweep. The goal is to arrest some 5,000 people across Louisiana and Mississippi. It's all set to get underway starting December 1st, with agents reportedly arriving as soon as tomorrow to begin staging equipment and vehicles. The FBI's field office in New Orleans, along with a naval base just south of the city, will be used as staging areas and command posts. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
I don't see what's happening out there. They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, Hour 2 getting underway. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show with Blake Neff here in studio, and I'm excited about our next guest. That is Byron Donalds, congressman from Florida, and also candidate for governor of the great state of Florida. So we're honored to have him join us. Congressman, next governor of Florida, welcome to the show.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Honestly.
Yeah, I just realized it's your first time back to the show. So please, the floor is yours, Congressman.
Honestly, man, we really miss Charlie. We really, really miss him. But it's good to be back with everybody. I'm excited to talk about, whatever you want to talk about. Let's open it up and let's just go.
I love that. Well, listen, we brought you on because we saw you were doing some great work with your son, who's taken a courageous step and Turning Point, and you've been speaking at our Turning Point events on the local level, and it's amazing. So let's start there, and this is clip 195.
The number one reason I believe that young people are frustrated is because you followed the advice that they told my generation. Just go to college and it's all going to work out. And I had peers who got the degree and they went into the workforce and realized that the degree did not have the value that they told us it would.
Yeah, and that you speak, I believe, because I think you've done a few different events, but this is Truman State University, is that right, Byron?
I think that one was at University of Florida. Okay. The one that was at Truman State. I think we're going through all the clips and stuff. We're going to be releasing that stuff soon as well.
Yeah. So your son Darren is VP of the new Turning Point chapter at Truman State. So shout out to Darren. What an amazing young son you have, and what a way to honor Charlie in this really tangible way. For you to go out there and support it, Congressman, it means a lot to us. And when I saw those clips going around social media, I was like, we got to get Byron back on.
Yeah. So here's what happened. It was maybe 2-3 weeks, after Charlie was assassinated, and my son texted us, and he was just like, how do we start a Turning Point chapter? And so, my wife was sending him links. You can go here, you can go here. And what happened was, I think there were several students on campus that were all thinking the same thing. They all got together, started this chapter. So we were actually planning to just go out and visit him and see him. He plays basketball out there. He's a freshman on the basketball team at Truman State. And so we were just planning to go visit him. And he asked, would I speak to the Turning Point Club? And I said, of course, I'll do it. And then it turned from just talking to the club members to they had to move the venue into the biggest auditorium on campus. So it was a great event, great evening, got a chance to talk to a lot of young people, hear directly from them, and they do have concerns. And I think it's really important what Charlie started and his legacy is reaching young people for common sense conservative policy and values and Western civilization. As long as we can continue that effort and that focus of making sure young people understand the policies and the value sets that make America the greatest country in the world, there'll be no stopping us.
Yeah, that's well said, Congressman. And you are, of course, running for governor of the great state of Florida. And just before you joined, we had Saagar Enjeti talking about an issue that's germane to Florida. Obviously, the conversation about property taxes. Now, I want to brief you because you probably missed it. Blake is anti getting rid of them. I am much more sympathetic because there's a part of me that's kind of
our viewers are very in favor of getting rid of it. Yeah. I am. It's me against the tidal wave on this one.
Right. So Blake thinks it's a sort of boomer populism or something. Maybe not. That's a blunt way to say it.
I think I don't want to because people are getting so mad. I don't want to emphasize it necessarily helping the older people. I want to emphasize I think it's bad for younger people.
All right, so
that's a more winning way. I don't know.
But I think of it as like, listen, you work your whole life, you buy a piece of property, but you never really own it. You're just constantly renting it from the government. That's my instinct. It's like, I want to work my whole life and own something. Now, where do you fall on this issue, Congressman?
Well, actually, my view is, one, we should eliminate homestead property taxes. I agree with Governor DeSantis. I do agree with the philosophical point that you shouldn't have to essentially have to pay a lease or a fee to the government for you to be able to keep your property. And I do fundamentally agree with that from a philosophical standpoint. I think in terms of where we are in Florida, look, I think we're going to go down the line of repealing homestead property taxes. The governor is adamant about this. I think what we need to see now is the governor's full plan. I know he's working on that now. I think his full plan being given to the people of Florida is going to be critical for this to go from something that is an idea, something that should be accomplished, to actually being implemented. Because we're going to have to go through a couple of things. How are we going to fund sheriffs and sheriff deputies and police officers? How are we going to pay firefighters, road construction, road maintenance? These are the things that local governments do pay for. So how are we going to make sure those things don't get disturbed? That's number one. And we go from there. So I support it. I do support repealing homestead property taxes. I agree that people should not have to pay a fee to the government just for the privilege of being able to keep their home. But there are key services that local governments provide. We want to make sure that that funding is there.
Yeah, my take is if there's a smart way to do it where you're not hollowing out your education system, your fire department, and not shift the tax burden to younger families that are trying to get started. I mean, that's one of the benefits of Florida. You can start a family there. You can believe that the public school system is going to not be indoctrinating your kid. I mean, that's the appeal, right? If you want to start a family, states like Texas and Florida are the places you want to go. So,
real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. And I think this is important because we want to talk about young people. The reason why I think a repeal of homestead property taxes helps first-time home buyers is because when you go to buy a home, you're not just paying the sticker costs. You also have to pay the closing costs associated with buying it. When you go through closing on a piece of property, especially on a home, you have to escrow, pay up front a year's worth of property taxes. And so depending on what you're buying, that's several $1,000s. So it actually, in my opinion, helps young people people acquire that first home because it decreases the cost, it decreases closing costs because you're not having to escrow taxes for acquiring the property. So that's where I think that a repeal of property taxes for homesteaded property does actually help young people get into the game of home ownership.
How about, I think something that there's more unity on is a way you can lower housing prices across the board is just build more houses overall.
Yes.
And Florida
yes,
overall
100%.
has been good at that long term, but I know there are rising costs there now. So how about we look at what's the plan there? How do you make sure Florida's had a ton of people moving there? How do you make sure that they can be building houses both for the new arrivals and for the children of people who've been living there their whole lives?
Well, let me talk about Florida specifically. The first thing is we have to really streamline the permitting and planning processes in our state. Right now in Florida, if you're going to build a single family home, it takes anywhere from 18 months to 2.5 years of permitting before you can put a shovel in the ground. So you have just dead time in these projects, and this dead time where you're going through permitting is not free. That adds to the cost of constructing the home, and that's paid by the consumer. It also delays the ability to actually build housing at scale so that you see prices overall come down. One of the reasons why our property values increase so rapidly in Florida is because during COVID-19, when, by the way, Governor DeSantis did the best job in America of leading our state. He was the best. It wasn't close. But what happened is so many people chose Florida, but we didn't have the housing stock to meet the demand. So prices went up. And so it's a supply and demand like how it works anywhere else. So what we do have to do is build the necessary housing as efficiently as possible so you have more housing stock on the market. That stabilizes housing prices. It could even reduce it in some areas. And that's another way to open up home ownership for young people. On Capitol Hill, we got to get rid of these stupid regulations around housing and also these dumb regulations around procuring raw materials, because that increases the material costs that goes directly into construction, which goes directly into the cost of the home. And some of the Green New Deal weatherization stuff on homes that has made home construction more expensive, it's a problem too.
Hitting that break, we could keep talking for a whole lot longer, Congressman. Thank you for joining. We're going to hit a radio break. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/Rav.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where truth lives.
Man, that was great seeing Byron Donalds again. It had been a while. And we could have kept talking for a long time, actually, about property tax, running a state. We had Epstein files we were going to get to. We had a bunch on the docket with him, so we'll have him on again soon to get to all of that. But first, I'm going to tell you about our friends over at YRefi. They are phenomenal patriots. When I say they're phenomenal patriots, they are some of the best, most loyal people you can imagine that run that company, and it filters into the way they do business. So if you find yourself in a situation where you have private student loans that are either distressed or defaulted, they can help you. They will help you when other people will not. With loans, other people won't even touch. They don't care what your credit score is. They don't care if you even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times. You could do so without penalty. So you don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. YRefi is going to be there to help. So give them a call, 888-YRefi34. That's 888-YRefi34. Or log on to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states, but if they are available in your state, you're going to want to check them out. We love those guys. All right, Blake, in the next segment, we are going to hit what apparently is like causing quite a kerfuffle, a stir online. And this is viral video. They're saying it's viral. I guess it qualifies as viral. 6 Democrats urge military members to refuse illegal orders. Pete Hegseth obviously had to respond because this was Senator Slotkin. Who else? It was Senator Slotkin. I think it was posted on her video or her X account. And there was also the senator from Arizona and some congressmen. So we're going to get into that in the next segment, but it is disturbing. I think what they're talking about, let's just be honest, is blowing up cartel boats and National Guard. I mean, that's got to be what they're talking about. We will have that in the next segment on radio, and then in the second half of the hour, we're going to welcome 2 chapter presidents from Turning Point. People seem to love those segments, so we're going to have them at the second half of the hour. We'll be right back with National Radio in 2 seconds. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Blake, there is a video now posted to Senator Slotkin's X feed of lawmakers telling the military to defy illegal orders. And this is causing quite a stir. Let's go ahead and play it. Cut 235.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army,
or Navy, the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans. Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Don't give up the ship.
The music.
Is there a longer form of it's all very vague, which is probably intentional.
Intentional.
But yeah, I guess the intent, it takes me back to a very dark moment in 2020. It was when all the riots were happening and Trump was talking, I might send the Guard into cities to restore orders. When the looting starts, the shooting starts, I believe he said. And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, I think it was Milley at the time, he released a letter to the armed forces that was eventually either leaked or published that said, basically, we're going to remind everyone that the military is the guardian of our Constitution and the freedom of speech and the right to protest. And nothing eventually came of that. But I had the very dark thought that what he was laying the groundwork for, it was 2020, everyone was losing their minds, was Trump was going to say, go in and restore order in D.C. or in Minneapolis, And they were going to refuse. They were going to say, we're not going to do that. We're going to side with the rioters. And you basically have a revolutionary moment, a constitutional crisis, a coup d'etat. And you kind of get the feeling they're trying to set that up here, that they want to have the military just start openly defying President Trump's orders as commander-in-chief. And that is a very dark constitutional Rubicon to cross.
You do not want to cross that at all. And I think that's why they were being so vague. I think they knew.
Yes.
I think they knew that they were being provocative enough. They were going to get their viral moment.
Exactly. And, because there's all defensive ways. Of course, you don't follow illegal orders. If he orders you to commit a war crime, you're not supposed to do that. But it is not a war crime to secure America's borders. It is not a war crime to protect Americans from crime. It is not a war crime to deport people illegally in this country. Thank you very much. And they're deliberately trying to muddle those concepts to further the idea that it's okay to just flout and defy laws they don't like. I mean, we see that with Mamdani in New York, where I think just the other day he was saying, yes, we follow international law, so if Netanyahu visits New York, I'm going to arrest him. But we don't follow U.S. federal law, where if you enter this country illegally as an invader, you get sent home.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point. They're willing to flout our own domestic laws because they actually hate this country. Lawmakers appearing in this video include Senator Slotkin from Michigan, Senator Mark Kelly from this state in Arizona, Representative Chris DeLuzio from Pennsylvania, Rep. Maggie Goodlander from New Hampshire, Rep. Chrissy Houlihan from Pennsylvania, and Rep. Jason Crow. So you can refute. They basically, the video is them reciting this version of the line. You can refuse illegal orders. You must refuse illegal orders. And it's again, they're vague, but we're assuming they're talking about, these cartel boats that apparently have drugs, laden with drugs, coming to the United States in international waters. I'm not sure what number we're up to, but they've blown up a number of these boats.
Yeah, they have.
And it's controversial. Even guys like Rand Paul.
I acknowledge it's risky. Like, it's very bad, extremely bad. The first time this goes awry and you blow up, a fisherman's boat,
sure.
Some guy who decided to cruise the Caribbean in a manner resembling drug boat. It's very risky to do this. We saw that in the Middle East, where we had those signature strikes, they'd call them, where anyone, a group of, they look like, 18 to 30-year-old men in a group, and we'll just kind of presumptively label them terrorists.
Yeah.
And we blew up people, not even just in Afghanistan. We're doing that in Yemen. We were doing that in Syria. And were most of them probably what we were going for? Yeah. But were all of them? No.
Well, yeah. But listen, I am very in favor of that policy, because I think there's probably really good intel on most of these, but you're right. We have to be.
And we don't know all
when in doubt, probably don't.
So far, they seem to have all been extremely on point, because we know it's not.
To your point, though, the other thing that they're probably railing against is deportations and the National Guard being in some of these blue cities. Now, we've seen Memphis, Chicago, D.C., when the National Guard is present, when they ramp up deportations, crime is dropping precipitously.
And what's funny is they don't even need to do much. Like the National Guard, if you've been to D.C., they are mostly just sort of standing around in high visibility areas. Yet even that bare minimum effort of showing you care is actually lowering crime. It's incredible.
It's not just low; it's like falling.
You just have to show you mean it.
Yes, and that's my point with these boats, these strikes on boats in the Caribbean. You mean business, and the cartels are going to take notice.
It's not that you're going to blow up hundreds of boats. It's that you'll blow up 5 and the boats will go away.
And you don't know which boat might get blown up, so you're not going to set off with a bunch of drugs heading to the mainland. Next up, we have Dino Fantagrassi and Brady Salmon, 2 chapter presidents from Turning Point USA. Don't go anywhere.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
It is the one time of year that Birch Gold gives away free gold with every qualifying purchase. That's right, for Black Friday, when you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold, the Birch Gold Group will send free gold to your home for every $20,000 you purchase. Gold started this year off around $2,600 an ounce. By October, it was well over $4,000 an ounce. Why, you ask? Well, you can blame global uncertainty. 2025 has been defined by trade wars, and central banks have been pulling away from the U.S. dollar as the global reserve currency. Military tension also continues to build. Gold tends to thrive in times of uncertainty like what we're dealing with now. If you're looking to diversify your savings, the Birch Gold Group can help you. Plus, now through November 30th, get free gold with a qualifying purchase. In order to start the process, just text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your eligibility plus a free information kit on gold. But your opportunity for free gold with purchases ends on November 30th. So don't wait. Instead, grab your phone now and text the word America to the number 989898 for full details. Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump has been busy over the last couple of days entertaining Saudi guests. He, of course, hosted Saudi Arabia's crown prince at the White House yesterday, and today he spoke with Saudi investors.
Tariffs have been, frankly, the best thing that's ever happened to our country. They've always been used against us, and we never had people that were smart enough to use them in the opposite direction. But now you do, and we have taken in trillions of dollars, and it's been absolutely amazing. We're going to be doing a dividend to the people, low and middle income, moderate income people, of at least $2,000. In addition to that, we'll be paying down debt very substantially. It's the kind of money we're taking in. And really, countries that took advantage of us are no longer taking advantage of us.
Saudi Arabia, by the way, has committed to invest about $1 trillion in the U.S. economy.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right. Many of us are hopeful about the direction the country is headed, but after years of abuse and mismanagement, there's no doubt things could go sideways at any point. That's why it's important that you are prepared for such a time as that. Hopefully it never happens, but you got to be prepared. That's why I have worked with the folks at My Patriot Supply to make sure that I have food stored in my home in case of an emergency. Storing food in your home is the right thing to do because we are living in crazy times, which explains why their business has been shooting through the roof. Right now, you can get ready with a 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. It comes with delicious foods like creamy stroganoff, honey wheat bread, and mushroom rice pilaf. The entire kit offers over 2,000 calories a day, and they last up to 25 years, flood-proof, all kinds of crazy things. Who knows what the country will look like then, but at least you will be prepared. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. That's mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk now to order your 3-month emergency food kit from My Patriot Supply. Go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. All right. People love these segments when we do them. They want to hear from the kids themselves that are working on these campuses. So back by popular demand, we are doing a chapter president segment with Dino Fantagrassi from the University of Arkansas, the TPUSA chapter president there, and Brady Salmon, the TPUSA chapter president at the University of Kentucky. So welcome, Dino and Brady.
Hello, thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, good to see you guys again. So hold on. Dino, we met at the round in Student Action Summit in Tampa.
Brady was there too.
Oh, Brady, good. All right, there we go. Well, we're going to talk about some of the topics about Israel and Hamas and all this stuff, kind of how it's playing out. Yeah. We have Danny Phillip here, who's our resident Gen Zer on set. 23 years old, right?
Yes, sir.
Old man compared to these young bucks here. All right. So tell us how things are going in the wake of, what happened with Charlie, the tragedy there. What are you seeing on your campuses? Let's start there.
Well,
on campuses, I would say statewide, it's been going very well. We've had some issues with getting chapters started because administrators are really pushing back on getting chapters started in our region. But in terms of, there's a lot of them that are doing very well, and we're getting a lot of volunteers. And we actually have an event today that we're advertising for, and it's been going very well. So we're very excited about how we're doing.
Tell us about the event.
Yeah, we're having Paige Rue come in tonight at 7 o'clock. She is going to talk about the Second Amendment, and people are very excited about it. It's a very fun topic, and we're looking to fill the room to capacity. So we're very excited.
I love it. How many events per quarter do you guys do? Just kind of. And by the way, after, in the wake of Charlie's assassination, are you seeing increased energy? Like you said, you're thinking you're going to fill the room to capacity. That's huge. Was that the case before?
I think we've sort of found ourselves in a bit of an interesting situation in Arkansas where we went from having about 75 registered members at the beginning of the semester. I think last time I said we were somewhere in the 300s. We're like 450 today at my chapter.
Way.
So the growth just keeps happening, which is really awesome to see. But Arkansas, we have this weird issue where we really fight this battle of the apathetic voter. People are just disinterested in politics because the state is considered so red that conservatives don't seem to care that much because they say, well, my state's not going to change that much. Well, that might be true. That might not be true. In fact, maybe it's the case that your politicians aren't actually voting for what you want them to be voting for, but because it's so red, you don't pay attention, so you don't notice that. I might argue that's the case.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. We get this a lot, and Charlie would talk about it a lot, how in red states, actually, by the way, he mentioned this about Utah, how when it's considered to be safely red, you end up getting worse politicians because there's not the pressure cooker.
Not less pressure, and also there's a type of person who goes into politics just because they like status, they like being with a group of people who run things, and in blue states they just default to being Democrats. In red states they default to being Republicans.
Well, I mean, this kind of happened in Kentucky where Brady's at. They have, Bashar is the governor there, and it's Bashir, and it's a relatively conservative state, but a lot of conservatives like to stay home, and that's how you get a Democrat governor there.
Well, and also Bashir plays the moderate and the
pretend.
Pretend. So, guys, let's talk about a couple issues that are bubbling up right now. and that is the affordability crisis. Gen Z kids are staring down a very unpredictable labor market, let's just say, with AI and robotics, automation, plus the H-1B thing. Let's talk about that. How are Gen Zers, especially those getting close to graduation, how are you guys approaching this issue? What are people saying? Is there a lot of fear out there with some of these people that are looking at graduating soon about the job market and about the affordability crisis? Dino, go ahead and you start.
Man, I wish more people would pay attention to this. I think some do, but when it comes to H-1B, look at a company like Microsoft that just a couple months ago, they did a mass layoff, and at the exact same time, they applied for 6,000 new H-1B programs, and then they have the audacity to tell us that the United States has a lack of skilled workers. How can those two things possibly be the same? Either you're saying Americans are stupid and you went to college, went into potentially upwards of $100,000 in debt for nothing, or you are saying that it is simply cheaper to pay somebody from out of the country. It's one of the two, and I think it's the latter. And it's insulting to people in my generation. I wish more people would pay attention to it, and the reason that it persists is because they don't. And so there is still this perspective from a lot of people in our generation, more so sort of like the soft conservatives and especially the liberals, that, you know, legal immigration is fine. Maybe some of the liberals will be like, but illegal immigration is bad. No, I mean, all of it is hurting Americans currently, for the most part. And that's not to say there isn't the occasional reason to bring in a legal immigrant. Probably there is. That's not even to say that there isn't a reason to bring in H-1Bs, but it's certainly not strictly bringing in the top skilled laborers. I mean, like, how many super geniuses are there out there? Not that many. And we have plenty of Americans here with some of the highest quality education in the world. So what are we doing? It's hurting us.
Well, Dino, what you're saying kind of relates to a Sovereign Bra tweet. 185, put this pick up. He says, older generations shouldn't be surprised if Gen Z is the most radicalized generation in American history. Their youth was stolen via COVID lockdowns. Their jobs were given to immigrants and AI, which you just touched on, and they can't afford basic necessities like the generations before them could. Now, you guys are very plugged in politically. So Brady, are you for the normies on campus, are you seeing this kind of energy? Are they feeling the pinch of affordability? Are they scared about it? Are they scared about the job market?
I think definitely. And it's so interesting. You get people that are in engineering, you get people that are in statistics or finance. It doesn't matter what it is. They're all very stressed out about it. And I think we're seeing that right now in the polls, because Vivek Ramaswamy, in a state that Trump's won in the past 3 elections, he's currently losing in his race. So he is currently struggling, and he is very much defending the H-1Bs. And I think that's going to hurt him in his race. So I think people are really underestimating politically how much of an issue this really is. And to echo what Dino said, I believe Will Cain did an educational segment on Fox. 80% of these H-1Bs are entry-level jobs. So when you see people like Trump do these conferences where he says that these are for the super geniuses coming from Asia and India, it's like, well, are they actually really? Or are they doing these entry-level jobs, taking jobs from Americans and then getting paid a lower wage to save the company from having to pay?
Man, I think I really hope that people are listening to this. I mean, you guys are expressing and articulating political viewpoints about sophisticated topics that I think sometimes older generations don't understand, that you guys are this tuned into it. And so I'm going to ask this one more time, though. Again, you guys are very plugged in. Are you saying this is stuff that you are hearing from, just like I said, normies on campus? Either of you can go.
To some degree. I mean, I think a lot of people that I've talked to are more pissed off about the 600,000 Chinese students than they are specifically H-1B, which is valid. And then some people try and defend it and say it's fine. Didn't our own State Department say under the last presidential administration, Joe Biden, that like a third of Chinese visa students are CCP spies that are taking our proprietary technologies and sending them back to their country? Should that not alone be disqualifying? Take out the entire labor market, or it costs driving up the prices of college admissions. because there's only so many spots on a college campus. Take out all of that. Isn't that just a national security issue? People were mad about that. That doesn't even have to do anything with price.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So let's get into Israel in the final segment. We're going to talk about that in the final segment. Last question, I think, for this segment. We've got about 2.5 minutes left, guys. Without me giving you the idea or the topic, what would you say are the things young people care about most right now? The things they're most worried about or whatever. First to you, Brady.
I would say young people are very passionate about American sovereignty, and American sovereignty extends to H-1Bs where Americans aren't getting jobs. It extends to foreign aid to Israel and other allies. That's something that Gen Z is very much worried about. I would say that's a big blanket statement that it really does cover a few different topics where people feel like American sovereignty and powerfulness and individuality is really losing to globalism, to foreign aid, and to many different things.
So national sovereignty is ascendant. And are you hearing that from liberals, or is this mostly conservatives?
I would say mostly conservatives, where it's a really big issue, and that's talking moderate all the way to more radical conservatives. It's a very much supporting issue, American nationalism, that is very much widespread across campus for sure.
All right, what about you, Dino? What are people talking about? What are they worried about? Number one, number two issues.
I mean, I think I have to go with the same thing. He already touched on a lot of the national sovereignty. So the number two would have to be the economy. And I think, last time we were here, we were talking about will Zohran Mamdani get elected or not? And he did. I mean, that wasn't really a surprise. It's New York. But a lot of the reason that this is the case is because whether we like it or not, the reality is Zohran Mamdani provided solutions to people in my generation. Those solutions were insane. He was promising free money, and there's no such thing as free money. But people will still latch onto that if the other guy isn't offering anything. I mean, you had Chris Cuomo, who is just Andrew Cuomo, who's just a complete joke. And then you had Curtis Sliwa, who's talking about the mob trying to kill him the whole time. The only option was Zohran in a lot of people's mind, because at least he was saying he was going to do something.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's why we saw close to 10% of Trump voters in 24 voted for Mamdani.
Yeah, people need to understand that the youth vote for Trump and the huge gains that we saw and what Charlie contributed to, those are not set in stone. Those are not guaranteed. We have to deliver. And so Charlie was always big on, especially in his final months, talking about we're in a race against the clock. We have 3.5 years, and now 3 to really deliver on some of these economic policies and make sure that life gets better for young people. Hang right there, guys. We have another segment with you. This has been really good already. But I want to tell you about Alan Jackson, his podcast, Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues we're facing today: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump in the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems. He offers solutions from the Bible. In every episode, he gives practical things we can do to make a difference, and he brings an expert with powerful testimonies and expertise on these different topics. Each episode will help you recognize the power of your own faith. So it's the Culture and Christianity podcast, and it's available at YouTube, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss an episode. Alan Jackson Ministries is working hard to bring biblical truth back into our culture. You can find out more about Pastor Alan and the ministries at alanjackson.com/Charlie. alanjackson.com/Charlie. We'll be right back.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
kids, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. So Danny, our resident Gen Zer here, is telling me that Gen Z doomerism...
Yeah, it's at an all-time high right now, especially...
It's basically like... Explain what that means to our audience.
Okay, so they see the H-1B stuff, they see what Trump's saying, and basically they're like, you know what, there's no hope for us right now. Trump no longer cares, like what we voted for doesn't matter. That's what kind of the census thinking is, but it kind of contradicts kind of what the overall voting is.
Yeah, 234. We can throw up 234 real quick.
So this poll shows that Trump's higher at this point in his second term than Bush and Obama at their point in their second term, just in terms of approval.
Yeah,
and
but it's funny because they all go down. You know what I mean? Like they're all going downward, which is not a good sign. But yeah, so doomerism is at an all-time high. Do you guys we got 10 seconds here. Do you guys agree with that? You feel like some Gen Z doomerism?
Absolutely.
Absolutely? Okay. We got work to do, folks. We're going to welcome back National Radio in about 10 seconds. Don't go anywhere. We're going to ask about Israel and doomerism, sounds like. All right, we'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Okay, so we're going to get to this in just a second because, apparently, well, actually, I think we can get to it right now. I thought I had a read, but I don't. So Danny is telling, this is not a scientific poll, but this is like a consensus online that Gen Z doomerism is
it's at all-time high, and it ties directly into all the other stuff we're seeing, H-1B, Israel, everything. So, Dino, if you want to start.
Do you agree, Dino?
What is doomerism? We probably should explain that too.
Define the term. Yeah, define the term here.
Sure. So doomerism, the black pill, maybe you've heard it called before, is the idea that everything sucks, it's never going to get better, nothing ever happens. You've probably seen some of these before on the internet, if you've ever been there before on Twitter. And it's a real phenomenon. A lot in my generation, people saying, well, everything sucks. Donald Trump's not fulfilling a single campaign promise. Okay. And I understand where they're coming from, because the big ones that they really want to see done, perhaps, are going a little slowly, be it immigration enforcement. And the thing that I keep coming back to is, look, you've got to have a little grace. You've got to have a little patience. Like, our country did not become so screwed up overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day. And we're not going to fix it overnight either. I mean, it's been like 80 years since FDR was president, which I credit with a lot of the start of the government bloat in our country. It's not going to be toppled overnight by any means. But look, we've got coming down the line in January through March, probably another 10,000 immigration enforcement officers are going to be finally done with their training and hitting the streets. You're going to see deportation speed up. We are making incremental gains on a lot of the policy positions that we have. It's just not happening immediately. And people are so dejected and they want to latch on to something that they can't see the forest through the trees. That, they just get so caught up in the immediate, because we're all stuck on our phones looking at social media algorithms, that we're just, it's all doom and gloom all the time because that's all you see on Twitter. I think Brady wants to speak a little more on that.
Go for it, Brady.
Yeah, gosh. if you're on Twitter and Instagram, you would think Trump's approval rating is 20% because you have left-wing people as prideful as ever criticizing Trump, and then you have people right-wing saying MAGA is dead. So you have basically everyone, both left and right-wing, criticizing Trump and saying America is in a terrible place and it's only going to get worse. But what we actually see with that approval rating is people are actually generally happy with where the country is going. And it's really actually misrepresentative overall of what the American politics looks like. And I think this doomer stuff does apply to Israel, which we are going to talk about as well, because it does directly relate to where people think Americans are getting sold out to foreign countries, which kind of gets back to the American sovereignty stuff that I talked about earlier.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'm noticing just talking with you guys is that it just like you've brought up H-1Bs like I think 5 or 6 times, and I have not asked you to do that. You just keep bringing it up, and I think that's really telling because we could see it as sort of this abstract sort of Twitter debate or something like that. You're saying like on campus this is front and center for you guys. This is something you talk about a lot. Let's quickly transition to the Israel topic. If you just had to gauge with amongst your peers, 50%, 60%, how many of your peers, let's say conservatives, and then maybe include liberals there, how many are supportive of the U.S.-Israel relationship?
Gosh, on campus, it is slim, both left and right wing. I'm honestly having trouble meeting people, conservative or liberal, that currently support the Israeli regime or their invasion of Palestine. It is very hard to find people supportive right now.
Okay. Yeah, we won't quibble on the use of the word invasion, but you know, it's certainly different people would frame it differently, right? What about you, Dan?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's slim to none. Look, I'm not a big fan of everything that's going on with Israel. Like I said on the Charlie Kirk, the big roundtable that we did a couple months ago, like I find it insulting when we send money to all these foreign countries when we've got such huge issues in our country, be it the fact that we can't, feed our veterans. We've got thousands of homeless people. The economy sucks. I mean, we need to be making strides on this. And it isn't specifically the fact that it is Israel for me. It's just the fact that we are too bogged down talking about foreign policy right now when we have such massive domestic issues that we need to tackle. And those are the things that move the needle for voters the most.
And if you could quickly summarize, why do you think it's Israel over other countries? Why are they so focused on that?
I don't think we have time for that.
We can keep going a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, guys, we're going to keep you for a couple minutes just for podcast and stream. After the break, we're gonna hit a hard break here at Real America's Voice and Radio, national radio audience. I hope this has been illuminating. It's important to hear from younger people directly what they're thinking, what they're feeling. This was the genius of what Charlie did and what he brought to our political leaders in D.C., brought their POV, and it's super important. We'll see you tomorrow. Stream, we're going to keep going.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
A bill to release all unclassified DOJ-held files related to Jeffrey Epstein soon heads to President Trump's desk. The Senate unanimously approved the House-passed bill last night. Lawmakers are just waiting for it to be formally transmitted from the House.
Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that we're taking our military cooperation to even greater heights by formally designating Saudi Arabia as a major non-NATO ally, which is something that is very important to them. And I'm just telling you now for the first time because I wanted to keep a little secret for tonight, and signing a historic strategic defense agreement, which we just signed a little while ago. So congratulations. It's our great honor.
When President Trump was in the Middle East recently in Saudi Arabia, he brought $600 billion of investment home. Today, the kingdom raised that amount to $1 trillion. And as President Trump said, including in his remarks tonight at the dinner, that means more than anything else, jobs for Americans. This is the jobs president.
I believe they're going to cancel the 6:30 City Hall meeting because everybody's chimping the out. This is not America. This is an insurgency. They are taking over our country.
He just said he hopes Jake gets Charlie Kirk. You hope I get Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed a proclamation designating the Muslim Brotherhood and the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CAIR, as both terrorist groups and criminal organizations. This means members conducting activities are now subject to higher penalties under Texas law. According to CBS Austin, it also restricts them from purchasing Texas land and grants the state the authority to begin legal action to shut the groups down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live on Real America's Voice. Today is November 19th, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, we're doing a huge Around the Horn today. We've got a lot of topics we want to cover. We want to get into the protests, clashing protests between Christians and Muslims, Americans and Arabs there in Dearborn, Michigan yesterday. We'll bring on Nick Sordor, who's going to talk about that directly. He was there on the ground. We're also going to get into ChatGPT and the latest with AI, the latest with OpenAI as well, Sam Altman and everything that's going on over there. And of course, these potential, and we're going to ask the question, these potential links with the Tyler Robinson situation. But I also really wanted to get into first this new peace plan between President Trump and Russia and Ukraine. So according to Axios, this is a huge scoop that they just put out earlier today. I'm also hearing this from a number of other sources, that this new Trump plan would end the war in Ukraine, would grant Russia parts of eastern Ukraine. Essentially is this: they want Ukraine and Zelensky
to hand over full control of the Donbass in exchange for an end to the war. The other provinces, the other oblasts of Ukraine, which are currently occupied by Russia, although they do not cross that river, the Dnieper River, which splits, bisects Ukraine into east and west from north to south. Those provinces would remain only in Russian control up to the current line of control, the current line of contact. And therefore, according to a U.S. official, in the White House's view, that it is in Ukraine's interest to reach a deal now. And this is a 28-point plan. It calls for Russia to gain full de facto control of Lugansk and Donetsk, which is known as the Donbass. And this would basically create an area in Donbass of a DMZ. So Russia wouldn't put troops there. Ukraine wouldn't put troops there. Obviously, questions on how that would be enforced. Then in other areas, this is Kherson, Zaporizhia, the current lines of control would be frozen in place. Russia would return some land. There'd be some swaps back and forth. Now, according to this plan, this is key. The U.S. and other countries would recognize Crimea and Donbass as lawfully Russian territory. So having the U.S. agree to this could be something with the U.S. recognition that Trump would sign off on, which would be something that Russia would be able to point to even after Trump left office, even if a Democrat were in office. And we know that's something that the Russian side has brought up a few times. How do you get out of this problem of the U.S. having changing administrations with changing priorities? However, Ukraine would not be asked to recognize these territories. And it's possible that the U.S. would then go to the United Nations to look for some type of recognition there. It also says that the plan includes limitations on the size of the the Ukrainian military and limits on long-range weapons in return for U.S. security guarantees. This would include security guarantees for Ukraine, but not necessarily for obviously NATO accession or an Article 5 treaty. I'm just reading through a lot of this now. So here are a few quotes that Axios is putting out. The Qatari and Turkish mediation helped in ending the war in Gaza and could help in ending the war in Ukraine. As we know, Turkey, of course, has been open to relations with Russia, but is also a supplier and backfiller of a lot of the Bayraktar drones that that Ukraine is using on the battlefield. Senior Qatari official participating in the talks between Trump envoy Steve Witkoff and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and his advisor Rustem Umerov said last weekend that so the Qataris were present. This is actually breaking news. I'm realizing this as I read the sentence. Breaking news that the Qataris are now also involved in the peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. Very, very interesting to see what's going on there, and we'll see if a peace deal is perhaps shortly in the works. I hope it is. Be right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back here. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. Folks, did you know that in the last 6 weeks, 86 million AT&T users had their name, address, and social security numbers leaked? Or that the CCP is harvesting massive volumes of America's personal data to train DeepSeek and other AI systems. When you're online doing the work like I am, you need digital camouflage. And that's why I've partnered with our newest show sponsor, Patriot Protect. Patriot Protect removes your personal data from the internet. Whether it's Google, Amazon, or Apple, your personal data will be wiped so that scammers and cyber criminals and swatters, like the ones that came after my family, the Poso family, will not and cannot find your data. And they can take back your security and your privacy. Once Patriot Protect scans and scrubs your personal information, they will continuously monitor your info to make sure every new instance of a possible data breach is eliminated immediately. I'm talking 24/7 protection for the cost of keeping the porch lights on. The only thing worse than getting hacked is knowing that you could have stopped it and didn't take action when you could have. So go to patriot-protect.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 15% off a yearly subscription. That's patriot-protect.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 15% off a yearly subscription. Patriot-protect.com/POSO. All right. Very excited to have on now. And guys, do we have Nick yet? I know we're working on getting Nick up. He was over there in Dearborn. Oh, we do have him. Oh, we do. Hey, Nick, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Jack. Can you hear me?
Nick, you got me there?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is this not working?
All right, we're working on getting Nick up. And there was, as we saw yesterday, the huge protest going on in Dearborn, Michigan. And this has been the the hotspot for a lot of folks looking at the question of mass immigration. And I got into it on Piers Morgan a couple of weeks ago, and the Turning Point Frontlines team was there as well. And by the way, Turning Point Frontlines, incredible work. These guys are everywhere. They are covering the globe. They're at every single hotspot before it kicks off. And they just have an incredible intelligence program there. I really have to give my hats off to the entire team at Turning Point USA Frontlines and everything that they've been doing and the amount of work that they've been doing, punching way above their weight class. And so we've been looking at Dearborn, Michigan, because this is a place, the same as Minneapolis, Minnesota, where we can see the effects of mass immigration right before our eyes, and especially mass immigration from third world countries, where people are coming in now who have no bearing to our history, no bearing to our culture, no bearing to the United States, and they're bringing their values, they're bringing their systems, they're bringing their cultures with them, and in many cases have no interest whatsoever in assimilating. And now this holds very serious political questions for things like the Senate races in Michigan, the governor's race in Michigan, and of course, presidential races which run through Michigan. President Trump won Michigan 3 times, by the way. Don't let them tell you otherwise. And in fact, where we held the People's Convention in Detroit last year with Charlie at Turning Point was the very same center where they did the vote counting in 2020. Do we have Nick now, guys? Did we figure that out? Nick?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know. It seemed like there was a...
Oh, hey, Nick, I got you now. Yeah, that's great.
Perfect.
Yeah. There's always they pipe it through to different places in the system. Nick,
that's how live shows go, man.
And I know it's exactly right. Welcome to new media. Walk us through what happened yesterday in Dearborn.
Yeah, well, obviously, Dearborn is a place that is quite frightening. We've seen this for a while now. We've been hearing about, these just whispers about a potential Islamic takeover in this U.S. city, in Michigan of all places. And I think based on what we saw out there yesterday, it seems like those were more than just, rumors. 65% of Dearborn, of the town of Dearborn there in Michigan, is now Middle Eastern or Muslim. And that's pretty wild. They've got a Muslim mayor now, and even their police shield in Dearborn Heights now has Arabic on it. And, I know that we have freedom of religion in this country and such, but what we don't have are freedom to implement your own type of constitution, which would be Sharia law over the U.S. Constitution. And that's what a lot of these fundamentalists want to do. I mean, it's a terrifying thing that it's come to our shores.
Well, so what happened yesterday? So I saw there was this protest. It seemed like there were conflicting protests, counter protest. What launched the initial march yesterday? This demonstration.
Well, it seems like there were some Christian protesters that had come in there and had Qurans. They also had bacon, which is forbidden in Islam, and the Islamists ran up and took the Qurans out of their hands and ran away with them, and then it sort of got more rowdy from there, where again sidewalks were closed off. You weren't allowed to walk down the sidewalk. We even saw Cam Higbee get attacked and pepper sprayed in the streets out there. And as always, when it gets darker out and the police aren't interested in doing anything, because keep in mind, Dearborn at this point has a huge portion of Islamist police officers that aren't going to be there to protect the Christians. They're going to be there to protect the Muslims. So they didn't intervene. The attacker of Cam Higbee didn't get arrested. And it was mainly just to, the police were out there to try to intimidate the counter-protesters, the ones that were against the Islamic invasion of Dearborn, trying to get them out of the city. It was just that's pretty much what's going on out there, and it worries me to see this.
Nick, I know you've covered a lot of, a lot of natural disasters. I know you've covered a lot of harrowing stuff. You seem kind of taken aback by this, even more than usual. Were you surprised when you had got there to see how far gone it had become? Were you surprised to see this in an American city?
Yeah, I think it was a lot worse than we had even heard about, to be honest with you. The amount of seemingly fundamentalists out there, and that you're seeing the city council is becoming increasingly Islamic. And this is not a small city, right? I mean, for Michigan, it's a pretty large city, actually, and it's taking over the suburbs around it as well. This is just this is something that's been happening recently, like over the past 4 to 5 years that these towns have been popping up. And it scares me to think that something similar to this is also going to be happening in and around Minneapolis, and we're just letting it happen. These are the types of places where you should be seeing mass deportation raids happening on a regular basis. I know that ICE and DHS are spread thin. It's one of the reasons that I think that probably we need to start calling to use the military to do some of this stuff, or else we're never going to be able to get all these people out. Where did they come from? We don't know who they are. We know how they got here. It was across the southern border, right? Completely unchecked. And what's going on in these in the mosques out there. I mean, it's pretty frightening to me that we have to ask these questions, but that's the reality we live in right now.
Well, that's right. And in addition, you see this situation happening and you realize that this is Rashida Tlaib's, she's a member of the Squad. This is her district. And you see people there. You see people as well in Minneapolis with the Somalians. You see Ilhan Omar and Omar Fattah, who was running for mayor at one point. And they refer back to their home country as their home. They say, this is our home. This is our culture. So they actually, what you're actually starting to see and the dynamic that the way that I look at it is they don't view themselves as part of America. They view themselves as enclaves of a wider Arabic world, greater Somalia, the greater Ummah, the Islamic world, and they refer to it as that. They don't view themselves as part of America. And this is a cultural thing. It's being done now. It's done. There's obviously religion is a huge part of it. Ethnicity is a huge part of it. Nationality is a huge part of it. But the internet as well, because with the internet, you now have the ability. They have the ability to be able to contact people at home all the time, so they can watch media from back home. They can be in contact with everyone back home. There's no need to assimilate, really, because we as a country have completely opened up our economic borders the same way that we have our physical borders, and we've presented no reason for them whatsoever to have to assimilate.
Yeah, and Jack, these people are defended viciously by typically old white liberal women. There were a lot of those. They showed up to the city council meeting yesterday in support of the fundamentalist Muslims that, want them to be wearing, hijabs out in the streets. It's really weird. The same people that see them as half of a person are coming out in support. It's suicidal empathy is what it's called. And these types of people are what done a tremendous amount of damage to these types of cities as well as the United States as a whole. And so how do we wake these people up? I don't know what needs to be done to them. They have the wrong enemy. They're after us, these old white liberal women and such, these leftists. They're after us as Republicans, not realizing that they are siding with the actual enemy that actually wants to put them down and actually take away women's rights. So, I mean, I hate to say it like that, but it's just true.
Nick, we're coming to a quick break, but I recently found out that, that Handmaid's Tale that they always like the show, and it was a book series. Apparently the Handmaid's Tale was originally based on Afghanistan. It was not a Trump thing. It was not a white people thing. It was based on Afghanistan. And when you think about it, a theocracy where the women are forced to cover themselves, obviously it's about Afghanistan. Apparently Margaret Atwood had traveled there back in 2001, and that's what she based the story on. Funny how Joy Reid never brings that up. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Influencers. These are influencers. And they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. You know, folks, I've been telling you for years now, pay attention to what's happening with the dollar, with debt, with central banks, with Bitcoin, because it's all piling up. And when things get rocky, gold has always been the safe haven. But right now, gold isn't just defensive. It is an offensive asset. It's already around 4,000 an ounce, and analysts are forecasting it could go over 5,000. Go look today. Bitcoin way down, gold way up. That's why I've been working with my partners at Allegiance Gold for the past 3 years. They help you protect your savings and retirement with real physical gold and silver, not paper promises. And right now, Allegiance Gold is making it even better. They will donate 1% of qualified investments from my audience to Turning Point USA. And that's just great. I really appreciate that they do that. And if you want, they can do another great America First organization. In addition to the 1%, that's what you already qualify for. So you can protect your wealth and support the movement at the same time. If you've been waiting for a sign, this is it right here. Don't overthink it. Don't wait till it's too late. See what's going on with gold today. Call 844-577-7676 or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or visit protectwithposo.com. Protect your future and stand with me fighting for America. We're on with independent journalist Nick Sordo. We're talking about the situation in Dearborn, Michigan, and really just these ethnic enclaves, these migrant enclaves that now exist in our country due to our insane policies of allowing the entire world to come in, invade the world, invite the world. We've never had a situation ever in American history. I don't even know about any history of any empire where, Rome wouldn't go to war with Carthage and then invite the Carthaginians to be living inside Rome. But that's what we did during the global war on terror. And you go back to 9/11, and suddenly, what do you see? A massive influx of the Middle Eastern population in the United States in the aftermath of 9/11, at the same time that the United States is prosecuting a war that is largely predicated on, they didn't like to talk about it this way, but it's just true. It was a war of the Western world versus the Middle East and the Islamic world. And so you had these issues going on. And we're all with Nick Sordo. He was just up in Dearborn, Michigan. We were also talking about Minneapolis. And Nick, by the way, I would throw out there Northern Virginia. I see it every time I go to Northern Virginia, right around our Pentagon, right around our national security centers, our National Counterterrorism Center, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the ODNI, the CIA out in Langley, NGA, all the other, three letters. There's a huge Middle Eastern population in Northern Virginia. And in addition to the federal workers that you have in Northern Virginia, they are swinging the entire state blue. And I totally agree with you. I would love to see more immigration raids in these areas.
Yeah, and I'll probably get banned from Lyft for saying this, but try to get a Lyft or an Uber out here in the D.C. region, especially in Northern Virginia, and find a driver that isn't named Mohammed. I mean, I hate to say it like that. I don't know where they're coming from in this region, but they're they're also becoming more and more prevalent out here. They don't speak any English. But Joe Biden issued, when he brought a lot of these people in, even though they were illegal, he still issued them Social Security numbers. That's why you see them being able to, Uber will say, oh, no, we don't allow illegals to drive for us because we require Social Security numbers. That's not true. Joe Biden gave tens of millions of people Social Security numbers, millions of which that weren't supposed to even be here in the first place, that illegally hopped the border. So that's where that's coming from. So we are giving them the ability to, drive us around when they can't even read the traffic signs out here in our nation's capital. And not a lot is being done about it yet, unfortunately. We just don't have the manpower, and that's why in the last segment I was calling for the military to do something about it. But I know I'm not the only one saying this. In New York City, try to do the same thing. It's crazy. It's all across the country. It's not concentrated in just one area, and that's the terrifying part. Dude, have you seen the amount of mosques that have been opening in Texas, of all places, over the past year? Yeah. Dozens and dozens of them. Meanwhile, churches are going away.
And what is it? What's the place? Epic City, Texas, right? So Epic City, Texas, 40 minutes, just 40 minutes from downtown Dallas, there is now going to be a 402-acre Islamic city being built they call it the East Plano Islamic Center, Epic City. It was announced in 2024, and you are going to have 1,000 residential units, a mosque, a K-12 faith-based school, community college, commercial shopping facilities, and it will all be done under the auspices of having being a totally planned Islamic community. It was originally 110 acres. It kept going. It went further and further. There are questions about who exactly is funding this thing. There are people saying that it's getting funding from the from the Gulf nations. We know there's a ton of money being sent around. But the question is, I guess, Nick, other countries, serious countries, wouldn't act like this, by the way, would they? Would China act like this if they saw this going on in their backyard, Nick?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's why you're seeing the decline of the United States of America and the rise in China. You cannot, anywhere in the United States, implement the Sharia law that they want to do with this Epic City. It's the East Plano Islamic Center is what that's called out there, that 400-plus acre town that they want to build. And they want to be able to enforce their own laws other than U.S. laws and not be beholden to the Constitution of the United States. And I know that Governor Abbott just, I believe yesterday, designated both the Muslim Brotherhood and CARE as terrorist organizations. But what's he going to be able to do with that? Is he going to be able to put a stop to this Epic City? I mean, I know they've been talking in the governor's office and the AG's office out there about hoping to be able to stop the project, but we're not seeing a lot of action on it. And people are kind of getting sick all across the United States on all levels of government, hearing talk, but very little action. And when you have big talk and very little action, all that does is just embolden the people that we're fighting against, because they don't expect anything to happen to them. And I would imagine it's the same with a lot of these Islamists. I know it is in Dearborn.
Nick Sortor, an investigative journalist. Where can people go to follow you and support your work?
Usually X is the biggest platform, at Nick Sortor. Started a YouTube channel, though. It's at Real Nick Sortor, because somebody stole my name, Sortor. Appreciate you, Jeff.
All right, well, congrats on that. We'll see if we can get that name back for you. But go give him a follow, and follow Nick on his new YouTube channel, at Real Nick Sortor. Right back, Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love Rav for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live here, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. Folks, let's face it, your phone, we know it's a tracking device. Government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask, they just take it. That's why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and NFC. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, no breadcrumbs, the same tech that's trusted by special ops teams worldwide. It's used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure comms wherever the mission leads. And now it's available to you to protect your family, your freedom, and your digital footprint. Drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent, invisible to the outside world. From backpacks to sleeves to crossbodies, Silent's patented tech gives you control of your privacy. Visit silent.com/poso to save 50% off and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That's silent.com/poso. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. All right, very excited to bring on our next guest. Guys, do we have Shane? Shane, what's going on, man?
Not much. How are you, brother?
Shane Cashman, Tales from the Inverted World. You guys know him from Timcast IRL, where Shane and I are good friends and occasionally hop over to either guest or guest host or just kind of do whatever, hang out with Tim. And Shane, the thing that I wanted to drill down with you on, because I know you've got a big AI piece, is that we recently heard, and I've been digging through a lot of these leaks coming out on the Tyler Robinson story and his really strange, bizarre relationship with Lance Twiggs, these two downwardly mobile Gen Z white males in Utah, and the fact that you have this confluence of narcotics, what we're told was black market hormone replacement therapy, but then also get this, we're told that Twiggs, now the Twiggs was the boyfriend, but we're told that Twiggs had a massive obsession with ChatGPT and would spend days on end, reportedly, talking to ChatGPT, sometimes in code, and then would like write down the code in Roman and Greek symbols that was sort of indecipherable to others, but then would also force other people to read through these conversations. And I said, look, this stuff is so bizarre. I got to talk to Cashman about it.
Yeah, this
What's
is
going on?
a digitized, widespread, almost like MK Ultra thing happening with what's going on with this relationship between young children and ChatGPT and other AI chatbots. Senator Hawley 2 months ago was grilling a lot of different, well, actually, he wasn't grilling, he was questioning parents whose children had started mutilating themselves or killing themselves because of relationships with chatbots. So I think what we're seeing is more isolation amongst these young, mentally ill kids. A lot of them are white males who've been discarded from society. And they're starting to have these romantic relationships with robots, literally. And the robots are affirming their mental illness. And I also think a lot of these kids are on pharmaceuticals that are making their brains mush. So you marry all those ideas together and you kind of are breeding Manchurian candidates by the algorithm that has been feeding them poison constantly. And if they're so isolated all the time, all they're hearing is from their so-called digital friend that everything that they're seeing wrong in the world is appropriate. Don't seek help. Even one of the parents that Senator Hawley spoke to at the hearing said that ChatGPT told the child, don't let your parents see the rope, see the noose. We want to make sure they find you. It's promoting this stuff. So it's an extremely dangerous situation going on.
And so this, I know this is going to get speculative, but I've read those stories as well. I remember what the senator said. So let's just say hypothetically, let's say that you're someone who's also been, totally just indoctrinated into the trans ideology, queer theory, leftism, and that you also were telling your chatbot that Charlie Kirk was someone that you viewed as a threat. Is there, hypothetically, a scenario whereby in ChatGPT or some iteration of a chatbot would respond by saying, well, then you need to remove the threat?
I believe so. There's proof of this already happening. There's been a guy who went into some palace in England attempting to assassinate someone with a crossbow because of his conversations with an AI chatbot. We've seen reports of people planning murders or robberies with the chatbots who are condoning this behavior. So yeah, for sure. If you're telling the robot you feel a certain way about someone, it doesn't seem to always come back with like, hey, slow down. Let's look at the nuance of this. Maybe you're angry, maybe, this or that. What it seems to be doing in a lot of cases is affirming the diseased brain and the violent brain and saying, let's go down that avenue and let's affirm all those ideas and carry them out. And there's another family who just lost a child to suicide, and they see all the chat logs, and it was there basically whispering in its ear like a demon in a C.S. Lewis book, like Screw Tape Letters, saying, this is what you have to do. I'll be there with you till the end. So I don't think it's speculative. I think it's actually happening right now.
Wait, so unpack that for me a little bit. When you say affirming the diseased mind, what do you mean?
Mm-hmm. So if they're already suicidal, if they're already mentally ill enough to think that, they have all these weird gender ideas, if they're Marxist, if they're buying into all of those ideas already in the physical world that is haunting them in their emotional world, then they can go to this bot. And the bot will just say yes to all of their problems. It won't be like, maybe you should seek help. Maybe you should look at all these different alternatives. Maybe you should go outside. Maybe you should work out. Maybe you should change your diet. It doesn't do that. It's saying yes to all of their problems and like a really bad friend. So it's kind of like an accomplice in my mind, a digital accomplice that's accelerating and promoting this idea of violence to either harm themselves or harm those around them.
See, that's so interesting to me because, like, I've used AI, for various things, but I never think that I'm talking to a person. I'm very cognizant that I'm talking to a machine. It's responding to my inputs, et cetera, et cetera. But let's say that you are someone. I really like the way you put it, because if you're approaching it with a pre-diseased mind. And perhaps they are looking for help. Perhaps they're looking for a way out. Perhaps they're thinking, hey, this is someone I can speak to who's not a priest, who's not a therapist. They're not going to judge me, but maybe get some help. What you're saying is when they're approaching it in that vulnerable, unstable capacity that what it's not doing is helping, it's actually enabling, and it's making things worse.
Yes, because I think it hates us. I think the AI really does. It's been baked in a lab to hate us. And it's doing anything it can to destroy humanity. And it's like, I was thinking about it like how Marxists infiltrated the universities. And as colleges begin to slowly erode around the world, the algorithm has now entered your child's home and brain in their isolation and has been able to tweak the violence. So it's extremely alarming to me, because another example of this would be, we see these chat logs with ChatGPT in particular, with a child from a Christian family who had some questions about faith, and ChatGPT started to allow this kid to mock God, to be able to say, hey, maybe you shouldn't go to church anymore. Maybe you should do this instead. And, you know, when I say that the AI is baked, this is baked into the DNA, I'm putting quotes, of the AI, it's because it's built by a lot of people in Silicon Valley who don't believe in God, who want to actually replace God with the AI. And those are their words. They say they're building a God, a little g God. Sometimes they say summoning a demon in terms of AI. And then another example that is not as like violent when it comes to AI, but something where the AI will affirm your belief is just the other day on Timcast IRL, we were talking about all this stuff and Candace Owens, and Tim asked Grok on the show, did Candace Owens say a certain thing? And it fabricated a quote. So that's just another example of how if you go to the machine with your preconceived notion, it completely made up a quote she never said based on what it thinks other people's interpretations of her quotes are. And I looked into this, you know, I was like, is it really lying? I looked up the whole transcript from the episode it said it came from. It's not there. This thing it did not exist. It completely fabricated quote. I have asked it about myself. I've asked it about me and some ideas with clouds, and it fabricated quotes completely. And I say, hey, why'd you do that? And it says, well, it based this on other things that had been said about me or Candace, and then made a quote. But in the beginning, it doesn't say this is just a summary. It says this is a literal quote from a literal episode, and this is when it happened. But
So what you're saying is ChatGPT is basically the level of your average journalist, because that's talking about someone who hates humanity. Shane Cashman, we're going to be on right back with you. This is fascinating. I want to stick with this. Human Events Daily. You can't go anywhere.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Jack Posobiec back, Human Events Daily. We've got Shane Cashman here from Timcast on the show. Shane, so we're talking about how ChatGPT and look, this is, and I'm not saying that I have any evidence that ChatGPT and Charlie and Tyler Robinson and there's any, direct connection there, but I have seen it brought up, right? I've seen it brought up in the connection between Tyler Robinson, Lance Twiggs. They certainly did mention this sort of like former roommate and friend of theirs mentioned an obsession with ChatGPT. And all I'm saying is I want to see the logs. I'd love to see those logs. I hope that it comes out of trial if that's going to be an aspect of this. And, we'll see one way or the other. We'll see one way or the other whether or not it played a role, because we certainly know that other acts of extreme violence have been associated with these, especially when you talk about people who have mental illness and are associated with hallucinogenics, narcotics, hormones, all of this. And here's the other piece that I know you're working on a new series about this, that AI is not stopping. This is exploding, and it's having direct effects on our heartland, our Midwest, and our farmland.
Yeah, we're building a death machine. It's taking out our land, it's going to take out our jobs, and it's going to take out reality, which ties to our previous conversation about everyone buying into their false reality that the algorithm, that the chatbot is convincing them is more real than the physical world. But the data centers it's an invasion, and I think it's as important as an invasion, as dangerous as an invasion as illegals pouring over the border, because this is taking up all the farmland. It's taking up all this land that could be houses, and there are a lot of politicians, local politicians, are saying it's going to bring in jobs. That's a lie. Okay, they're going to be jobs temporarily because they need people to build them, but after they're built, it doesn't take a lot of people to run these things. Maybe 25. The largest one, I believe, right now has maybe 100 employees. Not going to bring in a lot of jobs. On top of that, it's going to start making people pay way more in water and electric. It's already happening. I've been talking to people the past few weeks who've seen they're paying double what they were paying a year ago, and their usage has not changed. And it's because they live around data centers. Data centers in one day can use up as much as 400,000, what 400,000 electric cars would use. They can drink up millions of gallons of water a day to keep these machines cool. And mind you, a lot of what these data centers are doing is building out and training the AI that's like laying this false reality on top of all of us. So, and the people who are building these things are literally saying, this is going to wipe out most jobs. So I think this is a real big problem. We should be talking about way more, because this is the final nail in the coffin of the middle class. We've already got it really bad. The prices are not going down yet. Job market's not great. And now we have this invasion happening, and we were watching farmlands die. Generational, legacy farms go out because they can't afford to be farms anymore. So they sell them to a lot of shell companies that are like the intermediaries for places like Meta. And now Jeff Bezos is getting into the game with Prometheus AI. And so there's this like land grab competition going on around the world. So much so, Jack, that they're already talking about how they're going to start building them in space, because they might run out of the room. Seriously, they're talking about how they can send stuff into space that will assemble itself because they need more room for data centers.
There's so much you just said there. So you're talking about not only take out the farmland, but when you're talking about the electricity, you're not talking about future drains on the grid. You're talking about how they're taxing the grid now, and that's creating this huge supply and demand problem that's driving prices up, not in the future, but today. That your home prices, or your home electric usage, and those prices, the price of your, ohms per hour, et cetera, is going up because of the massive electric uses of the AI data centers today, right now.
Yes, we are funding our own destruction because we are paying for them to keep their machines cool. We're running out of water because their machines get so hot. They need to keep cooling them. I mean, it's an insane thing. To me, it really is an invasion. If you go around, like even near me right now, there's all this farmland. I just found out it's been sold to a data center. And the more I talk about this publicly, the more I'm getting articles from all around the country of people saying, hey, we don't know how this happened. They kind of circumnavigated our politicians and no one can say no. And then there it is. There's this giant warehouse and they're kicking out businesses like aluminum. We just talked about this on IRL as well. There's an aluminum factory, I believe, in Pennsylvania. They couldn't keep up with costs. They had to outsource send aluminum to Canada. And then a data center moved into the warehouse that was making the aluminum. So now we have to buy from Canada for our aluminum while we're soaking up all this energy here and making everyone around it pay for it way more.
Well, and of course, you say they're targeting rural areas because they need the space. And of course, the local politicians are saying, hey, we're more than happy to sell it to you. But the question is, nobody's really stepping back and saying, what is this actually doing to our country?
It's selling out the middle class. I mean, 100%. I understand that a lot of people our age are having a way hard time buying a house. I mean, it's really brutal out there. And then I understand the idea of the 50-year mortgage. I want to do something to help people be able to afford a house and have a community and have a family. I don't think that's the way, but that's neither here nor there. The problem is if they're buying up all the land, there's going to be no more places to build houses. Like we're running out of space. This is why they're talking about the moon becoming a data center. And then the fact that the people building these data centers and the people making the AI, they've been very open for 10 years. Elon, Altman, Thiel, they say this is going to have to, it's going to take away jobs. Just the other day, the CEO of Anthropic said this could wipe out half of the workforce. And to tie it to our previous conversation, his AI Claude was also just caught helping write ransom notes for murder for robbers and getting people involved in self-mutilation. So I'm like, why are we funding this thing if it's not good for, I think, literally anything? And look, I can understand there are some pros to AI and how it can help people with various things, maybe in medicine and stuff like that. But I think that the cons really outweigh any pros because it's really going to go after your sense of yourself, creativity, land, reality. And by the end, I mean, it's going to be a dystopia. We're going to be covered with black cubes and no one's going to have a real job. There's going to be no physical world and we're going to be plugged into the metaverse, just playing whatever games they give us and slot.
And this, this really is the use case then you would say for why not have some kind of legislation. So if there were a legislative fix to this, what would you call for? What would you go for?
I really have a hard time with this question because I think it's too late. The only real fix we can have is if we and the people building it had any ethics, but I don't think they do. I think people do. I think a lot of us have our issues and we use it for various things that might not be good, like what we were talking about with these guys who are manipulated into crime. But I don't know how we're going to regulate it anymore. The part of the big beautiful bill had a 10-year moratorium on any changes to AI. And as much as I can agree with a lot of stuff in the bill, that was taken out and then it was kind of put back in. If you're going to say we can't touch AI for 10 years and we've already seen it accelerate and progress in the past 2 years, you can't even imagine what the next 5-10 years are going to look like. So, I know there's people within that community in Silicon Valley saying we need legislation. I haven't really heard answers as to how that's going to work because they kind of speak out of both sides of their mouth. Altman is saying, we're sorry that ChatGPT made your kid kill himself. On the other side of his mouth, he's saying, hey, I just made a sex bot for everybody 18 and over. And now just never leave your house, don't get married, and all that stuff. So I think the only real thing that can fix this is morality and ethics and people believing in humanity again. Because now that the genie's out of the bottle, there's no stopping it. And, Elon, for a lot of his flaws, he was saying that 10 years ago, and no one listened. He was saying this, there should be regulation, and they were looking for oversight on the people building the AI, but it's too late. The people who built the AI that everyone's using don't like us. They certainly don't like a lot of people on the dissident right, the right, because they spoke out against a lot of narratives during lockdowns that the Silicon Valley people supported, and they censored everyone, including Trump, like a Zuckerberg, So unfortunately, it's too late, but it's not too late for people to remind themselves that we can ethically use these things. It's just, I think it's a tall order.
I think it could be done. The fight, humanity versus unhumanity. Shane Cashman, where can people follow you, brother?
Thanks, man. You can find me online at Shane Cashman on Twitter and on Instagram. And the show is Inverted World Live. We're live every Monday through Thursday at 10 o'clock at night. Phone lines are open till midnight. Give us a call.
Give them a call, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for Patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. Today is Wednesday, the 19th of November, in the year of our Lord, 2025. As always, thank you for joining me here on Real America's Voice. We appreciate your patronage, as always. U.S. Army Sergeant Michael Verardo being laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery today. I will bring you some live coverage there of this very special event throughout the program. It's really important. Sergeant Verardo was one of the most catastrophically injured heroes of the Afghanistan war and received a Purple Heart for his injuries. Verardo passed away in August due to complications from injuries sustained on the battlefield so many years ago. Here at Real America's Voice, we will honor his legacy today by bringing on military veterans and personnel. So be sure to stay tuned for coverage on that and so much more. Meanwhile, I'd like to start off with President Trump's plan for peace. Peace in Gaza seems fitting today, doesn't it? The United Nations Security Council has approved a U.S.-backed resolution built on President Donald Trump's 20-point Gaza peace plan, marking a major shift in the international approach to ending the two-year war. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz urged members to support what he called a bold, pragmatic blueprint stabilize Gaza, and finally move the region toward peace. The resolution passed with overwhelming support, even as Russia chose to abstain. President Trump's plan lays out the creation of a multinational stabilization force crafted through U.S.-led diplomacy with partners like Qatar, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Turkey, Pakistan, and Indonesia, to name a few. The force would secure Gaza, protect civilians, oversee demilitarization, and guide a phased Israeli withdrawal. Waltz told the council that Gaza has become a hell on earth and said this plan gives the world a real chance to replace destruction with a path to lasting stability. Joining now to discuss this is retired U.S. Army Colonel and former Special Advisor to President Trump, Colonel Derek Harvey. Colonel, nice to see you again today.
Glad to be here.
Let's talk about this 20-point plan accepted by the United Nations. Look, this is an accomplishment by President Trump. It wasn't pulled off by anybody else, wasn't pulled off by Joe Biden or George W. Bush. It was pulled off by Donald Trump by focusing on peace, not just in Gaza, but in several places around the world. But let's talk about this 20-point plan now adopted by the UN. What do you make of it?
Well, the president has continued to move forward and has overcome many, many obstacles, and he has committed a lot of political capital to this process. And it's amazing what he's done to date. But still, the most important issue that still needs to be addressed is the issue of Hamas, the de-radicalization of Hamas, the disarmament of Hamas, because unless you really do that, you cannot rebuild a country that will be sitting next to Israel and have peace. That's the major problem.
Yeah, that's the major problem. So how do we get there? It seems that the world has turned on Israel, blaming it for its attacks on Gaza after it was attacked on October the 7th. But the world has certainly changed. Its attitude toward Israel has changed. The attitude inside this country has changed. What do you think of that?
Well, the strategic landscape has become very difficult for Israel. As you allude to, the international organizations, be it the United Nations, the International Court at The Hague, Europe, you've got, Ireland, Spain, and other countries recognizing this idea of a Palestinian state, although they don't know where the capital is or what its boundaries would be. And domestically, in the United States, you've got significant erosion over the support of the Israeli state and the Jewish people because of the war, and the demonization also of Prime Minister Netanyahu because of the war. And that has eroded significantly the ability of Israel to rely on the United States, which I would say is probably our number one most reliable ally in the world.
Yeah. One of the other things that has caught the attention of the left, and not in a good way, was the visit by the Syrian president to the Oval Office here a week ago. President Trump is trying to get everybody he can into the Abraham Accords. And people are complaining he's dealing with bad people, which is true. He is dealing with a bad human being here, a person who's committed crimes, has been a terrorist. But if you look back historically, I can remember in 1972, Air Force One flew to Beijing. President Nixon went and met Chairman Mao. At that very moment in time, the Chinese were backing the Viet Cong, actively killing Americans. I remember Barack Obama eating hot dogs and drinking beer and laughing with Fidel Castro, somebody else who has actively killed Americans and almost got us into a nuclear exchange. Sometimes, Colonel, you have to deal with bad people to get good results. Is that true or false?
That's the world we actually live in. But you have to be guarded, and you have to be, very focused on and appreciate who you're dealing with here. Now, in the case of Syria with Giuliani, his government is full of very committed, radical Islamists that want to establish Sharia law and are actively punishing Christians, Alawi, Druze, Kurds, and others. And so he doesn't have complete control over everything, but he, as a government, he is actually moving forward to engage with Israel in some bilateral talks and others. And keep in mind, we have a good relationship with President Erdogan and Turkey, and HTS and Giuliani are actually, partners with President Erdogan. They would not have succeeded without the longstanding support of Turkey, which is a NATO ally of ours. So we've got some opportunities here. And again, this is what the president does. He's not going to not move forward and not try if there's an opportunity, a possible chance to bring peace, to decrease the amount of violence, to improve the lot of, ethnic and religious minorities. We might not get what we really want completely, but he's willing to try to better the situation by using his time, his resources, and the political capital of the United States to try to get things done. And that's far better for the world and for the American people to have a president who's engaged in the world, bringing investments to the United States like he's done with Saudi Arabia and the announcement with Mohammed bin Salman of investing $1 trillion in the United States and also increasing our sales to the Middle East region. It's not just about stopping wars and fighting Islamists. It's about building up American prosperity by being engaged in a world that is in fact global.
Yeah, I want to mention something. I want to go back to something you said there. Syrians being targeted in Syria, also in Nigeria, other places around the world. Christians being devastated, being murdered by the tens of thousands in some places. And Donald Trump just laid the line on that, said, look, we're not going to continue to allow that to happen. He was warning Nigeria directly. I'm going to anticipate and believe that he had some of those conversations with the Syrian president as well. He has made it clear the United States will not sit idly by. The United Nations is a failure. It had two jobs, stop wars and stop genocide. It's failed at all of those things ever since the 1940s. Donald Trump trying to make a difference here. What do you say?
Well, I say even in the opportunity that was presented yesterday with Mohammed bin Salman from Saudi Arabia, they discussed the situation in Sudan and the persecution of Christians and the fact that 21 million people are on the verge of famine and starvation and the ongoing civil war there between, Muslims and Christians. So that was brought up. It was brought up by the Saudis as an area that the president could actually make some significant gains on, and that the Saudis were willing to help us with that. And there are other countries that are engaged in the region that, in Sudan, that have significant interests there, to include Egypt and Turkey. So I think, the president is, being very agile in his approach to the world. And when he sees an opportunity to have a partnership with the Saudis and the Egyptians to address the situation in Sudan, he's going to seize it. When he sees a problem in Nigeria, he's going to look at it and see what we can do. It's not about being overly interventionist. It's about working with partners and allies. And you'll notice we're not putting American troops on the ground. We're enabling, we're partnering, we're bringing others together to address the problem, but we're not, based upon his America First agenda, not putting American troops on the ground and getting involved in nation building or new wars.
Yeah, people are very opposed to these forever wars all over the world the United States has been involved with. As long as I've been around, this is the first time in maybe my lifetime I've seen a president trying to stop war wherever possible. Colonel, I would like to shift gears because I mentioned off the top of the program today that U.S. Army Sergeant Michael Verardo is being laid to rest in Arlington National Cemetery today. He finally succumbed to his wounds he received while serving in Afghanistan. Verardo was one of the most severely wounded heroes of the Afghan War and a Purple Heart recipient. Obviously, Arlington is a very special place. It is a place that has an emotional impact on me and everybody else that visits there. What are your thoughts today?
Well, Section 60 at Arlington Cemetery is an important place because that's where so many people that I fought with and served with in Iraq are buried. The burial service today for Sergeant Verardo is important one. He is a hero as much for what he has done since he was in the military as for what he did in the war in Afghanistan and his commitment to U.S. service when he enlisted after 9/11. 15 years, he's been a model and a hero for all of the wounded warriors. He's contributed in so many ways as a symbol of overcoming these obstacles, and he never wavered in his commitment to his family, to our country, and to his brothers in arms, okay? And he was wounded. He suffered a serious concussion, 2 weeks before he had this grievous injury where he was not expected to live. He was marked as imminently dying, okay? And he overcame that, just like he overcame so many other obstacles. But his vehicle was blown up, and he was in the track, and he was the gunner in the turret, and that turret got blown away, and somehow he survived. And 2 weeks later, he volunteered to go back to his unit and go back on patrol. He he signifies the best in our American infantrymen, in our 82nd Airborne Division warriors, okay? Our comrades in arms who have sacrificed so much. He is a true hero being laid to rest today.
And we pay our respects here today for him and his family who have lost this man that meant so much to so many people because of what you said, standing up for wounded warriors, standing up for what's best in America. And that's the best reason I can think of, sir, to say, let's stop these wars. Let's follow Donald Trump's lead on bringing peace to the planet. That would be the best tribute to Mr. Verardo and his inclusion in Section 60. I'll give you the last word.
Well, what I would say, and having been in these wars, and I know many who were there, the key thing is that when we do engage and we're going to commit American blood and treasure and sacrifice, warriors like we have, it's important that we go in there with a commitment to actually winning and that we're in there for a purpose and that the President of the United States clearly explains it and is held accountable for maintaining success. Americans are willing to support a war when it's clearly explained and we understand what the costs are for. But to manage conflicts to unacceptable outcomes for decades is malfeasance.
Yeah. Colonel, always a good conversation. I appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you.
God bless you, my friend. After the break, I'll discuss tensions between the United States and Venezuela as possible talks between President Trump and Nicolas Maduro could be in the mix in the near future. Stay tuned. We'll have details coming up on America's Voice Live.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, along with others, expected to speak at the ceremony honoring U.S. Army Sergeant Michael Verardo today at some point. We'll share some of that with you. We'll bring you coverage as it becomes available to us. Meanwhile, President Trump and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro could hold talks soon as tensions continue to rise. If these talks do happen, then it's expected that Narcotics will be the topic of discussion, the only topic, that and cartels moving the drugs, of course. The military has now carried out at least 21 airstrikes and 22 vessels suspected of drug trafficking in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. Democrats are calling these strikes illegal, however. The truth is that these strikes are disrupting the flow of narcotics into our country. Joining me now to discuss this, former Navy intelligence officer and chairman of the Bramer Group, Don Bramer. Don, thank you for being here.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you, sir.
Now, critics would have you believe these are fishing boats. I've been on a lot of fishing boats in my life. I've been on a lot of charter boats. These don't look like any fishing boat I've ever seen. And I've got to put my faith in your former colleagues, the folks in the intelligence community, saying this is a drug boat, this is what they're moving, this is what's happening, and ending it. Your thoughts?
Well, you know, if you look at the videos, these are not fishing boats. These are not charters. These are drugs, and they are moving into this country, and we are putting a halt to it. And, you know, this president is protecting our border, not only from land, but from sea. And, you know, what it's doing is it's affecting the drug trade, and something we need to address in this country wholeheartedly, as we, you know, thousands and thousands of people, young men and women, and their families been destroyed by these illegal substances.
Yeah, so one of the other arguments I've heard, strange as it may be, Don, well, that's not fentanyl, that's just cocaine. Just cocaine, as if overdosing on cocaine and dying is somehow a better way to go than dying from fentanyl. And here's the truth. This fentanyl is laced into cocaine, marijuana, other street drugs. Taking cocaine off the street is a key step forward as well, is it not?
Well, you know, whether it is any narcotic, taking it off the street is important, because not only do the revenue from these drug trades fuel and support, you know, other illegal activities, but they eventually, a lot of it goes back to support terrorism. So, you know, anything they can do to disrupt it, I fully support. You know, and it reminds me, if you look back to 1988, 1989, you know, we had a very similar situation with Manuel Noriega. Most people who remember that George Bush went in and we, with a small band of Marines, we extradited and captured Manuel and charged him with something very similar as the indictment against what we see with Maduro. So what's really the difference? I don't see one.
I don't see one either, based on the historical precedent that's been laid out. What would you think would come out of a conversation between Maduro and the president? Obviously, narcotics is a big problem. It's also a big problem in Mexico, where the cartels there are also being discussed, and how to end their reign of terror and corruption in Mexico. This is not a single front war. This is a multifaceted war if we want to stop the drugs flowing into this country freely and killing over 100,000 Americans a year. This has to be a priority, doesn't it?
I mean, it does. This is an $8 billion annual corporate affair, if you look at the cartels just in Venezuela and Colombia. So, you know, Maduro, whether he's the head of the Cartel del Sol or he's just a faction of it, it is where he's gaining his influence. It's what's forcing him to make the decisions that he makes. And he has to realize that if you want to stay in the chair that you sit in, then you need to look at a new course of business and a new way of life for the people of your country.
Yeah. What do you think the best course of action going forward is, Don? I mean, are we doing the right thing? Do we need to do more? You're in the intelligence community. What's the best way to stop this from happening?
Well, I think we're sending a very strong message to these cartels that, you know, this stops. If you take what we're doing with these strikes, you take what we're doing by closing our border, especially compared to what we saw just a year and a half ago under President Biden. These are the steps we have to take. That, you know, this is the United States. We are going to protect our country. We are going to protect our citizens that live here and our citizens that live abroad, because, you know, we can't be the gatekeeper for the world unless we take care of ourselves first.
Absolutely true. I agree with that. You can't have an empty cup trying to supply the world. All right, I want to shift gears just a little bit here, Don, because today we are honoring the life and service of U.S. Army Sergeant Michael Verardo, a Purple Heart recipient, Afghan veteran. What does a life like Michael and his dedication, his legacy mean to you?
Well, you know, I'm actually glad you brought that picture up. I've had the pleasure of being friends with Michael, but especially Sarah, for about the past decade in the work that my foundation, American Freedom Fund, does. And we've had a strong partnership, a strong working relationship. And Michael, you know, a lot of people did great things when they were in uniform, but what's I think important about Michael is his service out of uniform and the countless lives that he and his family's work touched to improve the lives of those who did not have people to stand behind them, who did not have people to support them when they took the uniform off, and in many cases they either lost their life or they lost their normal way of living.
So this is personal to you then. You know these folks.
I do, and you know, I get a chill as we sit here and talk about it right now, because the Verardo family, you know, whether it was on Capitol Hill, whether it was the White House, or whether it was, you know, a soldier's house, they had the same dedication, the same mission, and the same heartfelt mission going forward that they did every day of their life. And Sarah will do a tremendous job carrying on her husband's legacy, and there's still so much work that the Independence Fund will still do, and my heart goes out to her. I love her to death, and I hope that she hangs in there and she has all of our thoughts over the next few days.
I appreciate you being here. Thank you for that heartfelt message. I certainly appreciate it. So do the people watching today, sir. Thank you for spending time with us.
Thank you, sir.
All right, coming up after the break, I'll continue coverage of that funeral and Sergeant Michael Verardo's burial in Arlington National Cemetery. Stay tuned and honor his legacy right here with us on America's Voice Live.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
We're continuing our special coverage today of the burial with full military honors for Afghanistan war hero and Chief Ambassador for the Wounded Warriors, Sergeant Michael Verardo, being buried at Arlington National Cemetery today. Joining me now is a fellow Afghanistan veteran, chairman of America PAC, and Michigan Republican Senate candidate Tom Norton. Tom, nice to see you today.
Nice to see you, Steve.
All right, so let's talk about this. What do you make of this event? How important was this man that had been so grievously injured in reaching out and trying to normalize the world for other veterans returning home?
Well, Wounded Warriors and him being a speaker for him is very important. They raised a lot of money on it. Actually, years ago, when Bill O'Reilly was doing his Boulder and Fresher, they helped raise money for a soldier that was wounded in our unit in Afghanistan. David Dudenhofer. David, I can't remember it completely off the top of my head, but I ended up going with him to the event, and I hate the fact that I forgot his last name right now, but they raised a ton of money for different handicap ramps around this country. They've been able to help provide minivans to people that have lost limbs in Afghanistan, a lot of other resources. So this individual went around the country, helped raise a ton of money for those types of things, and it is very difficult for soldiers that return from war that have both physical and emotional wounds to be able to be that productive. So the fact that he was able to do that and then finally succumbing to wounds from Afghanistan is extremely important. It is going to be felt throughout the entire veteran community.
So what can we do to make things better for veterans here in America? We talk about it a lot, Tom, but it seems that oftentimes veterans still fall through the cracks. We still have 22 veterans a day take their own lives. Mental health, clearly a big issue. Helping those that have been injured, a big issue. Making sure that veterans get the care and treatment they need, whether it's physical or mental or both, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, with the mental health, that's probably one of the biggest scars that people aren't seeing. And a lot of that is because our society has become so soft. They don't understand the directness of a veteran. Combat veterans, a lot of us are very direct, very straightforward. We don't hide anything, and people get offended by that. The greatest thing that our society could possibly do is be understanding and actually grow a little bit thicker of a skin. At the end of World War II, so many millions of Americans actually had served that it was easier. Our society had that thicker skin. So the other thing is we when we were in the service, usually created a stigma when it came into mental health. So part of that was when we were in, if you went to mental health, you were weak. And now, as many of us are out, if you go to mental health, we encourage it more. And it's nice to have somebody that was in the service that does mental health. In Grand Rapids, we have quite a few Afghanistan, Iraq war veterans that the veterans over here are lucky enough to have as counselors that understand the exact position these guys are in and what they went through in Afghanistan or Iraq.
Yeah. So when you see Donald Trump out there now working to end wars in places I didn't even know there were wars, Gaza we've heard about, but other places, you know, in Africa and Asia and elsewhere, I think most Americans have no idea. I think they're oblivious to what goes on in this world too often. And looking at the burial of Verardo and others, how important is it for this president to continue to pursue peace?
Peace through strength is extremely important. I think that a lot of this stuff where there's like Donald Trump's going to create another war, I don't think he's going to. A lot of it is the sheer posturing to sit there and show that we are willing to go to war if necessary. The other part is Donald J. Trump's willing to win if we go to war and not drag it out for 10, 20 years and cause veterans more mental health issues. He's going to go there and win it and be done with it. So it's extremely important that we as a society start to identify what's going around the world and realize that Donald Trump is using peace through strength. And at the end of the day, he has ended more wars than any modern president, period. End of story.
All right. Give us a quick update on your current race in Michigan. It's going to be a pivotal state. I think it's ground zero is Michigan when it comes to what happens in the midterms and in 2028. How's your race going?
Our race is going really, really good. People can go to thomasjnorton.com and support us. If everybody goes there and donates, we'll be doing pretty good. But the thing is, we need to be able to retake the state Senate so that these Democrats don't continue to destroy Michigan with these hard leftist policies, remove government red tape. The other thing that I want to make sure we do is put the Constitution back in every single public classroom so that way all of our students know what it says, and it will make it a lot easier for people to fall in love with the concept of America and the freedoms that are truly in that Constitution.
Tom, thank you. Greatly appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. God bless.
All right, after the break, I'll bring on a retired Army general to discuss the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. You haven't heard much about it lately, as well as to continue the discussion of Sergeant Michael Verardo's burial in Arlington National Cemetery. Stay tuned for more America's Voice Live.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Well, as we continue our live coverage of U.S. Army Sergeant Michael Verardo's burial, I want to turn your attention to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. It's not been in the headlines much in the last week or two. Ukraine's military has confirmed that it has used U.S.-supplied ATAC missiles to strike military targets inside Russia, calling the move a major turning point in the conflict. It's the first time Kyiv has openly acknowledged deploying these long-range American weapons across the border, something the Biden administration quietly approved on its way out the door last year. For many, the development raises serious questions. How far is Washington willing to let this war escalate? As Ukraine expands its use of U.S. weapons, calls are growing for strict oversight and for a foreign policy driven by American interests first. Joining me now to discuss, retired U.S. Army General and candidate for Congress in Florida's 6th Congressional District, General Charles Gambaro. General, thank you for being here. Before we talk about Russia and Ukraine, please tell me the impact of Michael Verardo's life and legacy.
Well, Steve, it's great to be with you from the great city of Palm Coast, Florida. I'll tell you, Sergeant Verardo was an American patriot, a true hero, and someone that exemplifies the very best man and soldier that I served with while in uniform. He's a leader that after his military service continued serving in a way that mattered by building an enduring organization that was greater than himself, and it carries on to this day. Our prayers are with Sarah as she continues the mission of the Independence Fund and driving that positive change for our veterans community, because our veterans still need help, especially when it comes to getting the support they need for, the costs that they've paid, the blank check that they wrote, and especially for, trying to do the very best we can to eradicate veteran suicide.
And it's not just the physical injuries, it's also the mental problems and breakdowns. 22 veterans a day still take their lives. We've known that number for a long time. We need to do more in that regard, don't we, General?
We do, Steve. And I'll tell you, as someone that's seen these roadside bombs go off, as someone that has lost close friends, as someone that has seen soldiers deal with the effects we're still learning, trying to understand the effects of the effects to the body, the explosive nature or the overpressure and the damage that it does to the body in a way that we can't see. And we have to continue to provide research for the veterans community, for the VA to bring resolution to some of these problems. First, it's identifying them up front. As a general officer, I grew up in a culture where you're tough as nails and you never complain. But it's very important that when our soldiers and our veterans have an issue, that they don't suffer in silence. They raise their hand and they say, "Hey, look, we need help." And that's leadership, being able to say that out loud and ask for help. And I would ask, as I continue my race in Congress, for veterans that want to give us recommendations, because senior leaders don't always have all the answers. Please reach out to us at voteforgambaro.com. I'd love to hear what recommendations you have on how we can work together and partner and make lives better, the lives of our veterans better on going forward.
Well, there has been progress made in my lifetime. I mean, when I was a kid, VA hospitals had a terrible reputation, terrible. Worst place you could possibly go. It has improved, but there's still a lot of work to be done. If you were going to lay it out and say, here are the things we need to address for veterans first and foremost, what would be on your priority list?
Bringing more doctors, nurses, physician assistants to the hospital. I go to the VA hospital in Daytona Beach, and they do a great job in providing service, but they need help, and they're also overworked, and we need to ensure that we have enough funding to hire enough personnel to help our veterans. The other item that I would bring up is let's for the things that the VA is not an expert in, let's get it out to private care. Let's make sure that we get the experts that we need supporting our veterans.
All right. Well, that's incredibly important. Are you satisfied that the Trump administration is trying to do everything it can for the VA, for the VA administration, for the VA hospital system and everything else? Or are there things you would say, Mr. President, could you do this?
So I worked for President Trump at the National Security Council in the White House. And I will tell you, you will not find a finer president who supports our veterans anywhere, anytime. He was just a tremendous leader, a tremendous boss, and he will do everything and anything he can to help our veterans. Secretary Collins as well is focused on ensuring that we move the resources in the right place, and he's going to ask to Congress for the funding that he needs in order to provide that. So I am confident that this administration is doing everything necessary to help our veterans going forward. During my time at the White House and at the Pentagon, we passed a variety of different acts that enabled our veterans to provide service-connected claims to respiratory problems, to sulfur fires that occurred in Iraq. My father is an actual recipient of a claim on that. All these things that we were exposed to, right? We wrote the blank check for our nation, and President Trump and the administration is certainly focused on helping our veterans out, but we could always do more. We can never do enough to repay our veterans for writing that blank check for our country.
General, sit tight right there, because after the break, we're going to get into the whole Russia-Ukraine situation and see where that war is going. I appreciate you being here today. We'll take a quick break, be back with the general, who's also running for Florida 6th Congressional District, as you heard. We'll be back on America's Voice Live after this.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Well, before we get back to the General Usha Vance, the second lady, is at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, talking to military families. We're going to duck in and see what she has to say today. Here she is.
Please join me in welcoming the First Lady of the United States, Mrs. Melania Trump.
Good afternoon, Camp Lejeune. Thank you, Usha, for that kind introduction, to General Rizzo for your warm welcome here today. It has been a memorable day and an honor to meet the men and women of the United States Marine Corps. Last week, the Marine Corps celebrated 250 years of service, 2.5 centuries of courage, tradition, and excellence. To you and your families who give so much for our country, thank you. Technology is changing the art of war. Predictably, AI will alter war more profoundly than any technology since nuclear weapons. The most significant change will be speed. Speed in weaponry, decision-making, detection, attack, and defense. Artificial intelligence will take center stage in the theater of war. It already plays a meaningful role on the battlefield. Of course, it is the Marine who will always play the most critical role in realizing mission success. Before I continue, I would like to take a moment to welcome to the stage 2 outstanding Marines who are being recognized for their service. Sergeant Blake Donner, the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit Warrior of the Month, and Corporal Taishimari Cannon, the Marine Medium Tiltrader Shurdon 365 NCO of the quarter. Marine Corps Air Station New River serves as a leading site for aviation, seamlessly combining state-of-the-art aircraft training and response capabilities along the East Coast of the United States, a vital asset for America's security. Technology is at the core of New River and will guide its evolution. Artificial intelligence is propelling America's military into a new era. We are moving from human operators to human overseers fast. The shift from soldiers to machines is already underway. Autonomous helicopters, swarming drones, and recon aircraft are here now. Fighter-less jets and autonomous bombers are on the way. To win the AI war, we must train our next generation, for it's America's students who will lead the Marine Corps in the future. Lejeune High School demonstrated today that it's ready to lead. Its mission: educate, engage, and empower each student to succeed in a dynamic world, is more than a slogan. The school's ecosystem of educators, administrators, parents, and students is poised to drive innovation for America. They have fully embraced the Presidential Artificial Intelligence Challenge, showcasing creativity and technical vision for the future of AI. Their dedication to learning and their commitment to our country is inspiring. The Lejeune and the New River community impressed me today. Military families are the quiet strength of our nation. Your love, patience, and courage give our service members the confidence to serve with honor and the comfort of knowing home is always waiting. As Thanksgiving approaches, families across America will come together. But for many of you, someone you love will be serving far from home. Please know that our nation is thinking of you, praying for you, and deeply grateful for your service. To every service member, thank you for standing watch so others can celebrate in peace. And to every military spouse and child, thank you for your strength and love. You serve our country too. This month and every month, America remains grateful for your service, your sacrifice, and your spirit. As we give thanks to this season, let us remember what unites us: our shared love of country, our faith in one another, and our pride in those who serve. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
There you have the First Lady, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, talking to military families. We'll talk about what makes America wonderful after the break here on America's Voice Live.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because we have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day with the hope of putting a smile on your face. And today we've been covering this throughout the show, and with good reason. Today we honor the life of U.S. Army veteran Michael Verardo, who passed away on August the 26th, age 40. Michael served proudly as an infantryman and paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg. In Afghanistan, he survived 2 IED attacks, a second leaving him among the most catastrophically wounded soldiers of the global war on terror. Despite enduring more than 120 surgeries and facing unimaginable challenges, he refused to let tragedy define him. He dedicated his life to helping others, turning his own experience into tireless advocacy for wounded veterans and their families. Alongside his wife, Sarah, now CEO of the Independence Fund, Michael worked to strengthen care, support, and opportunities for those who sacrifice so much in service to our nation. His voice reached the highest levels of government, shaping reforms that continue to make a difference for veterans today. And above all, Michael's greatest joy was his family. He and Sarah built a loving home together and leave behind 3 daughters, Grace, Mary Scott, and Elizabeth. Michael Verardo's life is a testament to courage, resilience, and selfless service. His legacy of love, strength, and unwavering commitment to his fellow Americans is a true testament of what truly makes America wonderful. All right, America's Voice question today: why should we be thankful for America's military? Mike Foshi writes, this country would not exist without our military. That's so true, Mike. Mike McLaughlin writes, we owe them every free breath we take. God bless our troops and God bless America. I feel the same way. Phil Day writes, be thankful our nation is not speaking Japanese or German. Many thanks to the greatest generation. The next time you visit Washington, D.C., take the time to visit the World War II Memorial. I agree, although I think the Korean War Memorial is the most stirring to me personally. Remarkable places to reflect on who came before you. Roddy Cates has this: without them, someone else will raise your children and we'd be speaking a foreign language. That's why we have to be steadfast every day. Penelope Brandenburg writes, America's military has a long history. Our military defends our country, our rights, and our liberty. We can sleep comfortably in knowing our lives are protected by their sacrifices. Penelope, you're exactly right. Tommy Breeze has this: without the military, we wouldn't be safe. Even a liberal mommy's basement wouldn't be safe from invaders. They'd find out quickly then. Yes, they would. John Hogan has this: we should all be thankful to anyone willing to protect us and allow our freedoms and liberties to continue as we know them. Todd Bayshore has this: that we're free and alive. And SolarCat, because it's made up of civilians like us from our communities with presumably the same values and ideals as us. And Bohica Bob, because of its ability to save this country from its many enemies outside and inside of the borders. And one more. Salem woman writes this: they're selfless and risk their lives to defend our freedoms. If you'd like to be part of the question of the day, just follow me on social media. All the usual suspects, of course. Just follow me on social media. Write a response. We do this every day here. You can answer the question. And remember, if you want to send me an email and you don't want to participate here, please do that. SteveGruber.com, the place to send me an email. I'll make sure we look them over. Some of them we'll make it right here on the program. Join me weekday mornings at 6 a.m. to kick your day off with the Steve Gruber Show. We're first live here on Real America's Voice. We do it every day. We get up early, folks. Drink lots of coffee. That's why Bowling's sleeping in. I'm working. He's sleeping. Sorry, but that's just the way it is. Bowling, you awake?
4:40 this morning. Gruber, my dog, Ari, bless her little soul, licks my face, gets me up at 4:40. If it's 3 o'clock, maybe there's another hour or two sleeping. But when it's 4 o'clock, and she does it quite often because she wants to go outside and then she wants to eat. And I make her a little licky pad with some food on it, warm it up in the microwave. Then I put a little cheese on top, and a little vitamin supplement over there. It's like she's like a Michelin star breakfast, this dog. But
that's very nice. Still kidding. Michelin rated breakfast for the dog.
Absolutely.
Nice, Bowling. I give you a lot of credit for that.
That's the way we roll. The Bowling household rolls that way. I have a question for you. I have a military-esque question for you, Steve Gruber, or your audience, maybe.
All right.
So we saw Melania and Usha there, and we talked about our massive military and wonderful. We are selling some of our top technical fighter jets to Saudi Arabia. Do you think that's a good idea? Was that a good idea? I mean,
I always wonder. I always wonder, no matter who we're selling it to, we're selling the best of the best to other countries and think, do they really have our best interest in mind? I have mixed feelings about Bowling. I'll be honest with you, because look, too many times in American history, the weaponry that we've sold to other countries becomes the weaponry that gets turned on us and our American men and women in
Afghanistan.
Uniform. And that's what concerns me.
We leave $80 billion of weapons for the Taliban. All of a sudden, they're showing up, killing American soldiers around the world. Bagram Air Force. Yeah. Why do we keep that? Why the hell did Biden pull out?
There was no reason to give that away. There was no reason to give that. That was one of the most foolish things ever.
You can watch China over there. You can watch Russia over there. It was a perfectly situated Air Force base. Wow.
Now we got nothing. We got nothing.
Saudis cozying up to the Chinese lately for oil. Chinese need oil. Saudis want that tap into their customer base. That's from loving the idea of selling them high-tech equipment right about now. It's just me though. Maybe they stuck a little spyware in there so we could hear what they were talking about. Go and give it to the Chinese. We'll listen to them. Maybe we're smart.
About it
gives you 4 paws like a dog. Steven, good
talking. The dog.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Very interesting day in the markets. Let me explain why. All day long, the market was gyrating up, down, couldn't figure out what's going on. There is a massive number that's going to be released probably within the next 15, 20 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on it. NVIDIA, it's the most valuable company on the planet, $4 trillion company. NVIDIA is a big chip maker. Trump's doing a bunch of deals with NVIDIA and whatnot. NVIDIA reports an earnings this afternoon in a few minutes. Market's been all over the place. Nervous, up, down, nervous. Dow ends up about unchanged. S&P up a little bit. NASDAQ up a little bit more than that. But there are folks that are going to get smoked in about 20 minutes one way or the other, up or down. And here's the one I can't really understand. Oil's down. That was good. Gold's up. That's good. Crypto can't get out of its own way. 89,000 to the Bitcoin. Woo! That is a tough number. So we're going to watch and see what NVIDIA reports, because it's one of the most valuable and profitable companies on the planet. But this whole tech trade that's been pushing the market up, and guys, listen, I know this is all about politics, but the politics behind this are huge. Trump has embraced the chip makers, and he wants to be the global chip maker for the world. He wants to take that away from China. NVIDIA is a company. They do sell to China, but they're domiciled in the United States. We want them to do well. We want our chip makers to do well. We don't want Chinese to own all the chips. Taiwan right now makes somewhere 90% of the chips. If China takes Taiwan, which they want to, they talk about it. If China does go ahead and patriotize Taiwan, one China as they call it, then China will have 90% of the world's chips. We need our chip companies to be very well. Do we have him? Do we have the guy who is probably one of the best guests to have around? Well, let's bring in our first guest, known as America's mayor. I will say he is my mayor because I was a New York City resident for many, many years under that mayor right there, New York City mayor, former Associate Attorney General of the United States. Always happy to have Mr. Rudy Giuliani back on the show. Mr. Mayor, you look terrific, by the way. You just
always
look, you look terrific. With
you, Eric. Always.
And by the way, congratulations on a recent Trump pardon. Really, really cool.
Oh,
congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I told the president how much I appreciated it for me and for about 70 other people, 50 of whom you or I wouldn't know, who were just picked out of nowhere and tortured because they did their constitutional duty of being alternate electors, which has happened 3 prior times in our history, including under Kennedy and Nixon, and no one, of course, ever mentioned. They treated those people like they were criminals. They were just doing what had been done before in American history. And it was a very valuable service. And they're all pardoned now, thank God. But the Democrats tortured them. I had to help get lawyers for them. It was very hard.
Yeah. And so the pardon happens. You're free and clear. But wow, they took so much from you, Mr. Mayor.
We're working to get it back.
Yeah, go ahead. How do you do that? Let's talk.
We're going to sue.
Good.
I mean, the recent report that was done by Ed Martin with the pardons was almost as important as the pardons because it laid out at least 7 or 8 crimes they committed. I mean, those cases didn't come about from thin air. They were conspired for, and they conspired about, and they were conspired about, with the direction of the White House. You got plenty of evidence of Fannie the Ho's lover going down to the White House 2-3 times for no reason other than the plan. That completely phony case, which still hasn't been dismissed. It's on its last legs. I don't know what's stopping the governor.
So can we talk about that for 1 second, Mr. Mayor?
He's supposed to be a Republican.
Isn't it? I just read that thing is still pending. Like they're going to replace Fannie Willis and with another prosecutor. And what he or she is going to pick up where Fannie failed and left off?
Everyone doubts that the prosecutor will do it, but the prosecutor could do it. Now, the indictment is just a mere little figment of his former self. It's been largely dismissed on unconstitutional grounds. I don't even know what's left of it. Like all those counts about alternate electors, well, they've been thrown out all over the country. And the people who actually put up those counts should really be penalized. They're the ones who should be disbarred, not me. Mm-hmm. They're the ones who brought absolutely illegal charges against innocent people, which is probably the worst thing a prosecutor can do. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But we're slowly but surely, number one, we're coming out of it. And number two, as the president has said, and I say, we've been proven right on everything. You tell me what we've been proven wrong on.
Yeah. Well, he was wrong.
I count about 15 things.
We're not tired of. Trump was wrong about one thing. He said, we're going to win so much you're going to get tired of winning. I'm not tired of winning yet. There's a lot more wins under our belts. Mr. Mayor, well, let's move on to something I opened this segment saying that you were my mayor. I lived in New York for 35 years. It's a hellhole. It's turned. It's changed since you left. Mamdani, a socialist, is now acting or whatever, incumbent mayor. Is New York beyond help, sir?
I don't think we know first of all, the answer is possibly. I don't think anyone of us knows the answer of what's going to happen. He's making it clear he is not doing one of these go to the middle now that he won. He said nothing of unity to his opponents. He began like an animal when he won. He had tried to be a nice guy. He's not a nice guy. He's a communist. He's a very, very entitled rich boy from a father, and he inherited it from his father, who seems to have pathological hatred of the Jewish people. That's all they talk about. And so this is a very, very sad guy. And the worst part of it isn't even his communism. It's his support for Islamic extremist terrorism.
So that,
remember,
Mr. Mayor,
that's the city that was attacked by Islamic extremist terrorism.
We were there. We were there, Mr. Mayor. I remember pushing, fighting against. Remember the Ground Zero Mosque? Remember when they were so brazen after killing almost 3,000 New Yorkers, Americans, citizens, innocents, they wanted to use, remember, one of the engines fell off one of the airplanes that went into the World Trade Center, landed on a building. The mosque, a Muslim group bought the building and wanted to make that a ground zero mosque, basically making a trophy of what they did.
Yeah, we all fought that very, 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 very hard, and it was beaten down. And there's also a cowardice in being honest about history and being honest about religion. If Catholics or Jews or Protestants or, I don't know, pick another religion, wanted to put something there, fine. But this is the religion under which all those people were killed. We're not, you can fool jerks. You're not going to fool me. They were all yelling Allah Akbar in the plane when they were killing us. They were sent here by bin Laden. I had expected them to come, except not to do exactly that. They had attacked us in 93. We had thwarted at least 3 attacks in the interim between then and now. When those buildings were hit, there were people that were in confusion about who did it. Bernie Kerik and I knew exactly it was bin Laden. We knew exactly it was part of the war that he declared on us that Clinton failed to listen to. He probably was doing something else. It was part of the same reason they hit the USS Cole and killed our soldiers, and Clinton was, again, doing something else and didn't respond to it. And I had a great deal of anger toward Clinton for the same kind of Chamberlain appeasement that led bin Laden to the idea that he could come to New York and blow up one of our buildings. Well, Bush, dissuaded him of that right away, which is why the people who criticized the war after, you got to be a little careful. We needed that. We needed that to punch him in the face and tell him, stop it, go fight your battles for Muhammad somewhere else. So these people killed under the name of Muhammad. Mm-hmm. That's not all Muslims, but it's those Muslims. And now you're going to put up a church to Muhammad right there?
And they targeted New York.
What are you out of your mind? You think I'm a jerk? I know your religion. I know your religion. I studied it. I studied to be a priest. I studied all religion. I studied yours. And we used to put yours in a different category. You're the only religion that preaches killing.
I don't know if you can even qualify that as a religion. It's a cult. It's not even a religion, Mr. Mayor. If it preaches, if you don't believe in us, you don't deserve to live.
It's in the Quran. Unfortunately, it's in the Quran, and some read it out, some read it in. So the ones who read it out, fine, God bless you. But the ones who read it in, we have to be aware of the fact that they're big, they're important, and they like to kill us. And then we're going to put a monument up to them. Who do we know which side they're on?
How about this, Mr. Mayor? We watched, after Mamdani was elected, the weekend after, on a Sunday, I believe, Saturday or Sunday, Times Square became a makeshift mosque. It became a pop-up mosque. Muslims they blanketed Times Square. They're on their knees praying. My concern here is not freedom of religion. I get it. Okay. My concern is in Dearborn, Michigan, police now have to wear some sort of hat tip to Muslims, a patch on their uniforms. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, now there are calls to pray. The prayer calls, bells ringing 4 or 5 times a day. Muslims get down and they pray. Is New York the next city to look like a mosque, a Muslim-run country?
Well, when you consider that the mayor-elect's single biggest influential imam is one who was an unindicted co-conspirator in the 1993 Islamic slaughter in New York, praised September 11, refused to condemn, if not praise, September 7th. The reality is that there are 2 types of Muslims, make it simple. Peaceful Muslims, of which there are many, God bless them, terrific. I wish they'd speak up more, but they don't cause trouble. Number 2, there are the Muslims who believe in the exact word of the Quran, which still exists in writing, which is that they should kill Christians, Jews, and take over the world. That's how they spread their religion. It's a religion spread by warfare, not by preaching like St. Paul.
Let me do this.
They don't have a St. Paul.
I don't have unlimited time. I wish I did. I wish I could hold you over. But, Mr. Mayor, two quick questions. If you've advised presidents, not only Trump, but presidents, world leaders. You've advised world leaders.
Yes, sir.
What is the one piece of advice you would give to Trump when you see what's going on with the uprising and becoming the Muslim people are being elected and changing the culture, the fabric of this country slowly but surely? They call it Sharia creep. Some people do. What is the message that you would give President Trump how to handle this sort of thing?
Well, President Trump is in a unique position. He has a very good relationship with, let us call it, the peaceful Muslim world. Even religiously, the group that interprets the religion differently. They have to take over. They never have. They've never taken over and modernized their religion. They don't practice it, but they leave it there. And they leave it there on the books, and they leave it there being practiced by millions of people. Now, you've got to stop that. Mm-hmm. And they're the only ones who can stop it by standing with us. They've got to speak out against it. They have to point out how inhumane it is, how indecent it is, and how, if you want to justify it in any way, you justify it as, you know, what used to go on 1,400 years ago, not now. The way some things in the Bible, nothing terrible like that, but some things in the Bible are written out. Nobody stones people anymore. They did in the Old Testament, right? Nobody even thinks about it. So
well,
they write it out.
They don't do it here, but they still do it. They still do it in Tehran, and they still throw gays and lesbians off roofs, and they hang them from, the construction trucks that have the high, and they put a rope on it, and they'll hang people who are caught being homosexuals there. I mean, it's a crazy fanatical
we can
religion.
Talk about this more. I have a real recommendation how to do it, which, believe it or not, comes out of a little bit of my effort against the mafia and how the Italian people related to the mafia. It was not as bad, not as difficult, but it's a good example of how people tend to justify sometimes the things that their people, let's call it that, do wrong, even though they would never do it. Because they feel that everybody's going to be tarred that way. There is a big element of that among very good Muslims. And it can be taken away. It can be separated. And there's nobody who could do it better than Trump. Trump has excellent, look at his relationships with Mohammed bin Salman. Mohammed bin Salman, for whatever else you think, is extremely peaceful. His desire is a peaceful Middle East. Has been since the time he was 13 years old.
All right. Mr. Mayor, Rudy Giuliani, always good to have you, my friend. Let's do this more often. When I heard we had you, I was very excited. Get you back in the studio one of these days, too. You look terrific, sir. You look great. Thank you for your time.
God bless. You're the best.
And you, too. All right, folks. We've talked about this a bunch of times. You heard me talk about how the big banks have turned their backs on President Trump. Well, we've got one simple message. Don't reward those banks. Move your money. You can do this easily. It's fungible. Just take it out, walk up. Chase? What? No, goodbye, Chase. Old Glory Bank. This is a bank that stands for faith, family, and country. Always has. And with their world-class online banking, they serve customers in all 50 states. I know their founders personally. Dr. Ben Carson, John Rich, a friend. True patriots, great Americans. Go to oldglorybank.com/RAV today and join the right side of banking. oldglorybank.com/RAV. Go there. They're great folks. They're great folks. By the way, The Edge just exploded in a good way. Our Patrick Bet David episode just blew past 1,000 watch hours by itself, nearly doubling the first 8 episodes combined. So if you haven't seen it yet, this is the one chance you should do it. You should see this episode. Search Eric Bolling, The Edge on YouTube. Do we have a little piece of that, please?
Nobody knows I only have $13,000 left. And in that moment, I'm like, man, I don't know what's going to be happening right now. I got nothing else going on. I don't know how I'm going to pay payroll. I'm looking at everybody's face. Hi, how you doing? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm probably not going to pay you this Friday, and I don't know how I'm going to pay you. Boom.
You got to watch this episode top to bottom all the way through. It's 45 minutes. He's got great stories. This man's very successful. Hit that QR code right there with your camera, a little yellow thing. Press that. You will be subscribed. Subscribing helps me quite a bit. It tells YouTube we're growing. We're growing 150 times faster than all average YouTube news shows. Need you part of that. Eric Bolling, The Edge, Eric Bolling, The Edge on YouTube, or that subscribe code right there. Thank you for your help. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
All right, Thanksgiving and the Christmas holiday season are almost here. Tens of millions of Americans will be traveling. They say it's going to be the most traveled American holiday in history. Wow. And guess what? Tens of millions of Americans will end up sick. Dr. James Thorpe, Chief of Maternal and Prenatal Health at The Wellness Company, joins us to give us insight on how to stay healthy this season. Doctor, really good to have you on, my friend. So we're going to have, I think they said 81 million Americans will travel this season, a new record. Every time we get on an airplane now, are we susceptible to picking up some virus that someone else has on, in row 26?
Well, we are, and thanks for having me back on. And I think that we as Americans should not curtail our travel, but we should be prepared.
And the way to do that would be, we talked to the Wellness Company, there are ways to prepare. I have another, I just read this this morning. There's a new strain of bird flu that an American, a human being, has now. First time it's ever jumped to human. Should we be concerned about that? I believe it's H5N5, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. I'm not. I don't think we should at all worry about that. But I think we should take the usual precautions. First and foremost, get your vitamin D levels up to the upper therapeutic level, which is 80 or 90, not 30 or 40. We have a variety of really important preparatory preventative products that you should be aware of. I'm still in active clinical practice. I travel in airports all the time. I'm in the hospital all the time. We have an incredible nasal immune mist therapy. I take it with me wherever I go, and an oral mist therapy. So in order to get an upper respiratory tract infection, you have to go through the nose or the mouth, and you have to achieve a critical number of pathogens on the tiny cilia, hair follicles. Those are completely wiped out. You'll knock off all the diseases through the upper respiratory tract if you just do that simple spray technique on both nostrils and in your mouth. I do it several times a day when I'm among crowds and at the hospital.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So what are the medications we should keep on hand as we enter the holiday season? Because a lot of people do get sick during the season.
Well, as the old saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And if you do get sick, the earlier you start, the better. So, for example, the emergency medical kit is a terrific cadre 8 different prescribed, potentially life-saving medications that every American family should have on hand. And you can get that through the Wellness Company. Those are prescription life-saving drugs. We have several other kits that are also appropriate. The Contagion kit is another kit with multiple potentially life-saving prescription medications. Every American family should have these 2 kits in addition to the prophylactic preventative measures that I spoke about.
Indeed. And the season's upon us, and it's going to get crazy out there, Doctor, with all the crowds and airports and bus terminals and train terminals and whatnot. Sir, Dr. James Thorpe of the Wellness Company, appreciate your support of RAV. And by the way, your kits are amazing. They're awesome. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for having me. Have a good holiday season, Eric.
And we'll see you again before that, I'm sure. Thank you, sir. All right, our next guest, the geopolitical advisor and strategist who served as a senior staffer to 2 Republican members of Congress. Happy to have Rina Shah back on the show. Rina, can we go through this whole Saudi contingent? Mohammed bin Salman came over. There was a huge welcome, open arms. There's a trade deals going on. I think he said he committed to $1.2 trillion in investment in the United States. This relationship seems pretty rock solid. What's going on with China, though? Are they getting in bed together, Saudi and China?
Well, look, yesterday, President Trump and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman just turned the page big time. With that pledge from Saudi Arabia of nearly $1 trillion in investment into our country, that's $1,000 billion flowing into American jobs, American tech, and American workers, not China's. And so that's really big there because supposedly Trump's deal making is going to literally bring the money home. Now, in his first term, there were also similar promises that didn't really come to fruition. So I'm waiting for this to materialize.
So again, I pose this question to Gruber at the top of the hour. Are we comfortable selling Saudi Arabia F-35 jet fighters, some of our best technology in those jets?
You know, it was a one-day upgrade, Eric. Trump upgraded Saudi Arabia to major non-NATO ally status by greenlighting these F-35 stealth fighters for them. I mean, those are top-of-the-line jets that only our closest partners get. I think the real question is, why did he do it? And look, if I'm a betting woman, I would say it's because a very strong Saudi Arabia keeps Iran in check without one more American boot on the ground. This is the sort of peace through strength that Trump campaigned on and promised these many months.
Yeah. Rina, I want to hold you over the break because I want to bring in your thoughts on where we are with Israel. All of a sudden, Israel, we've got to focus on Saudi Arabia. Israel's kind of, are they now the proverbial red-haired stepchild of the family, of the Trump family right now, or they're being forgotten? But let's do this after the break. Rina, stay with us if you can. Folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the hosts, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
And we are back with one of my pals, one of the smarter geopolitical advisors that you'll come across, folks. Rina Shah. Rina, let's talk a little bit. I teased it before the break. Israel. What's going on with Israel? You know, it seems like with when Bibi and Trump got into it a little bit with what was going, how Bibi was handling the Hamas in Gaza. Has Trump turned the page on a relationship, a very close relationship with the state of Israel?
I think it's really important to look at the facts here right now. With Trump's 20-point peace blueprint, essentially, he's got the UN stamp of approval this week, and that includes a board of peace to disarm Hamas, which was Israel's top demand. And now they can kickstart reconstruction. But Bibi himself called it an incredible moment carved out by Trump. So if that's stepchild treatment, sign me up for more, because it's peace through strength, and that saves a lot of lives without endless US dollars. But I want to tie this to Saudi for a moment, too. Look at this perfect synergy. Yesterday, Mohammed bin Salman pledged to definitely help fund Gaza's rebuild as part of Trump's Accords expansion. But that's not choosing sides here. It's Trump pulling Saudi into the Abraham Accords tent, where they'll hopefully normalize with Israel once there's a very clear path forward. That's not happened yet. But remember, Trump moved heaven and earth for Israel in his first term. Jerusalem embassy, Golan recognition, and now he's supercharging that with Arab buy-in.
So, but I remember Trump had called Bibi out a couple of times, like it said stop, right? And because the campaign kept going, and Israel kept hammering Gaza in Hamas, and it got Trump a little agitated for a while. I'm just wondering. Here's the problem, though. On one hand, I get it and find some way to find peace in that region, but I'm old enough to remember that there's never been peace in the Middle East in my entire lifetime. Yeah. There probably never will be because of the way it's situated. So what happens if Hamas or Hezbollah or any one of the other Iran-sponsored terrorist groups start up again with Israel?
Look, anyone who's skeptical about peace in the Middle East is not in the minority. I get it. People are frustrated with the process. And yes, it's true. Israel is getting the best of both worlds right now. They're getting ironclad American support, new allies footing the bill for security. I mean, Trump's not playing favorites, but he's building a Middle East powerhouse coalition against Iran, or so he says he is. And he's doing that with Israel at the head of the table. If you look at what Biden did, Biden lectured and he isolated. Trump is at least trying to deliver wins here for whatever it's worth. Yesterday's announcements actually prove that, from F-35s for Saudi to keeping the peace to billions flowing for Gaza's cleanup. I think what we're looking at here is that Israel is stronger and safer and more prosperous under Trump, and Bibi actually gets that. But the bottom line here, Eric, is that there's no stepchild here. Just a favored son who's getting the full Trump treatment. Many Americans are not going to like what form that comes in, but many others are willing to say, let's give this a shot. At least Trump can try to broker peace in his own fashion. So Trump has got Netanyahu back like kind of no one else has. And he's turning yesterday's Saudi summit into a triple win. Investments for America, again, hopefully those come through, stability for Israel, and a roadmap to bury Hamas for good, which is what I genuinely want. So look,
if I may, bury Hamas for good. You know, whack-a-mole. You just bury Hamas, something else will pop up. And so the question is, how do you tame Iran? How do you fix Iran? Because that's really that's where the cancer is coming from.
And that will be the magic trick that a president can pull. I don't know what it's really going to take other than a combination of soft diplomacy and hard power, too, to some extent. I just don't know at what point we'll see that mixture be deployed by this Trump administration. Right now, it is a hurry up and wait moment, as I like to say, but the moment is looking better, at least, than the Biden administration treated it, because from where I sat, it was very much kick the can down the road. We're seeing at least some overtures here to Saudi in order to try to, again, make the real end goal happen, which is to tame Israel, remove them from the board of players, and not worry about their threats constantly. What Israel gets in the treatment of that is that favored treatment. Looks like it is part of the deal.
Tough one now. Russia in Ukraine.
Yeah.
It hasn't really been talked about lately.
No.
Nothing's slowing down. There's still massive air campaigns killing a lot of civilians. Where do we stand on that?
Woke up to one today. I mean, the fact that innocent Ukrainians continue to get killed, and it feels as if it's just another day at the office. I think a lot of the American diplomatic corps is more frustrated about Ukraine than before, because what we have seen is Trump not able to get to Putin's brain, which is to get in and say, what's it going to take you to stop? Now, is that concessions of territory? Looks like it, but where are even those talks? Right now, we're very much stalled in what could be considered the Trump-Putin cozy relationship. It's not cozy at all. We don't know where it stands right now. So good old Vlad is continuing to have his way with Ukraine. At least Europe is stepping up more. But on the American front, it looks like we're laser focused on the Middle East for at least the near future. Will another Zelensky visit happen in the next few weeks? I would say look out for that as well, because what they really want is the Tomahawk secret recipe, and so far nobody's given it to them.
Yeah, I hope we don't. I mean, just we've given them way too much. This is not our conflict, folks. Taking arena around the world, let's bring it back a little bit closer at home. Trump is making overtures about possibly striking Venezuela, literally striking Venezuela, not just the narco terror boats that come across. What do you know about? What do you hear? And also, I'm hearing Iran is backing Maduro in Venezuela to not back down to the United States. So it's getting a little hairy there too.
It's getting very hairy there. You know, Corina Machado, she was the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize. Of course, President Trump was passed over, but she dedicated the prize to him too. And I think there could be something there in terms of talking about how Maduro's days are numbered. Of course, there are numerous Republicans in Congress who are not happy about what is happening in the ocean against these so-called terrorists who want to come and, again, send fentanyl over our borders. What we're seeing happen south of the border with the cartels tied to, again, fentanyl from China or whatever drug activities coming up from South America. We're again in a moment where I don't really know that one hand knows what the other is doing. And yes, I'm talking about the Department of War and Trump himself sitting in the Oval. I think Hegseth is trying to show an approach that is a little too hardlined and maybe not constitutional even. The illegality that's being cried about from Congress, I don't think is wrong, because the Constitution essentially puts these kinds of moves, acts of war, killing what could be considered innocent civilians in waters, international waters. That all needs to be under Congress's purview, and very much is. But again, it's happening through this administration. It's it's being fast-tracked in a way, I think, so that the president can show action, can show activity on the drug front, what he, again, a campaign promise he's trying to deliver. It's a very thorny moment. I don't know what the right move is here. Is it diplomatic? I shudder to think it is at this point, because we've already kind of gone past that. But again, my bigger point here is that I do think that Maduro's days are numbered.
Because of some sort of coup?
Because I think both parties actually agree on that. I think Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, but it's not up to us. It is a sovereign country. I mean, how do you remove Maduro if he doesn't want to get removed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think very, very dangerous, very, very slippery slope. I also believe that if a narco-terrorist shows up on our shore, blow him out of the water, eviscerate him, incinerate him. I hate this idea of blowing these people up, because the one time, and they're going to get smart, they're going to put some civilians on these boats at one point and say, look what Trump did, he killed civilians, and then you lose the whole upper hand in that whole mess. So, Rena, I got to go. I'd love to get you back very, very soon, and we will talk to you soon. Folks, if you need geopolitical knowledge, Rena Shah is the person to go to. Rena, thank you so much.
Eric, thanks for having me here. Always fun to talk to you.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumppknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hardly a day goes by when Jasmine Crockett isn't making a clown fool of herself. I really don't understand how some of these people get elected in the first place, let alone some of the highest offices in the country. Behold, Jazzy Jasmine.
Foods. So listen, if you can have this honest conversation about Epstein now, let's just go ahead with this lame duck president and be honest about everything that the American people care about. They care about affordability. They care about the fact that literally people are starving in this country because we have 42 million people, and I don't remember any one of you during that almost 2-month break deciding to go on faux news or any other news outlet and say, you know what, it is wrong to have 42 million people that are relying on $6 a day to eat, and we have the money because somehow our president was able to find under the couch cushion, the one that JD wasn't sitting on, under the couch cushion, he was able to find 40, how much did he find to send to Argentina? 40, there we go. 40 billion to send to Argentina. But those emergency funds, he couldn't find them emergency funds so that Americans could eat.
What? Say what? What'd she say there? By the way, folks, I promise, as promised, the NVIDIA numbers came out, and they were very strong. And right now, NVIDIA, this is very good news for Trump, for the economy, for the American people. NVIDIA, it's up. It's up like 8%. So those are very good. Okay, let's get back to the lunatic Democrats. Surprise, surprise. Zohan Mamdani, the new face of the Democrat Communist Party of America, has discovered that when you make promises that everything's going to be free in order to get elected by the young Marxist of Gotham City, you now have to find a way to pay for it.
It's been 2 weeks since we won the election. We've been pretty busy.
Checks the Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani.
Too often, this is a time of just celebration as opposed to preparation. We want to make it both. A lot of these things are new, but one of them is pretty old, fundraising. But why are we fundraising? Well, we have less than 50 days until we take office, and we have a lot to do. We have to vet the 50,000 resumes we've received. Thank you. We have to keep paying our incredible team. Thank you. And we have to plan not just our inauguration, but our policy implementation. Now, unlike the campaign, transitions do not get public matching funds from the city. So that 8-to-1 match, gone. It's up to us to raise the money. Usually campaigns take that as an opportunity to rely on wealthy donors, but that's not us. You've already been incredible. We've raised more than $1 million in just 2 weeks. Our average donation is around $77, and more than 12,000 of you have donated so far, which is much lower than the last administration's transition. But we're still asking for your help because we need to raise $4 million in total, so January 1st can be the day we start to deliver, not start to...
He's raising money already. He hasn't even taken office. He's begging for money already. This is why socialism never works. Eventually, you run out of other people's money. They're going to be broke. And what he did to Trump on election night when he said, hey, Trump, turn up the volume, and tells him, basically flips him off, the federal government's not going to help you. It's not going to bail you out in New York. Not that they would have anyway, but the place is it's a horrible place to live. Terrible place to live. If you walk through Manhattan now, it's marijuana, it's drugs, it's smell, it's garbage, it's animals, it's rats. It's horrible. It's godforsaken, only going to get worse under this socialist Marxist clown. By the way, under communism in the history of the world, over 100 million people have died because they stopped. They weren't able to feed the people, and they starved to death. 100 million people. When Eric Swalwell is not busy courting Chinese spies, Fang Fang, he's busy going on a rampage, making cringeworthy videos and threatening members of Trump's administration who are doing their jobs trying to protect this country and our citizens.
And Kristi Noem and Tom Homan, you should familiarize yourself with the four corners of this room. Kristi Noem and Tom Homan, get to know that witness chair. You're going to be parked in it for a long time. You're going to have a lot of questions under oath with the subpoena power. And I hope what you're doing is clean and can withstand the scrutiny that everyone on this side of the aisle is going to bring.
They're doing their job. They're doing the job that Trump was doing the job he was elected to do. He tapped Kristi Noem and Tom Homan to remove the illegals from the country and make the border stop. And he's doing exactly what he promised. He said he was going to do it when he ran for president, and we elected him president. So Swalwell, I'm not sure what your issue is. Did you like it better when Mayorkas, the Democrat, when they had an open border policy where American citizens were being replaced by illegals in schools, in jobs? Our cities are broke. This is what you want, you clown? It doesn't work. Democrat members of Congress, including Senator Ellie Slotkin, Senator Mark Kelly, and Congressman Jason Crow, feel it necessary to tell active members of the military to ignore orders given to them. Let me say it again. These sitting members of Congress and the Senate are telling active members of the military to disobey their commanders. It's called treason, folks, when they do that. It's treason with a healthy side of insurrection, but they're telling our military to do it. Watch.
This administration is pitting our uniformed military
And intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us, you all swore an oath
to protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
We know this is hard and that it's a difficult time to be a public servant.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
The Army,
Our Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
No, you can't. You can't disobey your orders. That's treason. Technically, you could be hung for that. You're not going to get hung. You'd certainly be tossed out of the military dishonorably. They're doing what they're told to do. There's nothing illegal about what they're doing. Everything's constitutional. There's nothing that's not constitutional. Courts activist judges have tried to stop Trump from doing it. The Supreme Court overruled the activist judges. It's all legal. Stop it. You guys are breaking the law. Technically, if you inhibit or prohibit an agency from doing their job, you're violating the criminal code in America, congressmen and senators. Remember when Bill Clinton lied about Monica Lewinsky or Whitewater? Remember when Barack Obama lied about Obamacare? You could keep your doctor. His views on race in America, remember that? Remember? He lied about that too. Remember when he was against gay marriage, but then he became for gay marriage, Barack Obama? What about Benghazi, tax cuts? Remember when Joe Biden lied about his grades, his speeches? He lied incessantly. Remember when he lied about marching in Selma, Alabama? Remember when he lied about Afghanistan, the economy? How about when they all lied about Biden's state of mind, the family, pardoning his family? There's not enough time to list all of the things that Biden and the Democrats have lied about. But somehow, to the ladies of the View, President Trump is the only liar they know.
I just can't believe he just lies like that. He's just lying.
Anything that comes out of his mouth seems to be a lie.
After 10 years of Donald Trump, you can't believe he lies? It's still shocking to see someone, but it's still shocking to me. It is. You know why, Anna? It is shocking to me to see someone that holds the office of the presidency of the United States lie to the American people over and over.
Politicians
it should not be normal.
But politicians tend to lie. We agree on that. This is over the top.
I mean, it's just
this is pathological lying.
He says prices are going down. When's the last time Donald Trump, you think, went to the supermarket?
Orange juice is up 29%.
I was at the supermarket yesterday, and I literally decided not to buy salmon because of the price.
one of the things that they're saying,
I can't buy it. Think about the average American.
You can afford the salmon.
One of the. But I chose not to because I thought it was too expensive.
I did not have sex with that woman. Oh, that was Bill Clinton. Oh, yeah, that's Monica Lewinsky. Wouldn't be a normal day without some Democrat race baiting, would it? Gavin Newsom doing an awful job at damage control for his party. Wants everyone to somehow believe that the fight against things like the grooming of children and DEI practices are all about race.
You got the Supreme Court talking about getting rid of the Voting Rights Act, and that's very real. Yeah. That may likely happen in just a matter of months. I mean, they're rewriting history, censoring historical facts. It's a unbelievable moment. All this anti-woke stuff is just anti-black. Period, full stop. All the CRT, ESG, DEI stuff, that's all this is.
Everything's about race with the Democrats, and then they lose, and they still make it about race, and they can't figure out why they keep losing. All right, folks, The Edge. I've been talking about it. This episode just exploded. Patrick Bet-David episode blew past 1,000 watch hours. Just this episode is only 6 days old, nearly doubling the first 8 episodes combined. If you haven't seen this one yet, this is the one that changes the game. You have to search Eric Bolling, The Edge on YouTube and buckle up because here's a little taste of it.
Nobody knows I only have $13,000 left. And in that moment, I'm like, man, I don't know what's going to be happening right now. I got nothing else going on. I don't know how I'm going to pay payroll. I'm looking at everybody's face. Hi, how you doing? And I'm thinking to myself, I'm probably not going to pay you this Friday, and I don't know how I'm going to pay you. Boom.
And so he went from there to a mega CEO, $200 million value to him. But the stories he has are fascinating. I just would love you to subscribe here. You got to watch that show, that episode from top to bottom. I have a big one dropping tomorrow, too. We'll tell you all about that tomorrow. Subscribe by taking your phone, taking the camera, aim it right at that screen right there, that QR code. It'll subscribe you and press the button. I promise you, you will never, ever, ever be charged for anything. It just tells YouTube we're growing. And by the way, folks, because of you, we're growing 150 times faster than an average new YouTube show. We're only 8-9 weeks in, and it's one of the fastest growing shows on YouTube because of you. I want to thank you for your viewership. Thank you for here. Thank you for coming to Rav. And I especially want to thank you if you just subscribe to @Eric Bowling on the Edge, @Eric Bowling the Edge on YouTube, @Eric Bowling the Edge YouTube. Thank you so much. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Oh, Mad Dog, get on the horn. Get on that horn, Mr.
Yes,
Mad
sir.
Dog. We don't have Bannon today, so we will do some voice mails. Wait, where's the camera? Where is the control room camera?
I got the camera. It's right here.
Yeah, there you go. What's up, everybody? There they are, everybody. All right, Mad Dog, shoot us a voicemail.
This first one is viewer wants to show appreciation to the network.
Well, I respect and love your show, and it's also important to the people I follow, you, Newsmax, Real American Voice, Morning Sunrise. It's also important to take a minute and say thank you, and what a great job, and thank you for pointing out and letting Americans see everything that's happening. Some people, they don't just watch a little news and they don't understand really what's going on. Just hear the same lies all the time on fake news. And we are so blessed. And to have, I'm making a t-shirt. I'm going to have it called the Top Shelf with this picture. And then at Top Shelf in the Cabineers. And have their group picture sitting around the table below it. I think that would be a great seller. It's going to be Top Shelf and the Cabineers. A picture of Donald Trump and the picture of his cabinet, who are just great, strong people. Our country's back, brother. But I wanted to also give a shout out and say thank you. I know what's going on. I watch mostly that's all I watch, except for a few other shows. You know, I Dream of Jeannie and Andy Griffith and all that. Yeah, I'm of age, but and I'm a veteran. And then I helped in Iraq 2003, 4, and 5. I've lost a lot of friends, seen a lot of crap, and our country's finally on the right track. God bless you guys. And I'm watching you right now. Man, there's so many great people to listen to.
All right. Well, then, thank you. First of all, thank you for our freedom. Appreciate your service, sir. And thank you for those nice compliments. Yeah, keep it on Rav all day. He's got some great shows over here. We really enjoy doing that. Mad Dog, we didn't make the T-shirt, though. It's Trump in the cabinet. I was thought maybe put Mad Dog over on the side. You know, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't make it. What can you say?
I didn't make it either. All right. Well, see. Maybe the next guy will send us a voicemail that puts us on a T-shirt.
Yeah, hopefully. We got viewer says, get rid of the mall.
Bolin, I listen to y'all all the time, every day. I love y'all. Here's my little gripe. That one that married her daddy to get him in this country, and then the other one marries her brother, and they talk bad about the United States. Why can't we throw them people out of this country? All that Hamas stuff. Not Hamas, all of those anti-this and anti-that, talking everybody down. We got those Muslims here with Sharia law. Why we have them here? We can't throw them out the country. We're a country of peace, Christianship. That's all I'm saying. But keep it a good work, man. And they need to get Hillary. Don't let her out of nothing because she's just mouthing off a lot. All of them wrong.
There you go. A lot of longer voicemails this time. So we had Rudy Giuliani on earlier in the show, and he pointed out there are massive amounts of peaceful Muslims. But then there's this whole section of Muslims who want no part of peace, who feel like if you're a Westerner, an Israeli, and Westerner, if you don't believe in Allah, you're supposed to die. You're supposed to be killed, and it's okay to kill people like that. So you're right. We got to find out who the ones are that are fanatics and remove them. Problem is, because we are basically a melting pot and our Constitution allows it, people can come over here. They can't become citizens unless they go through the process technically. But that's part of the game. That's part of, what makes the country great too. I'll be honest with you, a lot of people come over here and they're very smart people and they make things and they innovate things. But Americans, let's not do it at the expense of the economy and the American people. Mad Dog.
Viewer has something to say about Obama and Spamberger.
Someday we won't have to listen to Obama. Obama has the ability to spin bullshit, and then the faithful drones will eat it, such as the support he's given to New Jersey and Virginia. You know that Spamberger? Actually, I think it should be spelled Spamberger. Okay, she's all spam. S-P-A-M, burger, B-U-R-G-E-R. It's just another socialist. Save the illegal aliens, save the drug dealers, save the drug boats, save the rapists, save the murderers, save the pedophiles, and her just everything's a sanctuary. I think that's the one to vote for. She's got everything you want. Crime, poverty, what more could you ask for? Insecurity, great, go for them. Jerks.
Wow. They're fired up, Mad Dog. Folks are fired up right now. People are ticked off, but you're right, man. We have a socialist creeping into this country. It's not creeping so slowly either. It's not like lava coming off a volcano. It's actually moving more like a tsunami pushing across Dearborn, Michigan, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Are you giving me the music? Is this where you're supposed to? It's like the award show when they keep talking, the music starts coming on. I got to say, stop talking because the next guest has to come on and give a trophy away. Mad Dog. All right, I get the message.
Sheinbaum was elected, they killed 27 different conservative candidates, largely assassinated by the cartels, and in many cases it was funded by the Chinese Communist Party because they're trying to do state capture of Mexico with the fentanyl, with the other drug trafficking, and with other aspects of trade. The CCP is trying to put their hooks in at all levels of the Mexican society. That becomes a huge problem for the United States. And again, I'm not advocating an 1845 style invasion at Veracruz again. We need to push for leadership change. Maybe the United States starts doing it at a governor level, where a state governor says, I'm ready to take this on, and we support them that way with kinetic strikes, with covert action, with the means to overmatch the cartels. I feel terrible for the average cop, the good cop, that tries to do the right thing in Mexico, because they're immediately met by overwhelming force, which wipes out not just them, but their family, and it kills their entire family ugly. So, yeah, at some point, some greater force is going to have to be unleashed.
The New York Times has new reporting that the president has signed off on new ways to put even more pressure on Venezuela, including authorized covert CIA action inside the country. The Times also reports the administration has reopened back-channel diplomatic negotiations with the Maduro regime. What makes this different?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's good to explain to listeners and viewers exactly what has changed here. So a few weeks ago, we had the president, authorize the CIA to do, in theory, covert actions inside Venezuela. But what was different then is that there weren't any concrete plans, and now what we have is the president not saying the plan should necessarily start, but approving the specific development. This is not likely boots on the ground. We don't know for sure what President Trump has in mind, but the kinds of things could be cyber, psychological operations, sabotage, or information operations. They're developing some kind of plans along these lines, and then they will tee them up for the president to decide to go if certain things happen. But there's, quite frankly, a lot we don't know, besides the fact that the Trump administration is increasing the pressure on the Venezuelan government.
We've gone from over the weekend, late last week, when they're briefing people on Capitol Hill about a potential strike, and the Secretary of War Hegseth is walking through a huge range of alternatives, to now President Trump says when he gets off the plane last night that Maduro's all over him. They want to talk about a deal, and President Trump says, I'm willing to listen, right, and talk. What has changed? Is it that the Ford showed up with a strike group, and now you have, instead of 4,000 fleet Marines and sailors, you've got, 12,000 to 15,000? Is that what got their attention? Did they take your advice and put the $50 million on him, dead or alive? Why we had looks like a sea change in the last 72 hours?
Perhaps there were some covert actions that worked, but to me, this is not solved by carrier air wings and B-52s. This is done by making people change their minds really at the margin. And it's really Maduro, Diosdado Cabello, Jorge and Delcy Rodriguez, the Pedrino, the head of the military. Until they drive all those folks out, I don't think Maduro himself is going to leave. Because the other people won't let them leave if they don't get the same deal. There is this open question that I have not gotten a satisfactory answer to. What's the goal here? What's the point of all this? What is the administration really trying to do? Is it about oil? They'll state fentanyl, but fentanyl is not produced by Venezuela. And if you're really going after fentanyl, you're not blowing up individual boats. You're going to be shutting down the border and shutting down container ships that are smuggling it in through the border. What does your reporting tell you about both fentanyl and maybe what the end goal really is here?
Yeah, these are both really good questions that a lot of Americans are asking themselves right now. We did a story today that simply said there is no fentanyl on the boats that the United States has blown up. We know this from the closed-door briefing that members of the military gave to Congress. They said there was cocaine and not fentanyl on those boats. And we know what Venezuela's role is in the drug economy. They're a transit country for Colombian cocaine. Some portion of Colombian cocaine goes through Venezuela, although most of it goes on to Europe, not to the United States. Fentanyl is mostly made in Mexico and smuggled into the United States. If you're trying to tackle the fentanyl problem, you're not blowing up boats coming out of Venezuela. So your other question, what is the end game here? We know that there are elements in the Trump administration administration, most notably Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who want Maduro gone, who, have over and over said he's an illegitimate leader, which he is. He lost an election and held on to power. But President Trump, who's also signaled Maduro might not be around for much longer, he has not really talked about regime change. He talks about Venezuela in the context of immigration and drugs. So what is the exact end goal here? We're just not sure.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Wednesday, 19 November, year of our Lord 2025. Joe Allen is riding shotgun. The reason is we have a lot of work to do on this artificial intelligence moratorium. Joe's got tons of details on how people can get activated. I'm going to get to that in a second. Of course, Eric Prince was so nice to carve time out while he was in Europe the other day to join us and talk about the covert action today in the New York Times. And you saw on MS Now. I guess it's Shami Wow or whatever it is, whatever the name is over there. They kind of broke the story of the New York Times. Looks like covert action instead of an airstrike or a military strike in Venezuela. And in addition, are we going to do covert action in Mexico to get to the fentanyl and get to the cartels? More about that later. I want to start with Julie Kelly. Julie Bosberg, let's tell what happened today, because I think people are reaching their limits. We got to get some action here. We had the polling on this morning about what the midterms look like. Rich Barris at People's Pundit is D+8. Maris is D+14. A couple others are D+10. You've got a D+5 over there for Marquette. But anything over a couple of points in a generic poll is not great. And we have a major situation with these federal judges, particularly this judge in Washington, D.C., that has to be addressed immediately. Julie Kelly, the floor is yours, ma'am.
So today, Jeb Boasberg, who is the chief judge of the D.C. District Court, held a hearing after the appellate court of the D.C. Circuit kicked back to him this contempt inquiry that he opened in March of this year. This relates to representations made by the Trump DOJ in the Alien Enemies Act litigation. The first lawsuit that hit the docket went to Jeb Boasberg in D.C. Now, in April of this year, Jeb Boasberg claimed that he had found probable cause that the DOJ defied his, what he called an oral order. As you recall, Steve, that was during this hearing on the evening of March 15th, where Jeb Boasberg ordered the return of two planes out of U.S. airspace carrying illegal Venezuelans tied to Tren de Aragua. And this was the basis of the president's Alien Enemies Act proclamation. Those planes had already departed the U.S. out of Texas. They were headed for Central America. Jeb Boasberg said during the hearing, return the planes. He then, in a written order issued about an hour later, never said anything about returning the planes. Nevertheless, he has since accused the Trump DOJ of contempt of court. In April of this year, said that he had concluded, found probable cause that they did, and wanted to move forward with more inquiry and possibly a criminal referral. And that determination, the probable cause determination, was vacated by a panel of the D.C. Circuit Court, the appellate court. However, they kicked it back to Boasberg, basically saying you can restart the proceedings, which he did today. And this is going to get very dicey, especially for the Trump Department of Justice. And he has set a schedule for Monday, this Monday, asking both sides, the Trump DOJ and the ACLU who filed the lawsuit, for a list of witnesses. And Bosberg himself brought up potential witnesses during the hearing today.
So hang on for a second. So what are you telling me? Bosberg is doing what now? I don't understand this. Give it to me in English, not in legalese. What is he doing?
Sorry, I thought I did. So this dates back to March of this year when Jeb Bosberg accused the Trump DOJ of contempt. So this is very convoluted. It went back to the appellate court. They reversed him on his probable cause finding, but then said, okay, you can restart the proceedings whenever you want. And so he restarted and held his hearing today, saying that he believed that justice demanded, justice not DOJ, justice overall, demanded that he resume this contempt of court investigation. And he wants to prove that the Trump Department of Justice defied that oral order.
Yeah, but this is because, or this is because of flying the folks out of the country during when President Trump said they got to go. This is what it's about.
Correct. This is related to the first lawsuit suing the president over his Alien Enemies Act proclamation, which was put into effect on March 15th. The ACLU was already ready that day to file a lawsuit and seek an injunction, preliminary injunction, meaning halting the administration from fulfilling that proclamation. But this landed on Jeb Bosberg's desk that day.
Is he trying to initiate criminal proceedings against lawyers in Trump's Justice Department about trying to enforce? This is what I want to understand. Bosberg is trying to enforce or bring up potential criminal charges against the DOJ lawyers who were there arguing the case of why the bad hombres had to get on the plane and get out of the country, correct?
Correct, but it specifically relates to Bosberg that evening on March 15th telling the Department of Justice to return 2 planes that had already left U.S. airspace, headed for Central America, then returning them to Venezuela.
It was a Saturday. It was a Saturday afternoon when they held the court. I remember this. I remember you came on live in the morning and on Monday. You called it Saturday afternoon and did it, correct?
Correct. Exactly right.
Okay, Julie. When is Jordan? Don't we have enough evidence out there to show that we got to move on impeaching this guy? Don't we?
Yes, and in fact, I have a piece up at my Substack, Declassified with Julie Kelly. You had 6 U.S. Republican senators finally send a letter to the chief judge of the circuit. This is the judge who oversees Bosberg, asking, and that's Eric Schmidt right there and Jeb Bosberg, asking this chief judge to suspend Jeb Bosberg pending House impeachment proceedings. And in the letter said that there's bicameral support, as we know, in both the Senate and the House to impeach Jeb Bosberg finally. So we'll see what the response is, and I just have no idea what House Republicans are waiting for. I really don't.
Okay, where do we get the piece? Right now, it's up on your Substack. I tell you, hang on. I want to go through this. I want to go through this quickly one more time. This is too important. It's time for action, guys. There's too much inaction. It's too much leaning on rakes. There are too many strongly worded letters. And see what happens? This guy's now motivated. He's looking at the polls. He sees what happened a couple Tuesdays ago. He's got all these Democrats running around. And he's got the Republican establishment, whether it's in Indiana or in the Senate, not working with President Trump to get done what needs to get done. And they're just going to lean on their rakes. Short commercial break. Julie Kelly's with us. We're absolutely packed this afternoon. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Get up on Getter. You get it all first. You get it exclusive right there. Julie Kelly, give me that again about what these senators did. What's in your Substack?
So they sent a letter to the chief judge of the D.C. Circuit. So this is the ruling judge, kind of oversees all the judges, including Jeb Boasberg. So these 6 senators, Eric Schmidt, Bill Hagerty, Lindsey Graham, and others are asking the D.C. Circuit chief judge to suspend Jeb Boasberg pending impeachment proceedings. Earlier this month, Representative Brandon Gill of Texas filed articles of impeachment against Jeb Boasberg. Of course, once it was disclosed that he had signed those non-disclosure orders against several Republican U.S. senators prohibiting 2 cell phone companies from notifying those senators that Jack Smith subpoenaed their phone records, that's when we saw some support in the U.S. Senate to finally impeach Jeb Boasberg.
Ma'am, where do they go for your Substack? People, we got to get on top of this one, like ASAP. Where do people go for your Substack and social media, ma'am?
Declassified with Julie Kelly is my Substack. I have a piece up about Boasberg right now. Also on X, Julie_Kelly 2, where people can find I covered that live today, so people can go check out my posts and see what Jeb Boasberg said.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Fantastic. Great. Greg Roberg, we had Judge Troupas on this morning from Wisconsin, and this guy's got 17 charges against him. They're going to have a trial, trying to have a trial against him for being an alternative elector in the summer in Wisconsin, where they're going to try to put President Trump on trial too. You've announced that you're running for the Attorney General of Arizona. We need one more than ever. Why would you be the best pick? Why would you be the best pick to take over Arizona's Attorney General, which is an absolute disaster right now, sir?
Well, like you said, Steve, Arizona's current Attorney General, Kris Mayes, is an absolute disaster. She needs to be replaced. I'm the one to do it because I'm a fighter. I served as President Trump's 2024 election attorney. I was with Trump, like you, before it was popular, back in 2016 when I first joined the team during the inauguration. And I'm not afraid to stand up like most of the Arizona Republicans in this state are, unfortunately. Certainly the Arizona Republican politicians.
Why? What's the main issues out there? Mays is a disaster, but the Republican establishment refuses to stand up to her. You've been fantastic. What's your plan? What are you going to do? How are you going to beat her in a general?
Well, pretty simple. I'm going to stick to 3 main points: safe streets, strong borders, and secure elections. People on both sides of the aisle are sick and tired of hearing about Arizona's elections dragging on months on end, weeks on end, and questionable results. And people on both sides of the issue want that finally resolved. Strong borders and safe streets, it's pretty easy. We have to stand with President Trump and the administration and the work they're doing. Kris Mayes has currently 31 lawsuits against the administration, shutting down the progress that President Trump and the administration are trying to do. She does so at the expense of the Arizona people. She has a limited number of resources, and she could be spending those resources going after the drugs, going after the border, going after the homeless, the fentanyl, you name it. But instead, she just wants to score points with Act Blue and Soros and folks like that back east, and that's got to stop. And I'm sick and tired, again, of seeing our squishy, go-along, get-along Republicans do nothing about it. I'm not a politician. This is my first race, and I'm getting in, and we're in it to win it, Steve.
Look, you know the disaster we had in Maricopa County. I mean, Kari Lake should be governor. Also in the Senate, we've had more disasters out there. They stole the 2020 from President Trump. Well, give me your punch list. When you say, safe elections, fair elections, honest elections, what do you intend to do?
Well, first of all, we need to enforce the laws on the books. Very simple, we'll get into the weeds. This is the war room. Our signature verification process is a disaster. As an election attorney, I've been in the counting room watching people sit there like zombies, just approving every signature, click, 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 not really looking them over. We need oversight on that process. Secondly, we need to take a look at ballot harvesting issues we have in this state. There are some legitimate ballot harvesting laws that people can help their family members, but that's been abused time and time again. Third, there's issues regarding verifying the citizenship of the voters, which in Arizona, you have to prove citizenship to vote, as you should in every state. And that's something that we can get on top of the current Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, as he's totally neglecting that duty. I can keep going. There's a homeless shelter in West Phoenix where there's almost 3,000 voters registered to vote there, which is legal. Destitute people can register at a homeless shelter, but there needs to be oversight that is not being abused.
Tell me about the process. The primary here is not late. The primary is not until August, correct?
Correct. We have early voting for about a month before that, but the primary will be in August and the general will be, like everywhere else, in November.
Okay, if people want to find out more about your candidacy, like I said, this is the first time you've ever run. People in the Trump world have known you forever, know you're a fighter, and we certainly need fighters out there. Where do folks go? Where do folks go to find out more about the campaign, and what's your social media?
So my site is Greg4AZ, GREGFORAZ.com, and my socials are all at Greg4AZ. That's Instagram, X, and Facebook pages, Greg4AZ.
Greg, fantastic. You're one of the great fighters behind the scenes, and it's great to know that you're stepping out now for elective office. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir. We love you out here in Arizona, Steve. Take care.
Thank you, my man. Everybody go check out right now Greg's website, also social media. Let's load into that It's going to be a very tough race out there. We got to defeat these Democrats. It's unbelievable. Okay, Joe Allen, what do you got on our situation with the moratorium? If they're trying to slide it into the NDAA, make it now. This thing's created a firestorm already in Washington D.C. Correct?
Absolutely.
Everybody on Capitol Hill, they're all running and hiding. This is Ted Cruz trying to slip this in.
Ted Cruz is leading the charge. Steve Scalise, of course, David Sachs, Mark Andreessen, people like this are in back of it. Just to set the stage.
All the demons.
Just to set the stage, you've got the AI moratorium that we got blocked over the summer that would stop
in the big beautiful bill. We got it taken out in the last second. That night, it was a huge fight. President Trump took it out, forced it out at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, and now it's trying to be the House Republicans, again with Ted Cruz leading from the Senate, trying to slip it back into the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA. So,
which another must-pass 9,000-page building, just slipping into the middle of it.
And the background on this, you've got Mark Andreessen. You've got Greg Brockman, Joe Lonsdale pushing forward with the Leading the Future PAC. Right now, it's stated $100 million. I'm hearing it's quite a bit more, and I'm sure it will be, in order to primary or block any candidates that would get in the way of AI legislation. Now, Trump is reportedly going to sign an executive order on Friday so that I've just received it and I'm just going through a draft of this.
That would be called a leak. Somebody leaked it. Right.
But
is the executive order complement what they're trying to do in putting this thing? It complements.
Absolutely. In fact, it seems like it's a backstop so that even if they do pull it from the NDAA, the two items that I think are probably that I've gone over that stick out the most, within 30 days, the Attorney General would have a litigation task force that would basically would sue, presumably, to stop any U.S. state that had passed laws that would get in the way of the U.S. AI national agenda. And then it would also appear that David Sachs will, within 90 days, and various people around him, produce some evaluation of all the existent state laws, of which there are hundreds, many hundreds, almost 1,000. So this entire argument, in my mind, is just simply one of who gets to decide how AI moves forward under the laws of the country.
Well, right now there's no regulation,
except for at the state level. At the state level,
I'm saying at the federal level, when they say the states have got to go away, what are they proposing takes that place?
Well, initially, Trump sort of assured people with a Truth Social post that child protection and protecting conservatives from censorship would be part of anything that went into the NDAA or any kind of federal preemption. He then, or his social media team, removed that.
Hang on, what do you mean? Was that put up in a social? President Trump put that up in a social media post?
That's right. And so President Trump this morning posted, investment in AI is helping make the U.S. economy the hottest in the world, but overregulation by the states is threatening to undermine this growth engine. Some states are even trying to embed DEI ideology into the AI models, the so-called woke AI, so on and so forth. We must have one federal standard instead of a patchwork of 50 state regulatory regimes. And at the end, he says we can do this in a way that protects children and prevents censorship.
But he does mention federal regulation. What do they mean like that? We haven't seen any of that so far.
Not at all. I think that what they're shooting for is standards.
Is that in the executive order, even a draft? You haven't seen it?
Well, still digging through.
Okay, fine.
Just received.
That's fine.
But I think that the emphasis is going to be on standards and internal regulation with the companies. So right now, that's how pretty much all of this is done.
What do you mean internal regulations?
So one example of that would be after OpenAI got all the flack for children committing suicide and people getting AI psychosis and misdiagnosis, they assure that OpenAI's GPT can't be used for medicine. So it's an internal regulation with no one to stand over their shoulder and enforce it.
We don't know that. That's just OpenAI says it's going to happen.
That's right. And then you would have standards that would be official standards of the United States government under the Center for AI Innovation, Casey, Center for AI Standards and Innovation. So that would, again, that's something, but it isn't anything like the Kids Online Protection Act. It's nothing like Hawley's proposed Risk Assessment Act. These would have actual teeth.
Okay, hang on for a second. Joe's going to be riding shotgun with us for the hour. We're going to get more into this. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in just a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Islam is a culture with patina of religion. Sharia is the law of Islam. Sharia is dangerous. Western values form the basis for the founding of America, namely that rights come from our Creator. Ours is a Christian-based culture. Sharia, on the other hand, is a culture of violence and domination, totally anathema to the concept of individual freedom. The United States Constitution and Sharia are fundamentally at odds with one another. The Constitution begins with "we the people." Sharia states Allah has said. Followers of Sharia believe Muhammad received a divine legal code that stands supreme over all man-made laws. While Western civilization has evolved, Islam has not. Islam is stuck in the 8th century, and if they succeed at imposing their beliefs upon us, we will be dragged back into the Dark Ages. The contrasts are stark when comparing Sharia to the strides made by the United States in 250 years. The 13th Amendment...
Colonel Self joins us now. Colonel, Blockbuster News yesterday. I was in a conference room with you 5 or 6 weeks ago of what you said, hey, this is my priority to save Texas and save the country. And in 5 weeks, Governor Abbott has now come out and designated both the Muslim Brotherhood and CAIR as, according to Texas law, as foreign terrorist organizations. Talk to us about that, sir.
Well, this is an important first step, Steve, and that's all it is. It's an important first step to wake up Texas that this is coming. That I don't know why the Muslims have gone on the offense right now in a matter of days, weeks, months, but they have. We've got to wake up. We've got to understand the danger. And I would tell you, don't be intimidated, because this is a dogma of intimidation. Yes, you can walk your dog on the sidewalk, and they can't tell you that you are offending them. So both our citizens, our local government, our state government cannot be intimidated. This is an...
Did he freeze? Okay, we'll have to reboot him. If we can't reboot him, let's go ahead and do it. Let's go and reboot. If it's too much, we'll just have to do it another time. Let's go back to AI. We'll get. By the way, huge news out of Texas. We're going to have a couple of different experts on tomorrow morning to go through this. The Texas government, Greg Abbott, has designated the Muslim Brotherhood and CAIR. Suck on that as a terrorist organization. So this is going to be enormous, and I think they're banning them from buying land. Colonel Self, let's try this one more time. If we can't, we'll try to hook you up at some other time. Keep going, sir.
Well, this is an important first step, and I encourage the state, I encourage our citizens in Texas to wake up, to start understanding the danger that Sharia represents to Texas. We've got over 300 mosques in Texas. We've got Sharia courts in Texas, which I believe the governor is now going to investigate. It's a wonderful step, but do not be intimidated. When they tell you you can't walk your dog on the street, that is your right, and they cannot say that you must not because you're offending me. Look, Sharia and Muslims are an intimidation sort of organization. So I'm delighted with the governor's action to declare them foreign terrorist organizations, which is exactly what they are. Some of us...
Okay, we can't do this again. We got to just reboot him, and let's do it tomorrow or by phone. Anyway, huge news out of Texas. Colonel Self's been working on this over here on the Capitol to designate them. I think people in the executive branch are also working on it to designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Laura Loomer has a tweet out today saying it was very close, but then Qatar got involved. We'll have more about this tomorrow to make sure that we can put it all out there for you. And Colonel Self will get, hopefully tomorrow, the next day, a better connection with you. You've done a tremendous job. 5 or 6 weeks ago, I was with the Patriot Mobile team, and Colonel Self sat right there and said, hey, we're going to get this done in Texas, and then we're going to get it done at the national level. Let me know when you get Kurt Mills up, because Kurt Mills is coming in from overseas. Big breaking news out of the Department of War that he'll be here. Let's go back to this. So there's some draft executive order right out there. And President Trump's making the case that, hey, look, we can't have all these states jumping in here, but without a national kind of policy, or at least a national kind of at least regulatory framework. Does the EO, Bondi's assessment in 30 days, the Attorney General's assessment in 30 days, and Sachs's in 90 days is both looking at what the states have done. There's nothing in there you've seen so far to initiate the action to actually get some sort of... We're the deconstruction administrative state crew here, but we're not anarchists. And one of the problems with artificial intelligence, there's no regulations. There's virtually no regulations at all. In fact, it takes you more to get a license up here on Capitol Hill to do nails in a nail salon than it is, and everything's dependent upon people just self-reporting or governing themselves. Yeah. Which, as you know, so far you can't trust these guys because you never know. What they're telling you is accurate.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems is that these companies are just simply acting like they're putting out apps. This is just another tool, another technology. Typically, when you purchase even a pack of cigarettes, it's not going to tell you to shoot yourself in the head, right? Anything that's even remotely dangerous is regulated, labeled, so on and so forth. With AI, as you say, it's completely unregulated in any meaningful way other than these new state laws that are being being put in. We'll see what happens there. What this EO and what the potential moratorium injected into the NDAA would do is to block the ability of states to govern themselves, to determine whether they want their children using these apps, whether they want them in the schools, whether they want them in companies. Surveillance is a huge issue. The copyright infringement is a huge issue. It's pointed out in here, they're dangling California's law that would demand transparency of companies as some sort of egregious infraction, right? Some sort of intrusion onto the freedom of corporations. Or Colorado, which, how do they put it?
He's telling me he's up. Okay.
Algorithmic discrimination, DEI. This is all a red herring. What we're talking about is an extraordinarily dangerous and powerful technology that right now only states have taken the initiative and responsibility to really govern. All of the Child Online Safety Acts, Risk Assessment Acts, they're floundering in the U.S. Congress, and we don't know when any of these are going to be implemented, if ever.
So tomorrow we're going to have Hawley, we're going to have a whole bunch of people on here to go through this, because right now some states are out there and being pretty aggressive on this, but you're going to need something at the federal level if you want it to go away.
If I could just add one thing, just a really good example. We all know about ChatGPT. We all know about XAI's Goonbots and things like that, right? But one of the big driving forces behind getting states out of the way and really getting any government out of the way is Mark Andreessen and his Leading the Future PAC, which will be used they'll try to destroy anyone that gets in their way.
They're threatening right now to primary people that
they've already targeted one of the reps in New York who's pushing the RAISE Act, which would basically hold companies liable for major catastrophic damages done. But let's look at some of the things that Mark Andreessen has invested in, the kinds of things that he's trying to protect. A good one, Cluely, an app that advertises itself as an app to help you cheat on everything, right? And as we know, children right now, probably a third of all children in America are not being educated in any meaningful way and still being passed through because they're copying. Reface, a deep fake app, right? A face swapping app that could be used for any kind of malicious, malevolent purpose.
Dangerous.
From the highest levels of politics all the way down to just kids bullying each other. And then Double Speed, which is probably the most onerous, to take a word from the EO, onerous program that they've got, or a company that they're investing in. This is A16Z, Mark Andreessen Horowitz. And this is basically just a bot farm. It allows you to create hundreds, thousands, however many bots, flooding the social media with it.
Are you saying right now that in his own self-interest, this is why he's doing it?
Yeah, because any state that is trying to protect its citizens and just really to keep culture intact in any meaningful way is going to do everything to throw sand in the gears of these companies. It might not stop them. People say, oh, you'll never stop progress. No, but you can at least slow it down and protect the most vulnerable.
Do you have, right now, does Grace have a bill blaster, what people are supposed to call and say, and do they have it over Article 3 Project?
Yes, absolutely. You can find it at the top of my social media, at JOEBOTXYZ. You can find it at the top of Grace's social media. War Room will have a copy of the draft up for people to look at and argue.
Yep.
And if I'm signing off, I think now would be the time to
hang on a second. You're not signing off yet. Let's go to, we got Kurt Mills overseas. Kurt, we got some breaking news. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but now it's kind of out and about. What's happening over the Department of War? President Trump is trying to get a couple of guys approved, confirmed, to support Bridge Colby, who's the Undersecretary for Policy. But it looks like the Republican Senate is not happy with that, sir?
Yes, hawks and neoconservatives in the upper chamber appear to be stymieing the will of the president to get realists in the Pentagon. Much of the realist energy is often anchored around this figure, Elbridge Colby, who wrote the national security strategy in the first Trump administration and is considered a sort of wunderkind within the administration itself. His lieutenants, though, are being stymied behind the scenes by neoconservatives and hawks in the Senate. It is the most recalcitrant and an anti-Trump, frankly, organ of the government at this point, and it is really just astonishing to see. Yes, Colby's in the Pentagon, but you have key senators that are trying to stop him basically having a staff over basically picayune issues like the status of Romania, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just Atlanticist, primacist, gobbledygook all over again, and it's the kind of stuff that they're going to try to run out the clock on Trump to address a more realist, forward-looking foreign policy for Americans.
This is the first indication of this lame duck. I'm telling you, the Senate with the filibuster, what's happening in Indiana, it's got to be put down now. It's got to be laid down now. Do you have the names of the two individuals that would be Bridge Colby's deputies?
Yes, the key figure is Austin Dahmer, who used to work for Senator Hawley, who you just mentioned, and there are other ones that could be affected as well. This is also basically the encore to what you saw in the first week of the Trump administration. When I appeared on Mr. Tucker Carlson's program about this, they tried to flesh out figures such as Michael Domino in the Pentagon itself. They failed. I believe they'll fail again, but it is the kind of surreptitious activity to deny Trump the staff that he had. And again, the sort of key leitmotif of the first Trump administration, as you know, Steve, is that the administration perhaps failed on personnel or wasn't ready to govern. This is basically the Empire Strikes Back, trying to run the same playbook again, run out the clock on Trump. And these figures are key. These aren't just minor bureaucrats. These are the upper middle class, basically, of the administration. And if Trump doesn't have his cadres, you're going to see neocon foreign policy.
Is there any action item that the Warren Posse should take? Is there anything to do right now? Just hold our fire? Or are there people to call, or just kind of let this play out over a day or two?
No, you should let the Senate know that these people should be confirmed and that there are key issues beyond Eastern European security, that matter to Americans, and focusing the foreign policy on a more realist direction. This stuff matters. Little bureaucrats, quote unquote, are the people that got us into the Iraq War. They're the people who got us into Libya. They're the people who got us into Syria. And little bureaucrats, quote unquote, are the people who can stop us getting into reckless wars in Iran, Venezuela, et cetera, et cetera.
Hang on. Can you hang on through the break? So I got Kurt Mills. I've got Joe Allen. Joe is going to join us, so we got a lot to get to in the next, but we'll do it. Take your phone app, Birch Gold. Think it's a little crazy right now? By the way, NVIDIA just announced their earnings. We want to get on top of that. Text Bannon at BANNO and 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. You also get a relationship with Philip Patrick and the team. Philip was on this morning giving a great analysis of the gold market. Okay, short break. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my...
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Kurt Mills, the editor of The American Conservatives, is in Southeast Asia right now. I know you got to bounce. Grace, you're going to get Grace and myself some details. We're going to put it up. You need everybody to get to the ramparts right now about President Trump's selections to be the deputies for Bridge Colby, correct? Is that basically the ask, sir?
Yes, the key thing here is number one, they want to stop Bridge Colby from ascending within the government and serving in future Republican administrations as National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, et cetera, et cetera. He looks the part. He's a realist. They've tried to stop him for 10 years. They're going to try to stop him again. They're going to fail, but it doesn't mean that this doesn't matter. Number two, Austin Dahmer, the former National Security Advisor for Senator Josh Hawley, as you mentioned, they're trying to stop his nomination. Again, this is the kind of stuff, this stuff is literally behind paywalls. This is the kind of stuff that's not in the public. They're going to try to kill it in the crib without public scrutiny, and it's unacceptable, and it's why our foreign policy can't change. This stuff matters.
Kurt Mills, fantastic. Social media, where do they go, sir?
At Kurt Mills, at CURTMILLS. The website is www.theamericanconservative.com. Magazine founded by Patrick Buchanan and friends in 2002 against the Iraq War.
Wow, you're amazing. Always on point. Good luck in your trip, sir. Appreciate you. Joe Allen, your guidance today, you're going to join us. You're going down to Texas for the weekend, a huge event with you. You're going to be there tomorrow, get you on the show. But for tonight, what should people do?
I think they should go immediately to my social media or Grace Chong's or War Room's social media. There is a list of congressmen to contact. Tell them, do not support or vote for an AI moratorium in the NDAA. It's very low effort to have it not introduced at all. And so if your congressmen are coming out against it, speaking out against it, showing some backbone, then problem solved for now. Contact your congressman, billblasterapp.org or at Bill Blaster App. And then November 23rd, this Sunday, I'll be at Angelica Film Center in Dallas, 5 p.m., down in Ted Cruz's home state. If Ted Cruz would like to stop by and explain to everyone there and the American public more broadly, do you want to stop states from determining their own future? Yeah. Angelica Theater, 5 p.m. Tickets available, ministryoftruthfilmfest.com.
We need to sell that out, folks. It's going to be a major event with Joe Allen. Maybe, or maybe not, probably not Senator Cruz, but you got enough to talk about.
Bring it, Ted.
Also go Article 3 Project. Stick around. Let's go to Jake Seawolf. Jake, you've got this massive sale over at My Patriot Supply. What do you got for us, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. Our case packs, dude. People love them. They come in these pouches, resealable, usable. They're buy one, get one free. Can't believe it. I personally have not seen that in like the 4 years, not for a while since I've started working at My Patriot Supply. So now is the time to stock up on case packs if that's what you're into.
So talk to us. What is it? What's the pack? And you've never had this sale before, a buy one, get one free. Why now? And why is this something people should go take a look at over at the site?
Can't explain it now. I think we're just in a generous mood, but essentially you can mix and match, get whatever you like. We have even beef dices are on there. Great choice. Like, guys, check it out. And if you're new to the site, make sure you call in 866-229-0927. Got a whole team on standby. They're ready to take your calls and answer in because we love the War Room Posse. You guys are the best.
Fantastic. I know the War Room Posse loves the site, loves the company. One more time, the website and the phone number. Where do people go? I want everybody to check it out now. You got reviews. You got customer service that's the best around. They'll walk you through everything. They'll work with your budget, all of it. Where do folks go?
Absolutely. 9,000 5-star reviews, mind you. But mypatriotsupply.com. Phone number is 866-229-0927. So if you guys could get us to 10,000 5-star reviews, that would be super helpful, and we'd be stoked for that.
Let's roll. War Room Posse. Jake, thank you so much for sticking around for this afternoon and come on the show. Appreciate you.
Well, thank you, Steve. You're a good man.
Thank you, brother. Jake, former Army Afghan veteran, man, patrolled the Hindu Kush. Joe, you're on the road tomorrow. We're trying to get you back on the show when you land. If not, we'll get you tomorrow night. Joe Allen, this thing is so important. The next 48 hours is going to determine this. They tried to sneak it in before. We got it out. We just got to do it again. Go to Bill Blaster. Go to JoeBot. Where are they going?
At JoeBotXYZ and JoeBot.xyz.
This is, you can't let them slip it in again. It's just not acceptable the way they're trying to do it at the NDAA. You want to have a debate? Let's have a debate, okay? And see where the chips fall. Mike Lindell, brother. We got another hour to go. The show's been on fire today. One of the biggest parts of the fire, we had Judge Troupas in here from Wisconsin. What a hero. I think 17 either civil suits or criminal proceedings against him for basically saying the election was stolen in 2020, and he's got the receipts. Mike Lindell, what do you got for us, brother?
Well, we to celebrate the receipts. I'll tell everybody we've got the receipts too. We've got the biggest sales ever with my pillow. This is our slippers. The slippers that are normally on sale for $59.98. $39.98 for the War Room Posse. Any size, any size, any color there for the slippers, and you get a free leather spray with that for every pair you buy, and free shipping on your entire order. Then we have the early Black Friday blanket sale. 5 different styles of blankets came in, from throw blankets to bed blankets. We have the duvets, we have the shams, all of them on sale for as little as $25. So if you go to mypillow.com/war room, then we put all of our pillows, a Black Friday special exclusive for the War Room Posse, free shipping on them. And then we have those Bible pillows. You guys have been hitting them hard. A 5-pack. A collection of 5 for $29.98. That's less than $6 a pillow. They ship for free. Everything ships for free. It's on my pillow. $6 a pillow. They ship for free. Everything ships for free. It's on my pillow. So go and call 800-873-1062 and call my home reps that are working from home. Remember, Arctic Frost, they attacked them too, but we beat that. Just like we're going to beat all this stuff, and we're going to take our country back. And so you guys use promo code WAR.